sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa siwoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may hiratang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Now, please take your seats. Good morning. I trust you had your sandwiches, your breakfast na. If you haven't yet, there's still some time to grab sandwiches. Good morning.
Good morning, Don Marco, and good morning to everybody. Welcome to the second Philippine Leaders Conference, The Power of Communication. We're still right here, of course, at the Grand Ballroom of Clark Marriott Hotel, and it's been a year, Don Marco, right?
It's been a year na ba? Parang ang bilis na.
Yeah, and we would like to welcome everyone, of course. This is the 28th day of February 2020. We would like to welcome everyone. We actually do have the list of industries who are here joining us for this conference.
Let me see some people if we have them from the manufacturing industry. Can we see some hands, probably? Anyone from the manufacturing industry? See, sir. Yeah, we also have some from the importers, distributors, and wholesalers industry. Ayun, see that? Yeah.
We also would like to welcome our participants from BPOs or call centers. There you go. From the healthcare industry.
Do we have folks from the banking industry? Ayan sila.
Outsourcing and software development.
You also have folks from the aviation training providers. Do we have them here? Real estate services. Anybody? Ayun, sila. Hello, good morning.
How about from our guests from the sportswear manufacturing industry? I think we also have a number from the automotive industry. All right, construction, recruitment, visa processing and travel agency.
Restaurant industry. Ayan, good morning to you. From anybody from the universities or schools? Do we have them? Ayan sila. Also from the agro-tourism farm areas, farm sites. Yeah, ayan. I guess that's about it. All right. We would like to thank our sponsors.
Yes, we would like to thank our sponsors for making this conference possible for all of us. Thank you to Papa Kos.
Nandyan din yung ATM, Godfather, yung shoes. They have their display items here.
Correct.
On the side.
We also would like to thank our friends from Multi-Sys and Lemon Square.
Of course, let's not forget Limitless Power Coach and the World of Work Recruitment Specialist.
Special thanks goes to Tez's Grill and Roaster and Dampas sa Tarlac and of course, House Land. Palakpakan po natin lahat ng ating mga sponsors.
Alright, so you've probably seen the program that we have in store for you today. So we will continue with this later on. So to start things off,
To officially welcome one and all to this conference, we would like to give the floor to Procter & Gamble Global Hair Quality Assurance Innovation Manager, an esteemed and acknowledged communicator, and the recipient of the Procter & Gamble Global Diversity and Innovation Leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together for Ms. Arlene De Silva.
And welcome to the second Philippine Leaders Conference organized by the Limitless Power Coach Training and Consultancy. So yes, I'm Arlene De Silva and I'm extremely honored to welcome you all today. So thank you for being here despite NCOV. You know, this is what we call determined leadership. You know, you understand the risk, you make calculated risk, and then you mitigate this risk with sanitary alcohol and proper, distancing, but still having a relationship. And then you do this then, therefore, to achieve your objective. So I'd like to congratulate you as well for being here today to invest on yourself and to accelerate your growth and of those that you lead. Our first Philippine Leaders Conference in 2019 was about the power of a strong and cohesive leadership. Who among you were here last year? Well, last year we talked about what it takes to define a vision and purpose that is grounded on the values of a sustainable long-term success, of trust, resilience, openness, and grit to stay the course. And that's why it was called the Power of a Strong and Cohesive Leadership Conference. So today, our conference is about building on these foundations through the power of communication. Powerful communications is simply the ability to influence, to get your message across, to be understood, and then compel others to take action. Communication is equal to influence. Values, ideas, goals, and work approach that are effectively communicated lead to the most powerful change. I am the Quality Assurance Manager, as was introduced earlier, for the design and delivery of global hair products for Procter & Gamble. And I am based in Singapore, where we have the biggest research facility in Asia, though our main headquarters is in the US, in Cincinnati. P&G is a $70 billion brand, and I'm very happy that we have $21 billion brands. And a big part of this for hair products like Pantene, Vidal Sassoon, Rejoice, Head and Shoulders, these are being researched in our facility here in Singapore in Asia. So that is a big thing for the company, about the trust of the company in Asia to lead those innovation designs. And I want to tell you a story. So Procter & Gamble was founded by William Procter and James Gamble back in 1837, so about 200 years ago. And we started selling candles. That was the business, very simple, candles. But candles, the main ingredient for making candles is only the same ingredient to make soap. And that created the evolution for our innovations. And one of the values that our founders, Procter & Gamble, communicated to the workforce before continues to be true today. 200 years ago and today they are still held sacred. And I may quote, they said, if you cannot make pure goods and full weight, go do something else that is honest, even if it means breaking stones. This powerful communication and expectation has been the cornerstone of the purpose, values, and principles we hold dear as a company, and I, as a quality assurance leader, demand from myself and other employees. When one is clear of what's expected and why, you essentially have a North Star to guide you towards your goals or your treasures. Today we are excited to have 6 distinguished and proven leaders who will be sharing their stories on the power of communication so that your companies and the workforce that you lead are continuously aligned and adapting to the changing landscape. Mr. Rodem Perez, the Assistant Vice President of Clark Development Corporation, will talk about Metro Clark visions and plans. You know, I had a brief chat with Mr. Perez, and I am sure that after you hear him talk, you'll be running and investing in Clark and the adjacent areas in Clark because of the wonderful development stories that they have for Clark in partnership with the local industries and with the government. Ms. Vida Arciaga, President and CEO of the Center for Research, will also share strategies on how to cope and in fact thrive with these changes. Because the famous quote is that change is the only thing that is constant. Thank you. The titles, we also have Mr. Jonathan De Luzuriaga, President of the Philippine Software Industry Association, and Mr. Mon Ibrahim, former Undersecretary of Department of Information and Communication Technology. You know, their titles give away what their expertise are. So it is about leveraging information and technology to identify business trends, massive data, and to process it, and then keep the organization's knowledge up to date with opportunities and emerging threats. So emerging threats, I was having a chat again with Mr. Luzuriaga earlier, and an emerging threat could simply be the misuse of technology to blur the truth, to confuse people towards what is true. And there's a moral integrity aspect that we as leaders need to understand even with the power of tools that are in our hands. And while we talk about digital information as a fundamental strategy today to win, we have to acknowledge that, of course, we are not machines. We are humans. And as such, we need to make sure we have a clear understanding of why people are the way they are and how we can tap into these individual and cultural differences. Or even better yet, don't look at the difference, look at the commonalities to propel us to drive a change from the heart. We have Mr. Lloyd Luna, CEO of Step Back, sharing interesting insights as how understanding the culture has helped create the Banawe rice terraces about 2,000 years ago, and why the Banawe rice terraces still are viable to this day. And finally, we have Mr. Jonathan Yabut. Who knows Mr. Jonathan Yabut? Yes. So, Mr. Yabut is the Apprentice Asia winner and founder and managing director of the JY Consultancy and Ventures. So, Mr. Yabut actually represents the impact of social media on communications. Today we think we know a person and have made judgments on an individual before we even get to meet them, right? Because of Facebook, Twitter, Google, it's so easy to get information about people and pictures even of people through Google, LinkedIn, and other social media tools. This just emphasizes the importance of communication because it becomes even critical in a digital world on how we can best explain our best version of the truth and present our best self where there may be no second chances. So, you are judged even before you see the person face to face because of what they see digitally. So, Mr. Yabut will also share how to continuously inspire and adapt our leadership style for a diverse workforce. So for example, I'm a baby boomer, and a lot of you are millennials, and we cover the spectrum of our workforce today. And because we have different technology skills, we have different life experiences, and purpose in life. Then we have different approaches to define our leadership style. So how can we lead with that kind of diversity? Mr. Yabut will share his stories. So let us remember, and I have to remind myself that communication by its definition means an exchange of information. It's not one way. It's not about you as leaders doing all the talking. In fact, as leaders, our most important job is to listen and to understand and to analyze and digest all the information that we are getting and that is before us so that we can make the best informed decision. The powerful communication is really about conversations. It is communicating a point of view and listening deeply to influence and, more importantly, be open to be influenced. Please take the time to talk with each other and to the speakers who will be here with us the whole day today to clarify all of the new insights that you may have in this wonderful venue or even after today's conference. There is a speed networking built into the program later on, and I hope that you can really tap into this part of the program to be connected to each other. The more connected you are, the better access you will have for information to make your decisions. So thank you once again, and congratulations for being here today, for investing on yourself and making that decision to really be a better leader. And today, as you come out of this training, I know you will be a much better version of yourself. So, thank you, and let the conversations begin.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arlene De Silva. You probably heard about the lineup that we have in store for you for today. And it's actually quite refreshing. I'm pretty sure you will learn a lot of stuff. It's also, like she said, about communication. So later we prepared a speed networking part for the program. And if you've heard of speed dating before, I'm not saying it's going to be a date between all you guys who are here, but it's something about that. It's like that. So speed networking, you'll get to meet each and everyone, hopefully in a short span of time, so you can exchange numbers and details.
That's correct. And we actually, I think you also have to prepare your, what we call the elevator speech or elevator pitch, since this is your most opportune time for an exchange with the other participants here as well during the speed networking segment, which we will be having towards lunchtime. And we would like to thank, of course, Ma'am Arlene De Silva. I think that would qualify as the Agenda 1 already because it was a really a jam-packed opening remarks just to give us a good head start for the entire day.
Yeah, kasi communication is always a two-way process. There's a time to talk, and there's a time to listen. And it's time to listen to our next speaker.
That's correct.
He has already 25 years of corporate experience. Alam mo ba naman, 25 years na, but it doesn't show.
He looks like 25 years old.
Yeah. He was probably in corporate when he was born.
Correct.
His areas of expertise are in marketing, investor relations, labor relations, immigration, free port incentives also for, like I said, for the last 25 years. He was educated by the Salesians of Don Bosco, as well as obtaining a degree in business management from the University of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Assistant Vice President for Business Development Department 2 of the Clark Development Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rodem Perez.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Arlene, Risa, and RC. thank you for inviting us and for making us a part of your event today. So the movers and shakers of their respective industries, thank you for coming and for supporting this event and for investing in yourself like what Ma'am Arlene was saying a while ago. So there you go, welcome and thank you. Clark, it works like a dream. This is now our branding mantra for the entire area, for the Clark Freeport Zone and the Clark Special Economic Zone. Like any other company, like any other community, like any other leader, Clark started as a dream 27 years ago. And I'd like to show you where we are right now. Now we are living the dream. Living the dream of being identified to be the country's modern city. Living the dream to have been identified to be the country's advocacy on how cities will have to be administered, will have to be developed. You're seeing here not that of an architectural perspective. You're seeing here the actual development going on here in Clark. This is the exact same area, this is the exact same facility that was used during the Southeast Asian Games last year in November. But this is just the start of what we are developing for Clark. So we will see the new Clark City to be the center for government offices, to be relocated from Metro Manila to here. We see this area to be the new frontier of investors, of industrial companies, of office-based industries, of new call centers and KPOs. And we are also developing the most modern transportation system in the Philippines. We're looking at the actual BRT, or the bus rapid transit system that we are now embarking on. Modern bus like that in Singapore, Ma'am Arlene. It will be Wi-Fi, it has GPS and all that stuff. So you can see here that in December of this year, we will have our first ever BRT that will connect not only the Freeport Zone, where we are right now, but all the way to the new Clark City. We have, in fact, been very happy that all the projects of the national government, which we are a recipient of, like the new railway system being built right now, and we will have two. One that connects from Tutuban all the way to the new terminal, or the new Clark International Terminal. And there will be another one that will connect from Clark Freeport all the way to Subic, initially as a cargo railway system. And late this year, I'm talking about August of this year, we will have the new terminal being opened. It's such a beauty, and it reflects, it mirrors the mountain ranges of Central Luzon. In fact, you can see here Mount Arayat, which is part of the design concept of our engineers and developers. So this is how the airport will look like in August when you will fly in and out of Clark. So we are connected internationally and domestically. We have now the most number of domestic flights that will connect Clark to all the best destinations in the Philippines, or the country has to offer. You are just 45 minutes away from the best beaches. You are just 45 minutes away to about an hour to Palawan, to Boracay, and perhaps if you want to see Davao as well. So this is the kind of connectivity that we are trying to offer the world, to the investors, to the tourists, and to our locators. So what have we achieved? Currently, Clark has more than 1,260 investors today. We have generated more than 130,000 workers, 4% of which are foreigners. So we are looking at a Filipino-dominated labor community in Clark, and which we want to maintain. We are producing products sold worldwide amounting to about $7 billion a year. And I'm about to show you in a little while the kind of products that we are selling to the world. Proudly Filipino-made here in Clark. But you know, before we have been living the dream, there were also nightmares in the past. Like any other leader, there will be bumps along the way. I was just talking to Arlene that, you know, we all experience these challenges, these sweet challenges, as we try to achieve our goals. And as I will unfold the presentation about the business opportunities, the kind of development going on here, more specifically by each sector, I would like to in parallel compare Clark and personify Clark as a leader, because we're now talking about leadership. So you are Clark, and I would like to share with you or communicate also the Clark Dream Strategy. So Clark, in trying to achieve its vision, was consistent. We were consistent from the very start of what we wanted to have here in Clark. I'm talking about the vision to have the best brands, the global value chain contributors in the world. 27 years ago, we had nothing. Now you're looking at Texas Instruments, one of the semiconductor companies we have here, producing CPU used for artificial intelligence, for your Tesla, for your mobile devices, and for other smart city applications. You're also looking at the biggest export producer in Region 3. In fact, this is a producer of Samsung mobile memory devices. They produce 70% of the total export value of Region 3. We also have other manufacturers like Yokohama. This is the biggest tire manufacturing company for this brand in the whole world. They produce about 34,000 tires a day. So that's a lot. So we were consistent of what we wanted, and we also tried to be limitless of the ideas of how we want to envision Clark to be. Take, for instance, some of the other companies we have here, such as Hansa Toys. They have been producing toys over the years. Now they have produced over 6,000 species of animals, real stuffed toys, which even the real animal cannot distinguish which is the real animal. And then we also have a lot of other things that we want to, share with you. Their success stories, like for instance, La Rose Noire, who is proud to have sourced their cacao products from Davao. Now they're producing along the lines of their pastry products, the single origin chocolate in the Philippines, first ever. So we have been consistent. We want to be limitless in the ideas, and of course we have to be adaptable. Adaptable in the sense that we have to respond to the changing market demands, to the changing trends of the world. That's why we have some of our factories trying to reinvent, reposition their global value chain so that they can cope up with the demands of the world. Like what you see here, all the fashion industries, from bags, beanie, socks, scarves, and shoes, all produced here in Clark. And we have to be responsive to the community. We have to be responsive to our clientele. We have to be responsive to the industry that we all belong to. And responsive is also tantamount to being inclusive. In Clark, we encourage our investors, our locators, to be inclusive, to be relevant to the communities, which is why in Clark, we took the lead of encouraging our locators like this one you're seeing here, La Rose, the same company that produces chocolates and pastries, to offer and create. They have created, established their foundation to teach the poorest of the poor learnings and trainings for pastry chef. Now, more than 100 currently have graduated from this training. They have been offered to other hotels and other supply chains of the company. And many more others who wants to give the community a shot in life, to have better lives. So that's kind of inclusivity that Clark wants to bring forth. In fact, our indigenous peoples, our Aita brothers, our PWDs in particular, are also inclusive in the development of Clark, which is why we have our own jobs fair for them, for the persons with disabilities and our Aitas. So we started this. In fact, if you locate in Clark, you will have to sign up on a best effort basis that you will have to hire Aitas and PWDs. So that's the kind of inclusivity that we are encouraging, that we are promoting. And we are also encouraging them to, donate to different causes. More recently, to Taal victims. And more recently again, we were the one who accepted, the Clark community accepted the repatriates from the affected, virus-inflicted countries to be quarantined here in the New Clark City area. So, we are consistent, limitless, adaptable, responsive, and of course, we have to be knowledge-based as well. And this will be a topic that will be elaborated by the different speakers later. And I would like to share with you that Clark is not only exporting products globally, we are also exporting services because of the presence of so many outsourcing industries that also is a big segment in the roster of locators we have here. You're seeing here, and we have shifted from the typical BPO to KPO, knowledge processing outsourcing industries. So we have now a big demand for accountants. We have now a big demand for engineers, architects that supports the global operations of the likes of Mercedes-Benz, FedEx, UPS, PLDT, ICOR, and the rest. So how do we sustain the Clark success? Sustaining the Clark success would also mean to keep on dreaming. And I'll put the meaning to how we have to dream. Again, we have to keep on or keep ourselves driven to keep the passion going. We have to be resilient with the different challenges along the way, politically, economically, world events affecting businesses, and of course, we have to be economically viable. Economically viable, such as those who have in fact invested to support our MICE positioning for Clark now. So we're not just a host of factories, of producers, of BPOs. We are also host to a lot of other hotels, local and international brands. You're seeing here Marriott, Hilton is opening this year, Hyatt will be groundbreaking in a few months, and we have more condominium units. Hindi pa tapos, pre-sold na ang 80%. So this is the kind of economic viability that our locators have seen, including those the local, no? We have Limitless, which acquired Mimosa. No? They're developing, they have torn down all the villas. Now they're moving up high-rise to maximize land utilization. So, and this is equally important, any success cannot be a reality if you're not accountable. Being leaders, we have to be accountable persons. We have to be accountable to our clients, accountable to our people, to the public we serve. That's why, never mind the infrastructure that I've just told you, if there is continuing corruption, and I'm not just saying corruption in government, there is also, because corruption is not exclusive to government, there is also corruption in the private sector. So, the term commissioners is not exclusive to government. There are so much, a lot of commissioners also in the private sector. So, being accountable, corrupt-free environment is also key to being successful. To pursue a leadership that will drive the success of your business, or in this case, Clark. And finally, this is the reason why we're here, manpower. You need to invest on your people. Your greatest assets, Clark's greatest assets, and I guess this is true for the entire country, is the people. That's why you have to invest in this type of seminars. You have to invest in skills development. Kaya nga, we are the biggest exporter of people because our people are adaptable to any environment, culturally, etc. So you're seeing here one of the biggest maintenance, repair, overhaul for aviation, SI engineering. And of course, when you invest people, you have to make sure that they're also happy in the work environment that they are in. So it should be a balance, work-life balance for them to really be successful and to really be contributory to the goals of the organization. And you're seeing here the events that we have here so that we can complete the work, live, and play value proposition for Clark. So anyway, so that answers the questions of how does Clark contribute? How does Clark aligns to the community because of the Clark Dream strategy? I hope you found meaning. You can align yourselves to what I have just said. You can plan and really, visit us in order to inquire further about your business needs on how to invest here or to the new Clark City. And with that, I urge you to keep on dreaming. And maybe you found meaning and purpose for the Clark dream. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone and mabuhay po ang lahat.
Thank you so much, Sir Rodem Perez. And there's so much insight received from Sir Rodem. Before, Clark used to be known for being a duty-free hub lang, di ba? Tapos ano nga ba yung finifilapan mo para makabili ka sa shops? Di ba? You're supposed to...
It was like several years ago, and I would have to...
That was so long.
Everybody goes here for the duty-free shops.
Oh, you get the card. You fill it up, you can get like $200 worth of duty-free goods.
I think it's like a purchase card or something.
Purchase card, something like that. Yeah, and now, you've seen the developments going on, and there's so many developments. Parang the airport, I think that was the airport, the one with the roof, the Marriott roof design.
That's right, and that, of course, talk courtesy of Mr. Rodem Perez gave us all of the limitless possibilities of Clark. And we have, of course, we would like to thank once again Mr. Rodem R. Perez for being with us. Palakpakan po natin siya muli. And we have just had the awarding of the token of appreciation by Ms. Ria together with Ms. Riza sa ating area right there for our photo station. And of course, are we now ready to present our next speaker? I'm very much excited to present to you and to introduce to you the President of the Philippine Software Industry Association, or PSIA, the founder and chief instigator of Spring Valley Tech Corporation, the former president of National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, to talk about communicating IT effectively, being human in the age of digital. Please help me in welcoming the Lord Commander of Spring Valley, the Silicon Valley of the Philippines. Let us all put our hands together for Mr. Jonathan de la Zuriaga. Palakpakan po natin. JDL.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Sorry, mukhang parang pataya. Good morning, everyone. There we have it. Okay, I traveled a great distance just to be here. I actually came in from, I'm a defensor from Iloilo. Don't take it against me. And I'm a De La Zuriaga from Bacolod. I traveled a great distance to be here. In fact, we left sometime January 15 just to be here today. This is my second time for the PLC. I'm thankful for Limitless Consulting for giving me the opportunity to speak once again. Forgive me for walking around, primarily because if I stay behind the podium, chances are very few of you will actually see me because I'm quite vertically challenged, okay? Another thing is that during my time when we were growing up, there's very limited testing going on. You know, so I'm probably going to be diagnosed as having ADHD, which right now at this day and age is actually quite an advantage because you could multitask a lot, right? So allow me to go through very briefly about my credentials. And my credentials won't hold a candle against the two other folks who actually took the stage before me. So we got Arlene, who's got a very good, solid background with, you know, the market leader, P&G, Rodem. It's very difficult to follow a presentation about Clark, right? Primarily because there's just so many things happening here. I was just here a few weeks ago, and apparently, as I came back today, I arrived last night via Iloilo. There's just so many things that are happening here at Clark. I can't, you know, keep track of all the things. Who's from Pampanga? Give me a show of hands. Okay, so how do you spell necktie? Come up? No, that's not my question. You should be very, very proud of what this place has actually achieved. You know, please give yourselves a big round of applause. As the former president of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, there are very few places outside of Metro Manila that hold a gold standard in terms of welcoming the ICT industry. And apparently, Clark is way, way, way up there, to the point that it has already been declared as a center of excellence for IT BPM industry nurturing. So I'm currently the CEO of Spring Valley. So you've listened to Arlene, you've listened to Rodem, very strong, reliable individuals, solid footing. Now listen to somebody who is a little bit insane, okay? I'm the one who actually created, or is trying to create, the Silicon Valley of the Philippines, which is called Spring Valley. So Spring Valley is going to be almost like a Clark on a very, very small basis. I'm actually putting this up in a place in Negros Occidental, wherein pretty much we're trying to attempt what people have actually said is impossible. How could you replicate something like Silicon Valley? Well, guess what? In the same manner that Clark is encouraging you to dream, that's precisely where this project is currently. But this is not about Silicon Valley. This is about how do we now maintain our humanity in the age of digital. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been the president of the Philippine Software Industry Association for the past 6 years. Apparently, it's a job that nobody wants. That's why I've been consistently elected as the head of the PSIA. Our job is to actually bring in more attention to the technology and innovation space in the Philippines. And second is to assist in creating the talent that is going to support this growth. Who agrees with me on this particular statement? Raise your hands. Everything is going digital. In fact, I could see a lot of phones there now. I was born at a day and age wherein those things didn't exist. I saw the very, very first version. It's huge as a damn brick, right? And it only lasted for a few hours. Nowadays, you leave your house, you leave your phone in your house, what happens? You go back, regardless of how far you have traveled. It seems that we all feel naked without our technology. Agree, disagree? Everything's becoming digital. For those of you who are still saying, nah, it's going to have a limited run, let's look at this particular video. So we're going to show a couple of numbers here that are quite earth-shattering. This was made at the tail end of 2019, but some of the numbers here still hold true up to this time. 30 billion devices. That's what we call the Internet of Things. Apparently, there are no kids in the audience right now, so we can crack green jokes. It's very difficult to say that in the Visayas because its IoT is pronounced differently. They pronounce it as one word. Yun. Anyway, every minute, 400 hours of video are actually being loaded up on YouTube. Fortnite, for those of you who are into the gaming space, is probably one of the most dominant games out there in the market today. It's not uncommon right now that you have several messenger apps in your phone. You've got Viber, you've got WhatsApp. For those who do business in China, you've got to have WeChat. Prior to me coming on stage, my watch was actually telling me that somebody was calling me. E-reputation is now a term. Who are you as far as your online persona is concerned? Apparently, these are things that we never cared about or never thought about in the past. 2018, 4.5 billion data records were exposed. Just yesterday, a very popular app for facial recognition got hacked. So congratulations to all of you who actually use your phone, your face to open your phone, because now all of these records are floating in the dark web. The kids nowadays, I always tell this to the audience that I speak to, and I have about 100 plus speaking engagements every year. I tell them, the kids nowadays, including mine, are the ones that are born with a cell phone in their left hand and an iPad on the right hand. So these are what we call now digital natives. How will you know if you're a digital native? And I could see certain people in the room who more or less are from the same age range as yours truly. If somebody gives you a gadget and you're still looking for a manual, chances are you're not a digital native, okay? Because all the kids nowadays know how to tinker around with their toys without the use of what they call the dreaded manual. So during the course of this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, 45 babies will be born in the US, 199 will be born in China. The population is ever growing. By 250, there's going to be about 10 billion people all over the planet. 25% of the population that would have the highest IQ would be coming from China. It's bigger than the population of North America. India is going to be in the top 28 as well. Last but not the least, for the first time in history, 4 generations are in the workforce. Hence, there is a new job that has been created. which is the generational consultant. Do you imagine? 5 years ago, do you even imagine that? Even with my kids right now, I have a 21-year-old daughter, and she keeps on telling me she's graduating this year from an international hotel and restaurant, and she tells me, Dad, I have a job as a social media consultant. 8 years ago, I would have said, what? What the hell is a social media consultant? Nowadays, apparently, even with the virtual assistance world that we have, the latest numbers coming from Upwork is that there are more than 1.8 million Filipinos that do their racket online. 1.8 unique profiles that do this. Some of them are probably working for your companies. So work never stops. They've got a 9 to 6 job. The moment they log out by 6, they log into Upwork. So they provide content. They do digital design. For those of you who are in the coding space, there's so much requirements for software developers nowadays. 5G, I've actually experienced this in China and in Taiwan. Unbelievable. This is going to be a game changer, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you could perform surgery, even top-level surgery, with a doctor somewhere in New York, and you're actually performing the surgery here in the Philippines, primarily because of 5G connectivity. Could you just imagine, with our current internet speed, if all of a sudden you have to cut a vein, and all of a sudden it lags, it goes Could you just imagine the questions running through the surgeon's head? Did he say cut or stitch, right? Augmented and virtual reality are rapidly evolving technologies. Zuckerberg himself has invented heavily in AR and VR. There's going to be so much development along these lines. For those of you who are familiar with technologies like HoloLens, and if you tried it out, honestly speaking, I'm going to be scared if I'm in the educational sector, because there is nothing more potent than actually seeing things for yourself. So credit goes to Mr. Jose Esteves for putting this video together. You could actually see this on YouTube, but I'm going to leave a copy with the organizers just for everyone's consumption. Now here's the piece. Instead of talking about big and better opportunities when it comes to technology, apparently, this is what we are all observing. Could see humans, but very, very little of humanity that's left. In fact, I was telling Rhea of Limitless Power, I'm going to go against the grain today. Primarily, I like to be part of this particular event because of the diversity. This is not my comfort zone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm used to addressing a room full of techies and geeks. And now we've got different stakeholders from different industries right now listening to yours truly. And hopefully, I could get the message across, because as I mentioned, I'm going to go against the grain. It's almost like an antithesis. My job, my position entails that I wave the flag of technology and innovation and keep on promoting it no matter what. But for today, for this morning, going against the grain means I also have to throw in a couple of caveats in terms of what is technology doing to us as a nation and as individuals. So what does it really mean to be human? Human-only traits means insights, kindness, we have foresight. More importantly, we follow a set of values. Agree or disagree? Agree. Agree or disagree? Are we serving decaf? Maybe we should serve stronger coffee. We have the emotions. I was part of Roadmap 2022, which is the IT BPM sector of the Philippines roadmap, to plot the growth that we will want to achieve by 2022. That's a strategic roadmap that we do every 6 years. Apparently, it also coincides with the term of the President of the Republic. Why? Because every time there's a changing of the guards, we need to have orientation material for all of these leaders so that they could understand the importance and the potential of the entire information technology business process management sector. And one of the things that was called out there is that 67% of all the jobs in the IT BPM sector is at stake. Why? Because of automation, because of efficiency play. And apparently, if we do not move up the value chain and upskill and reskill our manpower, then 67% of the 1.3 million jobs that are currently allocated to the IT BPM sector is going to be disrupted. Now, what are the jobs that remain? The jobs that would remain are those that would require human traits. Still very difficult for advanced AI, even robotics, to perform some of the things that are listed on this slide. For those of you who are addicted to Siri and you have a Google Home or you have an Alexa, try asking them for a joke. It's not that funny. It's not that funny. It's different when you're looking at a Dave Chappelle or a Kevin Hart, and it's so difficult if you've got, a piece of device that's basically telling the same joke. It doesn't have and elicit the same response. So what has significantly changed? And this is one of the things that I put together specifically for this presentation. So for me, there are basically 5 things that have been adversely affected by technology. First is your privacy. Second, which is the theme of this year's conference, communications, connectivity, collaboration. The third one is information dissemination and access, which includes education as well, and access to knowledge. The fourth one is perception. Last but not the least, I'd also like to talk about values and morality, how this has been put in harm's way. Let's talk about privacy. Who is on Facebook? Raise your hand. Okay, I think this is a much easier question. Who is not on Facebook? Tita, you cannot say you're not because I always see your posts, okay? I followed you several times. Who's not on Facebook? Like even sa Friendster, no? You're not on Facebook. Would you mind if I ask why? It's not your thing. What social media platform are you in? You have LinkedIn. Very, very professional. Are you a technical guy? You look very technical though. You'll pass as a senior software developer anytime in my book. All of these social media platforms are there. And sometimes even my phone gets confused in terms of what social media it's going to recommend for me. And there's a new platform that gets introduced regularly into the market. What about privacy? Just 2 days ago, I decided to look into my Google account and check the history of where I have been. Even as a technical guy, this scares the shit out of me, honestly. So for the past how many days, it has been tracking where I am, because I'm a very active technology user for obvious reasons. And apparently, if you go to your Google account and check on privacy check, when you click that, it's basically going to tell you these are some of the sites and apps that share the same password. Would you like to change it? So the question that pops into my mind is, so you know my passwords, right? Regardless of how difficult it is, it's more complicated than ASDF 1234, right? Or the world famous password, which is the password. Apparently, this particular app, I'm talking about Google, knows exactly the passwords that I'm using. This was actually presented by the great-great-great-great-great-grandnephew of Dr. Jose Rizal in Congress, just to prove that all the technology that we're using knows us better than we know ourselves. In fact, there's this particular trip in Cebu City, September 8 to 12, 2019. And I just have to look back into my calendar and say, why the hell am I in Cebu again? Middle of September. And apparently, that's the Cebu IT-BPM Summit. So it actually keeps track of things that I could no longer keep track of. This is the level of privacy that we have. I've been thrown several questions in my tenure as PSIA president. And they say, so sir, could you say something about data privacy in our current state? And I always tell people, there's no such thing. If you want data privacy, then don't be a consumer of technology. That's the only way. It's very sad that this has translated to a lot of issues. When my kids were going through elementary in the Saxobel, they decided to introduce iPads and do away with the books. So they gave us parents two choices. One is that you could go buy an iPad and download all the books there, and your son or your daughter could just basically carry the iPad. And all the quizzes and all the reports are also there. Or you could still stick with books, but they will be in a special section. Those with very large bags and damaged backs, right? So, as modern parents, we said, no, we're not going to alienate our kids that way. So we'll sign up for the iPad program. Apparently, that also gave rise to so many scandals that are floating around, because if you give kids with technology that has capture devices, and you do not lecture them and guide them in terms of the proper use of technology, what will you have? So that's one. Second, communication, connectivity, collaboration, right? One of the things that fascinates me is the sudden uptake of WeChat. If you're going to do business anywhere in China, you would need WeChat. Why? Because no other platform is going to be open to them. What's scary is I've spent a great amount of time in China before the virus, so you don't have to quarantine me. So I've spent a great amount of time in China, and because they know that I'm a gaijin, I'm a foreigner, somehow they released my cell phone, and I could basically use all the tools that I need, like Facebook, LinkedIn. I could access it even if I'm in the mainland provinces. Because by the time that I entered the airport, they already identified who I am. He's a foreigner. Let him enjoy his time in China. I think he's also going to be an investment partner and so on. So that's basically the rights that that country gives me. But all of these messenger apps right now, my head spins in terms of keeping myself updated with all the messages that go to me. In fact, it's not very weird at this day and age when people will approach you and say, hey, you're not answering. And I would need to ask, answer what? I'm always very attentive to information that's being given to me. They'll say, oh, but I sent you a message in Skype. So I have to open my Skype and look at, oh yeah, this was 2 days ago. There's just so many things that we have to maintain that sometimes it gets lost already because of the absolute volume and the spread in which all of these applications have been presented to. Some of the best Android messaging apps, just for those of you who are not familiar: Adaptable and Data-Lite, WhatsApp Messenger; Simplified Security, Messenger; for professionals and pro memers, Slack. Those of you who are a little bit more technical, you know what I'm talking about. Get your game chat on. This is primarily for the gamers. It's called Discord. Favorite from Asia, Line, especially in Southeast Asia. Hangouts is still alive, apparently, because everyone has Facebook Messenger. In fact, I know a lot of companies within the PSIA community who use this as their productivity tool already. And of course, something that I was so terribly wrong about, Snapchat. When it first came into the market, I told myself, that's gonna die. Why? Because you snap something, you send something, and then immediately after a short period, it's gone. It's gone forever. So I kept on telling my kids, who the hell would want to do that? Apparently, it's worth billions of US dollars now. Because I forgot one thing. I'm no longer the prime market. The millennials, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, are basically the new market. I'm what they refer to as Thundercats, okay? What does that mean? This is just but a fleeting message, and it's gone forever. Apparently, the attention span of the new consumer is also like that. So it's perfectly okay with them. It's a good product value match. So these are all the communication, connectivity, and collaboration tools that are available out in the market. Just a small list of what's out there. So yay, we should be communicating more effectively, right? Apparently, this is the type of scenario that we could see even in the most basic unit, which is family. Again, I keep on repeating this. I've been leading the charge for software, innovation, and technology for the past 6 years. And I have a very strict rule in my house. My wonderful ex-girlfriend is here with me. You still remember the rule? No tech on the table. You've been to my house, ma'am, right? No tech on the table, even for my guests. When we're going to eat, we eat. When we're going to converse, we converse. Because this type of communication and touch point is very rare nowadays. This is what we see. Information dissemination and access. This is the third point that has been adversely affected by technology. I looked at the recent trends in searches. Apparently, there's 500,000 plus searches for Ash Wednesday because it's a big issue right now that Ash Wednesday is going to be suspended primarily because nobody wants to have any human touch points anymore, right? I'm going to dip my finger in ash if I'm the priest, and I'm going to put that cross on your forehead. So there's been this is fairly new trend. This is only February 25. Second is Napoli versus Barcelona. Apparently football is still very, very popular. The third one is about the Lakers, most especially because of the death of Kobe Bryant, Bob Iger, and then CDC. Well, this is the trend of the world. If you're going to put some speculation behind this, people are less concerned about a global pandemic and they're more concerned about Los Angeles Lakers or Bob Iger. So this is technically information dissemination. And apparently, there is just so much crap floating around regarding the virus itself that you don't know what to believe in anymore. I actually follow on a daily basis a website, and I'm not promoting it. I'm not connected to it in any shape, way, or form. But it's called the WuhanVirus.com, which basically gives you, it's a news aggregator. So it basically gives you all the latest news and the most updated numbers in terms of what's happening in the world as far as COVID-19 is concerned. Now, this is going to be a very, very big thing because even the way certain news outfits sensationalize this, from the US, even, it's just absolutely ridiculous. It is serious, but I was telling Arlene a while ago, if I'm going to give an award to somebody, to a country that has the best approach to this issue, I'll probably give it to Singapore. Why? They're so calm, they're so composed. Yes, they have issues as well. Yes, it's taken very seriously, but it's taken from a very mature standpoint. Right? Have you seen how Singapore has basically addressed this? It's very nice. Next one is perception. Who watches Black Mirror on Netflix? You've seen this episode? You've seen this episode, right? When there's this young lady who just puts so much emphasis on her ratings because the ratings have now replaced, technically, in its simplest form, credit rating. So who your friends are and who you're connected with and how they rate you is basically who you are. And apparently, even now, the way we understand ourselves, it's crowdsourced. It's crowdsourced. Especially with the younger generation. It was put into consideration, I have kids. And I could observe how they behave, including their friends. There's just so much emphasis given to, I wonder how he or she thinks about me. And there's just so many issues surrounding this, which also includes, very sad topics like cyberbullying and so on and so forth. You've seen that Australian video about, the more vertically challenged individual that was being bullied. And now there are counter videos that are saying he's actually an 18-year-old comedian that, basically put this together to get anyone's money. We go back to the previous topic. What's real and what's not, right? Remember, they said, there's a lot of issues surrounding US politics and how it has been affected by trolls, specifically coming from Russia. And there has been another story behind that saying, apparently, it was all tested here in the Philippines because we are the best Petri dish. Why? Because there's 104 million of us. The penetration rate here for internet and mobile usage is very high. In fact, there are more mobile phones in the Philippines than there are people, right? It's okay for us to it's acceptable in society for us to carry 2 phones. And I always joke about it. One is for the legal wife, one is for, no, let's not go there. But that's basically where we stand now. And here, we've got perception issues that basically say that we need to validate ourselves through how others perceive us. Isn't that a little immature for all of us? Before, I'm pretty sure we all passed through puberty. We went through this stage. But apparently now, thanks to technology, puberty goes all the way to about 65 years old. Because that's the same exact mindset that people put on the table in terms of how they view themselves. Next. So here's a very sensitive topic. Technology is influencing the ethical and moral values of society. How does it do that? It basically revolves around value. Adding value, removing value, and changing value. Imagine we live at a day and age wherein there is a new job called influencer, right? If you've got X amount of Twitter followers, if you've got X amount of Instagram followers, automatically you've got a job. You're an influencer. And apparently, where it goes is where majority of the people would actually go. And I was dreading this about 6-7 years ago, and I said, chances are this is going to influence politics. Guess what? Fast forward 2020, it does really influence politics. There's just so many people, my American friends would always say, wonder how this happened to us. There are some Filipino friends I also talk to who say, I wonder how this has happened. And lo and behold, social media and technology plays a very, very major role in shaping our opinion. And it's very scary. So, now, what used to be when I grew up was just black or white has this very huge gray area. Why? Because everybody is now very intelligent thanks to technology. So every time there's a boxing match, the entire Philippines becomes boxing commentators, right? Every time there's a political election, everybody becomes a political scientist. And now, what is right or wrong is oftentimes now stopped by it depends. When it comes to the moral core and to our values, there is no such thing as it depends. It is right, it is right, it is wrong, it is wrong. There's a very popular Filipino adage, sa pula o sa puti, which is often used and applied in cockfighting, right? But there used to be no gray area. Now, there are several. It really depends. But this influencer said that that is right, so it must be right. These are the times that we live in, ladies and gentlemen. And it's very challenging. In fact, let's look at this particular video. So unless this comes from a different person, you might probably want to look at me as an anti-technology guy. But apparently, I'm heading probably the biggest industry association that addresses technology. Technology here is not the culprit. Technology is not the criminal. Who we are turning out to be as a society and as a nation is basically being enhanced by technology. So if we're good people, we become better people. For bad people, we become badder. So let me just go through this. Let's go back to basics. What does it really mean for us to be human? What defines our humanity? A particular study states all of these things. The voice, the shoulder, the hand and opposable thumbs, naked, hairless skin. I know some people in the audience are hoping that I was going to use another image. Standing upright and bipedalism. The blushing response, the human brain, religion, and awareness of death. Storytelling animals, just like what I'm doing right now. Biochemical factors, and we are actually the only species that cares about our offspring in our future. These are the things that basically define who we are as human beings. And humans are both unique and paradoxical. What I'm telling people right now, and the gist of my presentation, is simple. Humanity, our humanity gives us a choice. Choice of whether using your technology for the good or for the bad. One of the things, and I think I own the hashtag for this, is tech for good. That has been the flag that I've been waving for the past 4 or 5 years. Because in as much as I went down a very lonely, dreary, dark path a while ago with all the slides that I presented, I've also seen a lot of good come out of technology. One of the programs that I ran last year is called the Philanthropo Program, wherein we've discovered so many talented Filipinos all over the Philippines, and we would want to work in giving them a shot in terms of realizing how brilliant they actually are. So we have the choice of providing heroism, altruism, compassion. During the latest issue with Taal, I was just so floored to actually see our Kapampangan brothers and sisters empathize with the situation of those from Batangas. And Pampanga was the one first pulled the trigger in terms of, we will help you out because we know what you are going through. We know how it is to feel that everything that you have worked hard for is devastated right before your very eyes. That, for me, is humanity. I have kids. My daughter's 21 years old and my son's 20. And just fairly recently, I just told them, you know what? Let's decomplicate our lives. I'm only asking for 2 things from both of you. I'm not asking for good grades. I'm not asking that you become billionaires. I'm only asking for 2 things. One of them is that you become good citizens and members of society, whatever it means to you. The second one, and I think this is the prayer of every parent in this room, is for you to be happy. Just be happy, as long as it is not destructive happiness. Because if you talk to a couple of drug addicts, taking drugs actually makes them happy as well, right? So that's not the type of happiness I'm talking about. Anyone knows what this is? I will provide a very special prize for anyone who could define what this is. A round-trip ticket to Wuhan. Anyone knows what this is? Apparently, as I grow old, I just celebrated my birthday last 8th of February. I'm on this lifelong quest now to actually define and search for happiness. So this is the mathematical equation for happiness. Any mathematicians in the house? You see? Okay, just like me. I'm very good in math also. Apparently, I could not solve this even if my life depended on it. But in plain and simple terms, this is the formula for happiness. Happiness is events less expectations. Do you agree? It's the events that the perception of events in your life less the expectations. So in a nutshell, if you want to oversimplify it, come into life with 0 expectations and you're going to be happy. Technically, that's not how it is. You will still have certain level of expectations. Like when you attended the seminar, you expect that you get something from it. And if you walk away learning something from it, then you're happy. Right? Now, apparently, there's a new formula that was created 2016. So what has changed? For those of you with pornographic, sorry, not pornographic, but for those of you with very, very good memories, technically the top part is the same, but there's this bottom part that got added in. And what has changed from the first formula for happiness? It still events less expectations, but it also involves other people's situation. A little bit complex. Let me explain it. There's a casino on the other side of this facility, correct? If we all went to gamble, and there's 3 of us, if 2 of us would win, and the other person would not win, even though we are so happy for ourselves that we've won, because one of our companions did not win, it sort of depletes the happiness that we feel. Maybe that's not the best analogy, but you get the gist, right? So it also involves other people. In fact, I find my happiness in actually serving, number 1, the people that I really, really care about, which is my family. Second is my nation. As always, I don't hold a government position, but I wear my flag proudly on my left lapel. Always. Heidi, you know this. I've been wearing the flag for how many years now? 12 years. There are only 2 things. This one gives me purpose, and the rosary on my right gives me strength. So these are the only 2 things that I need in order for me to charge the stage effectively. Flag on my left, rosary on my right. What's yours? That's the question. So I will end with a quote from one of my favorite technologies. Technology is nothing. What's important is that you have faith in people, that they're basically good and smart, and if you give them the tools, they'll do wonderful things with them. And with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Have a good morning, and please live technology for good. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for being here, and of course, Sir JDL, you will be receiving your token of appreciation right there from the President and CEO of Limitless. We have Ms. Rhea together with our Program Director, Ms. Riza. Thank you so much, Sir JDL.
Wow. I always enjoy the presentations of Sir JDL. It gives me new insight with regards to technology.
I think it was also mentioned by Ma'am a while back. It was one of the aha moments. Technology is something, but of course the handler of technology is still on the prime.
Yeah, actually, it's still good to be human amid all these digital advancements and amid all the technology. Kasi there's such a thing din as yung big data.
That's correct.
Tapos meron ding Internet of Things. Pati pala yung mga ilaw, the lights that are connected to Wi-Fi nowadays. Even the internet, even in the refrigerator, appliances, they're also connected to Wi-Fi. So you can control them. Diba? So, meron palang analytics with regards to this.
And of course, in the midst of all of these complexities and technological advancements, at the end of the day, we still have to simplify and be attuned with a sense of purpose.
That's right. Kaya I like no gadgets, no tech on the table.
That is also something that is one of the great takeaways from Sir JDL.
But today, we're going to use technology for networking and communication. So we have contests, and there will be prizes to be given away at the end of the day. And we'll be using Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn.
That's correct. And we are giving away earbuds for the prizes for those who are going to join us for this very exciting games. First, for those who are using Instagram, follow our IG account, that is at Limitless Power Coach. Post a selfie, a groovy, or any photo from the PLC 2020 and use the hashtag PLC2020. All you have to do is to tag 5 friends and tag us as well at Limitless Power Coach, and the picture that would gain the most hearts will win an exciting prize.
Ayan, pupusuan mo na ganun.
Pusuan mo siya, partner.
Okay, there's also Facebook, so you can use Facebook as well. You like the page, you type in PLC Philippine Leaders Conference, and then just do the same thing. Post a selfie, groupie, or any photo from PLC 2020 on your page. Use the hashtag PLC 2020 and tag 5 friends. And the picture that would gain the most likes will win the prize.
This time we have the most likes for Facebook, and for LinkedIn, from your profile, click more and choose Give Kudos, select any award, then click next or post a selfie, a groupie, or any photo from the PLC 2020 and use the hashtag PLC 2020. Choose visible to anyone, and the picture that would gain the most claps will win another exciting prize. Yung earbuds na pamimigay natin maya-maya lang.
Yeah. And just to make it clear, I was told that for each app, there will be a prize. Tama? So there's a prize for Instagram, there's a prize for Facebook, and there's a prize for LinkedIn.
Most number of hearts, most likes, and the most number of claps. And in a little while, later on, we shall also have the speed networking. For those with phones na meron na po QR code scanner.
Kaya I got this sample on the table. There are QR codes on the tables. So if you want to join the speed networking in a while, you register through the QR code. If you have a reader on your phone, you use it. And if you're going to have a hard time using the QR code, you just approach our information, yung desk dito sa main registration area. Alright?
And of course, we would like to thank our sponsors for making the second Philippine Leaders Conference Power of Communication possible for all of us. We would like to thank Papa Cos, ADM and Godfather, Lemon Square, Limitless Power Coach, World of Work Recruitment Specialist, Tessa's Grill and Roaster, Dampa sa Tarlac, and Houseland. And not to forget, Multisys. And talking about Multisys,
yeah, Multisys will have a short presentation for all of us. Are they ready now? Okay. We have or from the executive staff, we have Mr. Angelo or Angelo Ian David Garon.
a big hand, please. Again, we would like to invite everyone to join us for the speed networking. All you have to do is to approach any of our staff from the Secretariat for the QR code scanner. For those who already have them downloaded on your phones, you can actually use them now because you have your sheets on your tables.
Multisys Technologies Corporation is your one-stop system provider. We do advanced systems research and development, focused on evolving assets of IT systems, platforms, and software solutions. We show integrated set of programs and solutions that drive businesses nowadays. Backed by our R&D team, we are able to customize solutions according to your business requirements with speed, accuracy, and efficiency. In our efforts to help Filipinos' way of life through digital innovations and transformation, we partnered with IT companies, system contractors, government agencies, big conglomerates, small and medium enterprises, and tech startups as well. We go above and beyond partnerships. It's a teamwork, and we make sure that your business and ours grow together. We find success in every collaboration and establish meaningful connections. That's why we want to partner with you. Here at Multisys, we empower your business. software company. So instead of you talking to too many integrators, you'll be able to come up with a centralized and automated way of doing it. So we have a team that really move like one. So they are really united. So instead of one programmer, one system approach, I think multiple programmers joining force together, they can collaborate easily. We have speed, we have accuracy, we have efficiency. I think that's the secret of the growth is why companies love to work with us. It will be faster for them, it will be more efficient to develop and deploy a certain system. Right now we have more than 70 programmers, and most of them they are full stack developers. They have like 5 positions in one person. They are a designer, they are a coder or programmer, they are a systems analyst, they are a quality control expert, and they are a UI and UX expert as well. That skill is not easy to really somehow have in one program. Multisys can really customize the system. We can customize it according to their needs, design for their own and existing process flows. Priority of Multisys is to elevate the lifestyle of every Filipino by delivering automated integrated systems to make sure that we can fast track the operation, processes. I think it's all about how fast can you deliver a certain technology. Speed matters nowadays. Sabi nga sa Tagalog, hindi maaga, masipag. That's why we develop futuristic systems. What we do is that we predict the future, we develop, and then the moment that we are partnered with a certain entity, we're able to show them a live system. It's not a PowerPoint presentation. It will be a prototype, it will be a working system. So this will give them an idea how to solve problems, will give them an idea to expedite their processes. So not only showing them a vision, but showing them a solution already. We develop end-to-end solutions for 8 industries now, and we would like to automate other industries as well. Currently, we have an end-to-end solution for information technology businesses, ERPs. We have e-government solutions, healthcare, an end-to-end solution for utility, whether you are an electric company, a water utility company, a telco, or a cable utility company. We do also retail, hospitality, academia, and of course, the new one is the banking and finance. Here at Multisys, we empower your business.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Are you guys still awake? Hi, I'm Angelo. I am the business executive of Multisys Technologies Corporation, and we would like to thank Limitless Power Coach for inviting us today. Before I start, can I have everyone raise their right hand? And then can you tap the person next to you, sabihin mo, ang ganda mo or ang guwapa mo yung araw na ito. Malago at masanti ka. As can we raise our left hand naman? And then can you tap the person next to you, tapos sabihin mo sa kanila, sinungaling ka talaga. I'm just kidding. So to start, is this working? Multisys is a powered by company. I know you haven't heard of Multisys before, but I'm pretty sure you've used our system in your everyday lives. And what do we say about empowered by company? Our approach is very agnostic. Even though we are 45% owned by the PLDT Group, in 2018, PLDT bought us out for 2.5 billion pesos, capital investment of 45% in our company. But we're still empowered by company. We take the Intel Inside approach. Because if you go to Apple, if you buy Asus, if you buy HP, they're all powered by Intel. And that's how we do it here in Multisys. Even though we empower the PLDT Group, we're still empowering the Globe, we're still empowering ABS-CBN, we're still empowering Ministop and 7-Eleven. Because we always think like the Romans. You know, the Romans created the Colosseum, right? And then, how they did it is they have different gladiators fighting that Colosseum. What they do is just give those gladiators the weapons to fight each other. And that's what we do here in Multisys. We have different partnerships with different companies. We just give them the power and the weapons to fight each other and compete with each other inside the realm of the competition that we created. And then here at Multisys, This is why our other companies love to work with us, because we have the speed, we have the efficiency, and we have the security. Multisys is the #1 leading R&D company right now in the Philippines. For some companies, it will take them 2 to 3 years to develop an ERP. It will take them a year to develop a certain system. Here at Multisys, we can develop a system for 2 to 3 months. An ERP can only take us 6 months. That's why companies love to work with us. And we are very efficient because we try to predict the future. And once we predicted the future, we already create that viable solution that will help our partners and clients to empower their businesses. And once it's already created and the time comes that they need that system, it's already there. We're not showing them a PowerPoint presentation, we're not showing them a vision, but it's already a ready solution for them. It's for them to take that out. Moving forward, let me just show you our office. This is our main office in Parañaque. This is a 1.5 hectare compound. We tried to recreate a Google type of community here. If you can see, our age group is very young. This is a 1.5 hectare compound. We actually live here and stay here for free. We eat here for free. We have free coffee. We just text the maintenance and we get free coffee. We have a gym here. We have free haircuts, manicure, pedicure, foot spa, facial, hot oil treatment. We have a gym. So pretty much it's a house already. Because what we try to do here in Multisys is we try to create a family. We're not really a corporation. We don't really consider ourselves as a company. But our last name is already Multisys. Because that's the thing that we have to infuse right now in this certain time and age. It's that collaborative family effort where everyone just collaborates and create that vision to fulfill your mission as a company. Actually, I stay here for free. I have my own room here. And it's just a big, big family. I think we're the only company right now in the Philippines that does this right now. Moving forward. Multisys is a system provider. Because what we try to do here in Multisys is create different products, and those products serves as Lego blocks on what we do. For example, a company needs this HR system. It's already there, it's already created, and we just pull those pieces up and create that system for them. So every system and platform that we give to our customers is a customized and tailor-fitted system for them. It follows their own business process, and it's a full suite where they can use it in the whole spectrum of their business processes. Here at Multisys, we have about 300 IT experts. 80 people from there those are full stack developers. This guy, one of our developers, is considered as 5 guys outside of the company. We have a 1,500 workforce nationwide. We do different solutions, and we're actually expanding to the region. We're being present right now in Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, and Indonesia. We're the only IT company 100% Filipino that's already extending our reach into the region and really making a step forward into bringing something and for the Filipinos and bringing up the name of the Filipinos in the IT industry. We are the leading R&D company right now in the Philippines. Last year, we were awarded as the best IT company by the Asia CEO. We are a tech industry disruptor because we try to destroy the idea of being a tech company that you have to burn a lot of money before you can earn money. Here, we don't burn money, we just earn money. And our average age group is 25 years old. We're a very millennial company. As you can see, I'm just 25 years old, and we're already making an impact in the industry. That's why sometimes if we're in a meeting with the CEOs, CIOs, they won't believe that we are already executives because, we're just 25 years old. So it's just a very, very fun environment to work at. And that's something we have to recreate right now in our companies and the industries we're present at. And then if you can see there, it was 2,000 clients. Right now we have about 2,000 clients. We serve the biggest conglomerates right now in the Philippines. We have, of course, we have the MVP Group. We work with the Lucio Tan Group. We have the Alex Tan Group. We have the Gokong Wei Group. We have the SM Conglomerate. The Villar Group is one of our biggest customers or clients right now as well. Here at Multisys, we do create end-to-end solutions for 8 industries. First is the IT industry. Of course, we are an IT company, so we have to do IT stuff. We have to create platforms. But the good thing about that is, even though you work with other IT companies, the mere fact that they create a system for you, it's actually created by us most of the time. Because some IT companies use us as a contractor to provide solutions for other companies. So if you work with other IT companies out there, you're actually working with us. Because here at Multisys, we don't show ourselves or brand ourselves. That's why you haven't heard of us. What we try to do is we live in the shadows, we just empower the business, and from there, we just earn money. And then for government offices as well, we have about 17 government agencies partnered with us as well that we are empowering. We have bidders and contractors fronting for us because we don't front ourselves. We have utility companies such as Meralco, Prime Water, Maynilad, and so on and so forth. We have healthcare. We have retail. We have academe. We actually empower De La Salle. We have solutions for UE. And then one thing what we did in Kawayan City High School down in Isabela is the IoT, where the students will have their card. This card serves as their ATM as well. And then when they go to the school, if they go to the school, they're just gonna tap their card and then manonotify na po yung parent na pumasok na yung anak niya sa school. And then pag pumasok siya, itatap lang niya ulit yung, kung lalabas siya, tatap lang niya ulit yung card niya dun sa turnstile and manonotify na yung parent na nakalabas na sa school. Kaya hindi na nakakatakas pa yung mga bata ngayon dun, hindi na sila nakakapag-take kasi alam na kung anong oras sila lumabas sa school nila. And then we have hospitality, and then the next one is banking and finance. This is actually the newest one what we're doing right now. Multisys is comprised of 3 solutions. Of course, we have the e-commerce industry. We are actually the aggregators of all e-commerce industry right now in the Philippines. We're actually the e-commerce industry in the Philippines. We have about 5 gateways that goes to us. This is Buy It Center, Dragon Pay, EasyPay, Pondo Pay. Actually, we are partnered with different pays as well. Of all the pays in the Philippines, they're actually riding to our system. And we have about 45,000 payment channels right now scattered all over the Philippines. So if you go to 7-Eleven, Ministop, SM, Robinsons, Pera Padala, Cebuana Loan here, and you use the bills payment there, that's actually us. And then we have e-business solutions. We are partnered with different conglomerates, and we do direct contractings for smaller corporations as well. This is where we create solutions for them. And the last one is e-government. This is where we partnered with different government agencies and provide solutions for them. This is Multisys. This is some of our clients right now. Of course, we have the biggest banks in the Philippines. We have SM and Robinsons. We have To Go, LBC. We have Waltermar, Pera Padala, Verahub, Western Europe. Philpost is actually our pilot program. They're doing this digital innovation right now where you can do everything in Philpost. It's like the concept in the US. If you go to the Philpost, you can already apply for your passport, your driver's license, and other government-issued IDs that we're providing right now. We have Ministop, 7-Eleven, and so on and so forth. As you can see here, our approach is very agnostic. We create the competition for the companies. We just give them the solutions, the viable products for them to, compete with each other. And these are the 17 government agencies that we're actually servicing and creating solutions from. So if you take your NBI clearance, that's actually us. If you go to DFA, if you use the e-pass, that's actually us. PSA, PNP, Marina, FEO, if you want to register your gun, it's actually created by us as well. MMDA, kung nahuli po kayo, kami po yun. DOLE, POEA, National Security. I cannot disclose what we do with National Security, but we are the cybersecurity part of the Philippines right now. DTI, SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, TIAZA, and National Housing Loans. I'm just scanning through this because I already have 15 minutes. These are the different platforms that we have. This is the Lego blocks that we create and serve to our clients. As I said earlier, this Lego blocks is just the functionalities that you will need in a certain system, and we try to custom fit and tailor fit it to the business process that you have existing. And then moving forward, This is how we do. I know this is a leadership company. This is a leadership conference. So let me just share to you what we do to deal with millennials. I know most of the companies right now has millennials, and I know the statistics is like by 2050, the world will be run by millennials already. So this is the challenge in how we deal with millennials, how we do push them to be productive, how do we give them purpose. First of all, you have to create real connections. Here in Multisys, we don't have set hours that we work at. We can go to the office, work for 1 hour, and we can be done the whole day. We can work from 9 to 4 a.m. We can work from 7 a.m. to 5 a.m. So it's up to us and how we handle our time. It's up to us and how we be productive. And that's what we try to do in Multisys, is to give them a real connection. Because we're just like a one big family that, they work with each other. Because if you have to think with the IT or a programmer's mind, they're very introvert. They don't want to talk with anyone. They just want to have their own single space where they were cradled at and stay there and do their work. But what we try to do here in Multisys is to invite them to be collaborative. We invite them to invest their time and emotions with the people beside them. Because the more people you put on your shoulders, the more people you invite into your work, invite in helping you proceed with your vision, it's the bigger, you will become bigger and stronger as a person. And that's what we try to do here in Multisys, because we try to destroy their idea of being an introvert and create a space for them where they can excel as a team. And then we create a real sense of purpose. We don't give them any quotas, we don't give them any pressure, we just allow them to create that sense of responsibility as a person. What we try to do here is just to tell them, this is your deliverables, this is what you can do. And then it's up to them how creative they are to fulfill that purpose. And moving forward, life coaching. Actually, our company is very unique because our CEO is actually a pastor, and then we have a church in our office. And then what we try to do here is we always give them counseling. Every day we do stand-up meetings and we just talk to our guys. So how are you? How you been? How's work? And then try to share our ideas, collaborate, make them feel that they really belong to this family. And then of course brotherhood. We're 25 years old. Every one of us has the same hobbies and likes. We're all computer nerds inside the company. So it's just a matter of how we go together as one big family. Of course, we provide them a path to grow. We always give them something, some seminars. We give them, trainings, and we really invest in our people because these guys, they're good. They're really, really good in their industry and how they work. But these guys still have a lot of things to learn. And of course, technology evolves every month. So you always have to equip them. You always have to give them a sense of urgency that what they know is not enough, but you have to give them that urgency to really grow as a professional and how to grow as an IT individual. And lastly, the excitement. We always have this hackathons. This is how we invite other programmers as well. It's the sense of excitement where we give them a prize pool. For example, hack our system. We'll give you 100,000 pesos whoever hacks the system. What we do is we give them a hackathon, we group them with each other, and then say, create a viable product for this one, create the system, and then whoever creates it will give them 1 million pesos. And then excitement, we have, our offices is actually available for every programmer. Because programmers, they don't have a workspace at, of course, pretty much they work at home, coffee shops, so on and so forth. And then we open up our doors to them, give them a space to work at, and then our programmers talk to them, tell them some ideas, collaborate with them, and then if they're growing as a programmer already, we compensate them even though they don't work for our company. And moving forward, that's Multisys. I hope I shared some things to you. And here at Multisys, we empower your businesses. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was Mr. Duran from Multisys. Thank you for being here with us and giving us a glimpse of your company. Again, again, we're still right here at the Second Philippine Leaders Conference, The Power of Communication.
Okay, in just a while we'll be having our speed networking program also. We're just preparing the space over there for those who will be joining the speed networking. And we'll be having some changes in the program as well. Instead of moving on with leading workforce to IT optimization, we'll move forward to keeping on top of change of management challenges and opportunities. All right?
That's correct. And again, we would like to plug our game mechanics. I think we have had a number of those who are joining us for the Facebook contest. But then again, we're still inviting one and all to join us for the game on Instagram. Follow our IG account at Limitless Power Coach. Post a selfie group here, any photo from the PLC 2020, and use the hashtag PLC 2020. Tag 5 of your friends and tag us as well. And the picture that would give the most hearts will win an exciting prize. For those who are using LinkedIn, from your profile, click more and choose Give Kudos. You, of course, post your selfie group, your photo, and use hashtag PLC 2020. Choose visible to anyone, and the picture that would gain the most claps will win an ear pod towards the end of the program.
And by hopefully after the end of our next speaker or presentation, we'll have our lunch as well as the speed networking. All right, so I guess we can proceed with our next presentation.
Kindly do the honors.
Thank you. So we move on with keeping on top of change of management challenges and opportunities. Our next speaker is the former Vice President for Human Resources and Corporate Communications for the Hinduha Global Solutions Limited Philippines, former Head of Human Resources, Cognizant, also former Vice President of Human Resources, EXL Service Philippines. She's also the HR consultant for PayPal Philippines Incorporated. She has 30 plus years of experience in HR and industrial relations from the academe, manufacturing, semiconductor, agribusiness, and IT BPM industries. Currently, she is the President and CEO for the Center for Research, Education, Solutions, and Training, or CREST Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Ms. Vida Arcia.
Hello! My, those are the sounds of hunger. No. So, when was your last meal? This morning. Okay, so you had your breakfast, you had your AM snacks? Did you have? Okay, and yeah, it's really difficult when you stand in between, the lunch and people are already hungry. Okay, but I think I'll do justice to that. Okay, so I'm also very glad that I'm saving a very dear person. Yeah, the next speaker supposedly is my kuya. Yeah, I call him Kuya Mon. And he's not only a brother in the industry, but also a brother in the family. Yeah, because he's married to my cousin. So he's on the way, and yeah, I'm taking his slot. And he'll be taking my slot, supposedly after lunch. So it does really well when you are early. Okay, so yeah, my introduction is really much more about my professional side. So you've heard 30 plus years of experience, and that means that I'm not very young. Yeah, I would say that I'm old enough. Okay, so this is not my first time here at PLC. The Philippine Leaders Conference last year, which is our first ever. Who were the ones who were here last year? Can I see some hands? So hi po ulit. Yeah, this is my second time together with Mr. Jonathan Del Zuriaga and myself. Yeah, so coming here again is a great honor and a privilege. So my topic last year actually is a very interesting one, but I think I have a more interesting topic today. Yeah, last year, the topic assigned to me was how do we manage the millennial workforce so that they become productive and successful? So that's being young and millennial. And that is not about discriminating the not so young, okay? I think that we are often mistaken or committing the mistake of labeling the millennials. Yeah, we label them. We assume too much about them. And when we do that, we mislead the organization. Okay, so this time around, I come to talk about keeping on top of change management. Okay, so change, as we say, is the only thing constant. Yeah, you agree with that, right? It's not only in the books. It's real. Yeah, so if we're not changing as a person, as an organization, we don't really have the right to survive. Yeah, that's what they say. If you're a business, you don't change, you will soon fall down. Okay? Yeah, they say that. But we've seen a lot of organizations that are not seemingly changing. But maybe there are changes that are happening unconsciously. Okay, so it's a given. Change is the only thing constant. We have to deal with it. So it's really very important that we will know how to deal and cope with change. Okay, so I always say this in the articles that I write. Coping with change is a thing of the past. If you say, I'll cope with it, it's not a good idea. If you say, I'll fight the change, maybe it's a more aggressive idea. But right now, the best thing to say is, we will create that change. Yeah, not encounter it, come across it, and be swept by it. We can create the change that we want to happen. Okay. So, before I click on the next slide, I'll just add about myself a little bit more. Not too long, but just for you to really connect with me. Okay, 30 plus years of experience in the HR practice and corporate communications is a lot. Okay, it's a lot of hard work. The journey is not easy, especially for a very poor girl from the province. Yeah, I'm known to be the Sampaguita girl from Pangasinan. The Sampaguita girl, nagtitinda po ng Sampaguita. And how did I go through my journey to become an HR leader? Went through all my education with scholarships. It's really hard work. Okay? But we always hear also that working hard is good, but working smart is a different story. So working hard and smart, okay, so here I am now. Yeah, you can actually research about me. Yeah, during this month alone, this is my 4th speaking engagement. Yeah, not that that is really my business, but I think when people come to know people like me or us, yeah, they want to pull you because they want to inspire a lot of people. People who are losing hope, people who can't cope with change, people who cannot find themselves and are lost. If you want a career counselor, if you want a trainer, a teacher, a leader, a mentor, please approach us. So I'm now the president and CEO of CREST. It's called Center for Research, Education, Solutions, and Training. It's outside my 30 plus years of experience as an employee. This is now my own business. I have 6 people. That's how young we are, that's how small we are. But we can serve a lot of organizations. Okay, so enough of the plugging. Yeah, I will talk about change management. So who or what gives me the right to talk about change management? So I've come from different industries and sectors. I've come from the academe, I've come from manufacturing, semiconductor, electronics, agribusiness industry, and the last 15 years of my career were devoted to the IT BPM sector. So yun po tinatawag yung contact centers, call centers. Hindi po kami organisasyon ng mga call boys at call girls, but we are contact centers. We provide solutions, okay? So, the last 15 years of my life is spent on the IT BPM sector, gave me a lot of overview, experience, and exposure to global organizations. So that is one trigger of change management po. Nowadays, we can find companies that are local, but sooner than later, they become global. Why? Because there's globalization. We have to cope with globalization. We cannot be a company that's independent and not doing global things, because the business environment is global in itself. So let me go to my topic. Okay, so I call this a learning session. Okay, it's not a speech, it's not a presentation. In fact, I just have a few slides. So these are my talking points. The slides are just my talking points, but we will be more interactive with one another. So, in this short span of time that I'll be connecting with you while I'm here, these are the objectives that we want to meet. Okay, not fully, but maybe partially, but substantially. Okay, review change management models and frameworks. Okay, so I chose a few models to share with you. How do we deal with change? How do we process change in our own organizations, in our own lives? So I chose about 3, I think, and then I will offer you my own model as well. Okay? So, revisit our own respective journeys in the change management process. We will not stand up here one by one sharing our individual experiences, but maybe right in your seats, you can assess whether you are in this stage of change or that stage of change. But it's really important for us to understand where we are right now and where we want to go. Okay? So it is important. Nasaan tayo ngayon? Where are we right now? And where we want to go? Because we have to draw a roadmap. Okay? However, this is not the session where we will draw roadmaps. We can do that in your own time. Okay? But that is really the model of change management. Where we are, where we want to go, and that gap is supposed to be that roadmap that you are supposed to design for your own self. Okay? Next bullet point, assess where we are and where we want to go. Recognize our challenges and opportunities as change leaders or agents. Okay, so by saying that, let me just have a show of hands who are currently leaders in their own companies. Of course, this is a leader conference, but I just want to see the hands, please. So who are leaders in their companies? Okay, so the others are followers maybe, or aspiring or emerging leaders. That's okay, that's okay. And lastly, make change happen in the right way and make it work for us. Okay, because it can't be just change for the sake of change. Meron naman pong change na hindi kailangan. There are changes that are not necessary. Why will we do them? Okay, so yun po ang ating objectives in this session. Okay, so why change? As I said earlier, change is inevitable. Change will drive growth for business and people. Dapat po ganun yung objective niya. If it is not designed to grow people and businesses, why will we do it? Okay, next, change will create opportunities. Change will help us become better leaders, and change will make the world a better place. So why will we change if we will just make it a worse place to live in? It should be the other way around. We should always envision to make our world a better place. Okay, so this is Cutter's an 8-step change model. Okay, let me stay on the side. Okay, you can Google this actually, and I promise that I'll share the deck with you. Okay, para hindi po sayang yung mga film. Okay, yeah, so step 1, create urgency. Yeah, there should be that urgent need to create a change. Form a powerful coalition. Why coalition? Because no one leader in an organization can conceive and effect that change by himself. Yeah? We have to sell it to others, form that group that will implement that change, and that so-called resistance to change should be fought, right? Okay. Next, create a vision for change. Dapat po may vision tayo. Okay, so organizations that have written their vision many years ago, we ought to revisit the vision also. especially if we want to undergo some changes. Why? Maybe because we have to reiterate that vision or even revisit or change. Can it be changed? Of course. Okay, the company is changing also. The vision should also be evolving. Okay, next, communicate the vision. Importante po yung mai-communicate natin. We cannot effect any change process or any change initiative if we don't communicate. So in our own organizations, I've been through many industries. Marami pong pagkakasala ang leaders. Okay, yung pong change, config. Nakaranas na po ba kayo na ganon? Mayroong top secret. Hindi po pwedeng i-share. So, paano po natin siya gagawin kung hindi po natin i-share? Okay? Especially to the people who will be affected by that change. Right? So, I've encountered companies with unions, for example. And management would want to get rid of the unions. So, what do? They create companies with different names. Yeah? They create groups or positions that will not be covered with the unions. Okay? So, iba-iba pong diskarte. Hindi tinutumbok yung ano yung gustong gawin talaga. Diba? Okay. Other companies, by the way, they don't have unions, but they want to have unions. So, that's a different story, right? Have you heard companies that want unions? Well, very few will like to have that. But, to tell you the truth, if you're a leader, and if you have 10,000 people, you cannot talk to 10,000 people, right? So if you have 100 officers representing the 10,000, you empower them, educate them, connect with them so that they represent their members, then you create a coalition, right? Para po yung objectives ng organization pwedeng ma-meet. Okay? So, those are just examples. I'm not really a union specialist. Yeah, but, yeah, I have dealt with them for so many years also. Okay? Empower action. Okay, how do you do that? Of course, when we have communicated the change, then we should be able to explain to people so that they know what to do next. Okay? Next, create quick wins. What are quick wins? Okay, for example, meron po tayong change concept or initiative. I-celebrate po natin yan. New plan. There's a new equipment. Kahit simpleng blessing lang po yan. Then you gather all your people, announce it on social media. I-communicate po natin yun. Huwag po tayong tahimik. Because silence is not very well appreciated. If we are silent about any change process, our people will doubt us about our intentions. Okay? Build on the change. Okay, so you keep on capitalizing and then make it stick. What learnings do we get from the change process? Then always reiterate that to our people so that they remember it. Okay, so that's just one model of change. Okay, so of course that's not mine, that's Cutler's. Okay, number 2, this is also a researched framework. Okay, so there are 4 quadrants saying, okay, we should build a case for change. So hindi pwedeng ini-invento lang po yung change. Okay, for example, the bosses tell us, I want savings on manpower. So, okay, create tayo ng change. Mag-reorg, mag-restructure, mag-outsource. Okay, just to save on headcount. But you didn't really study it. No feasibility study, no survey, no needs assessment, walang re-engineering, walang job audit. How can we make that change? We cannot. Okay, so there should be a case to build on the change. Okay, the what, the why, and the when is important. Executive sponsorship is very important. Okay, what do we mean by executive sponsorship? Dapat po, yung change initiative, meron po tayong kakampi sa MANGOM, sa board, tipong ganon. Okay, for example, who are in HR here? Okay, can I see some hands? HR. Naku, lagi po kaming biktima. Why? Okay, management would always assign this task to us, this role. Vida, we need to implement this. So, create a memo, create an action plan, but I don't know where this came from, boss. So how will I communicate it? So it's important for the top leaders to create that buy-in from me. Okay? I have to believe in that change so that I do my job well, right? If I am a good HR person. But if I'm just a yes person, then I will just say, yes boss, yes ma'am, because I want to keep my job, right? And that job being given to me is to ask people in different departments. So you see, a lot of people like me will just do what the boss is saying. So you cause lives to suffer, families to suffer. It's very, very critical to be in this role as an HR head. Yeah. So if you can still sleep after creating some changes in your company, then maybe you've done some things right. But if you cannot sleep, you become stressed, maybe you have done some things wrong. So it is very important to assess and reflect, okay? So the other one, yeah, we should have role models. Okay, pilots or in action, etc. Essentially, what I just want to say here is that the change initiative that we are doing, or we are about to do, usually some other companies have already done it in the past. So there's nothing wrong with doing some research, interviewing, okay, asking people how they did that. Because we don't always have to reinvent the wheel. We don't always have to start from scratch. It's good to be original, right? But it doesn't say we cannot copy or we cannot mimic. Okay? But if we copy, not copy 100%. Because the other company that did that is really different from your own company. So you should have your own discarte, okay, strategy, right? Okay, and then the third quadrant, behavioral change, focus, simulation, etc. It is not only the mind that we are targeting when we are selling and implementing change. It's really the behavior, okay? So the behavior, we cannot attempt to address the behavior if we haven't explained anything. So build awareness, ensure that we have shared knowledge before we even target to change any behavior. Okay, we cannot be too ambitious to say, I'll change your behavior, especially if you have a multi-generation workplace. Multi-generation, meaning we have the baby boomers there, we have the millennials, we have the what other generations there, and there will be factions because they have different mindsets and behaviors. Okay? So we just heard the young gentleman earlier, yeah? Millennials, sabi niya. Pag hindi po nagkaintindihan yung millennials saka yung millennials dati, o yung phillennials, magkakagulo po talaga. Okay? So I think in their own organization, Multisis, I think they have managed that majority talaga millennials, di ba? But that is very ideal. Why? They're very new. So when you are new, you can hire the people that you want. But we are also employees of old organizations, right? I'm not saying that we are old. The organizations are old. Like you join companies that are 100 years in existence, 75 years. So natural po, meron dong mga tenured guys, tenured folks, tapos papasok na yung mga bata, meron din mga medyo middle-aged o nag-midlife crisis, nag-halo-halo po silang lahat doon. So if we don't understand them all, we cannot have one strategy that will work for everyone. Okay? And then, of course, last, reinforcement. Okay, what are the success measures of any change initiative? Siyempre po, meron siyang KPIs. Okay? Continuous training, incentives. What usually would the top management ask from us kung talagang successful po ang change na yan? Siyempre, hindi pa rin po mawawala. It's still the bottom line. Okay? Before and after the change, they will compare whether mas malaki ba ang revenues ngayon at profit than before. Okay? So, hindi natin pwedeng sabihin lang na people are happier nowadays. Tapos, 5 years ago, hindi po sila masyadong happy. Hindi po yan ibabay ng ating mga stakeholders, right? We have to measure the outcomes. Okay. So that again is that is another change model that's not mine, but I chose it because it's relevant. Okay. The third, Levin's change model. Very important din po ito kasi yung dalawa kanina is step by step. Ito naman, it talks about just 3 stages of the change process. Unfreeze, okay, unfreeze, change, and then refreeze. Okay, kumbaga, sa totoong buhay, kailangan po meron tayong endings bago tayo mag-introduce ng beginnings. Yan lang po ibig sabihin. I can give a very good analogy. Yung mga relasyon, di po ba? We cannot go to another relationship pag hindi po tinapos yung nakaraang relationship. Right? Tama po ba yun? Nakaka-relate tayo? O, kasi po, di ba disaster mangyayari? Pag hindi pa tapos yung relasyon, pumasok po tayo sa isa pang relasyon, disaster. Ganyan din po sa organizations, right? Okay? Nag-introduce kayo ng change, hindi pa nga tapos yung project mo last year. Automation, sabi nyo, last year. Hindi kayo nasayahan, dami-dami yung pera. Bumili na naman kayo ng kung ano-anong human capital, experience, platform. Hindi pa nga natapos yung isa. Hindi nyo pa na-assess. Tapos biglang naalala ng boss, whatever happened to that payroll system we bought 3 years ago? Hindi na po siya umaandar eh. Di ba? Ganun lang. Sayang, nagtapon tayo ng pera. Di ba? Okay. So, the next model. This one is really a good one that I want to share with you. McKinsey model. Okay? So, sa center po, may shared values. Huwag po natin nakakalimutan na may shared values tayo in the organization. Okay, we talk about strategy, system, structure, skills, the staff that are involved, the style. But the thing that binds all those together is shared values. Okay, so I will not explain further because it seems to be self-explanatory naman po. Okay? And these are theories and concepts of other writers and authors, so you can actually Google them. Para tayong estudyante po, nag-aaral tayo ulit. Okay. And now, the next slide. This is Vida Arciaga's model of change management. Okay? So does that make you happy also? Na yung lahat po ng author kanina, mga theories, lahat po yun, they're foreigners. Cutler, Lewin, di ba? McKinsey. This is Vida Arciaga po. Kababayan nyo. Kaharap nyo pa. Di po ba? So, what are theories again and concepts? These are our attempts and ways to explain the phenomena around us. Yun lang po yung ibig sabihin. Kaya po pag nagtitesis tayo, di ba? We are required to present some conceptual frameworks, theoretical frameworks, and we need to test them. Whether they are true, they are valid, right? Okay, so para po tayo magtitesis ngayon. Dami natin topic, no? Okay, so this is my model. At the very center, I put purpose. Okay, the why. Why change? Bakit tayo magbabago? For example, ba't tayo mag-automate? Kasi ginagawa yan ng kabilang planta. So dapat gawin din natin, di ba? Ang galing na sagot, no? Parang manggagaya talaga, no? But maybe that is not necessary for us. Okay? Nag-automate ng payroll. Okay, of course, automation of payroll is really very critical. Why? To avoid disputes, to avoid errors, right? To ensure speed. So that our people will not go through the nitty-gritty every day. They have other time for other tasks. You can develop them. But for example, it's in my case, a very young company, I have 6 people. Ay naku, tutuktukan ko kayo pag sinabi niyo mag-automate ako. Okay? Hindi niyo ako mabibentahan yung automation ng payroll na yan. Kasi hindi isa-isa ko pa ngayon yung payroll ng tao ko. Dila, 6 pa lang sila. Right? So, if you have 10,000, 100 maybe, yes, please, entertain the payroll service providers. Right? But others, I think they're they are misled when they even think about automating payroll. Kasi po, pag tinanong mo sila, why? Why are you doing that? Ang sagot po nila agad sa akin, yung mga nagko-consult, kasi Vita, may 3 kong taong gumagawa niyang payroll. gusto kong gawin isa na lang. Okay? Nakarinig na ba kayo ng gano'ng examples? No? Dalawa kasi sila, gusto ko isa na lang. Aba, okay kayo ha, sabi ko. Okay, so wala akong karapatang magkasakit tong isang to. Di ba ganun yung tanong ngayon? Susunod, no? At saka, day in, day out, ito pong isang empleyado na to, kasi syempre kung tatlo yan, di ba tatanggalin mo yung dalawa? Yung nag-iisang matitira, day in, day out, routine talaga yung task niya. Kung hindi po yan mababaliw, ma-all need, magiging masungit, ewan ko lang kung ano pa ibang mangyayari sa kanya, di ba? So how can you grow that person to become a future HR leader when what that person knows is just about timekeeping? Di ba? Computing overtime, wala na po mangyari sa kanya. Okay? So, the purpose is very important. Okay? So, I'll give you another example of a purpose. Okay? So, pinili tayo ng isang company. Okay? For example, I don't wanna use multisys, but kasi narinig nyo naman na sila kanina. Okay. Itong malalaking companies like Convergys, di ba? BPO. Or let's think about a bank. Okay, Banco. Okay. Dati po, di ba may Far East Bank pa? Sino po yung mga kaedad ko? Yung mga naabutan pa rin ng Far East Bank. Okay, Far East Bank. Okay, yes. And then, nabili siya ng ibang bangko, right? Which bank is that? Who bought them? BPI, di po ba? Okay, so, ano po ngayon ang purpose nung nawawala ko slide? Okay, yun. Okay, so the purpose is to merge two big organizations, okay, and align the culture. Maybe that is a good way of stating the purpose, right? Okay, and before you do that, may mga kailangan tayo i-consider dyan. Okay, Far East Bank, meron po silang employee council. Okay, paternalistic, di ba? Malaki din po siya. Okay? Si BPI naman, meron po siyang union. Yan. So, pag pinagsama yan together, paano po kaya yung mangyayari, di ba? Ano yan? Chaos. Pag hindi po maayos ang change management consultants, magulo po yan. Why? Kasi nakabiling bangko may union, di ba? So, ngayon, ang question, pag inabsorb po ba natin yung mga taga-Far East Bank, carry over po ba yung tenure nila? O babayaran po ba sila? So that when they start with BPI, start from zero sila. Okay. Kung start from zero sila, aampunin po ba sila ng union? May karapatan ba sila mag-union ng hiwalay? O sasali po sila dun sa existing union? Di ba? Ang dami pong tanong. Okay. So there is really a need to do a lot of assessment. Hindi lang po yung pinagsama lang ang kapital ng dalawang bangko para sila maging malaki. Right? Okay. So, that's another grand example of a change initiative. Okay, so purpose is very important. On top of the purpose, nilagay ko po dyan yung leadership. Medyo bumaba lang yung IP. Okay. Leadership is very important. Why? Change management and process cannot happen by themselves. Hindi po siya pwedeng patakbuhin ng mga rank and file, ng mga staff, okay? Dapat po yung namumuno talaga sa organization, ang mastermind, at sila din po ang accountable, right? Okay, so leadership is important. Okay, and then on the left side, I put their inputs. What are examples of inputs? Resources, technology, kailangan po ba natin ng consultants, kailangan po ba natin bumili ng bagong makina, softwares, system, etc. Okay? And then on the right, desired outcomes. What do we desire to achieve or fulfill? Siyempre po, di ba? Greater income, greater profits, okay? Increase the morale of people, okay? People who are developed, multi-skilled, etc. Marami pong outcomes pwede tayong gawin. Okay? Sa baba po, of course, andyan yung shared values natin. Okay? Ano po yung mga values na to? Every organization can declare different values. But I think there is a common denominator. Okay? Especially for Filipino-run companies. Integrity, andyan pa rin yan. Respect, mutual trust, collaboration, teamwork, excellence, etc. Dapat po hindi pa rin nawawala yun. Because without the shared values, napakahina po ng pundasyon ng ating change management process. Okay? So, i-concretize ko lang po yung example, no? Integrity. Yung kausap natin, for example, union natin. Sasabihin natin lagi, sorry, pero we cannot afford that kasi lugi tayo eh. Diba? So, ano po, ipapakita natin libro sa kanila? Yung second book. Pero pagdating sa investors, meron tayong another book. Nangungumbinsi tayo ng mga mag-i-invest, na clients. No, we're making good. Pero pagkausap natin, mga tao natin, we don't tell the truth. Asa na po yung shared values, di ba? We will become a disaster if we do that. Okay? So, on the extreme left, I'm just putting there the very important checkpoints or bullet points. Sponsorship is important. Hindi po pwede na ang HR manguna po ng isang change initiative na wala po akong backup sa MANCOM. Or yung presidente ko hindi niya alam. Or yung board wala po siya inapruban, right? So before we go through anything that we want to change, we should have that, the executive sponsorship. There should be ownership as well. Dapat po malinaw kaninong trabaho to. Who is leading this change process? So that at the end of the day, there will be somebody or some people who will be accountable on who will answer also the questions of people. Kanino bang idea to? Tapos magtatago na tayo. Right? Sa saya ng nanay natin. Okay? So we cannot do that. And of course, evaluation and feedback are very important. How do we get evaluation and feedback from our people? Okay, do we have town halls? Who among here are doing town halls, General Assembly? Okay, good. Interview po, importante rin. Why? Some people will not speak up in a crowd like this. So, surveys, important din po ang surveys, pero I would suggest guided surveys. Kasi po, baka hindi nila gaanong naintindihan yung question, ang sagot po nila, hindi rin maganda. Right? Okay. Or better yet, let the surveys be done by third parties para po objective siya. Right? Okay. So, at the bottom, may shared values tayo, di ba? Yan po yung model ko. It goes around and it's a cycle. Okay? At the very bottom, I put there communication. So, yun po yung Vida Arsiaga's change management model. Communication is really very critical. Hindi lang po siya speaking about newsletters, emails, our social media drives, information campaign. Communication can be very tedious to the extent that kinakausap po natin ang mga tao. Okay, but how do big organizations do that when we don't have the time and the opportunity to face everyone? Marami naman po tayong tools these days. Right? Social media. Conferencing, teleconferencing, lahat po yan. And it doesn't mean that the leader alone will have to do all these things. Meron po tayong lower layers, di po ba? We have to train and delegate to our next in line para po masanay din sila. But we have to equip them with the right information. Okay. So that's my model. Okay. What are the common flaws in change management? Okay, number one, change is pretentious. Okay, ano po ibig sabihin niya na change is pretentious? Ginawa po kasi nung competitor nyo, so gusto rin natin gawin, di ba? Yung competitor natin, nagtayo sila ng sariling leadership academy. Tapos gusto rin natin, meron din tayong ganon. Eh, Diyos ko, yung competitor natin, 10,000 sila. They really need that. If we have 500 people, 1,000 people, outsource nyo po yung L&D. Okay, you can invite people to do it in-house, partner with a school or university, then learning and development happens in your organization. Okay? Marami pong paraan para gawin yun. Okay? But it's not okay to copy just because other companies did that. Okay? Next, change is founded on the wrong purpose. For example, streamlining. Usong-uso po yung word na yan, no? Mahilig nilang gamitin yan eh. Streamlining, re-engineering, restructuring, whatever. Pag tinanggal po natin yung damit, okay, pag hinubaran natin yung mga words na yon, it's simply cost cutting. Okay? Ba't di po natin aminin? Okay, sabihin natin, our goal is to save X dollars or X millions of pesos. Para po maliwanag sa mga tao natin. If we all work together, become more productive, increase our quality, expand our market base, ma-achieve po natin yan. So, ang mga tamad, tatanggalin po natin. Di ba ganun dapat ang communication? Malinaw. Direct to the point. Hindi po pwedeng sabihin natin na meron tayong ipi-performance improvement plan kita. Improvement plan nga po yun, di ba? PIP. Pero mahilig po yung mga leaders gumawa niyan. So a lot of people consult me, ba't po sila nadedemanda? PIP nga eh. Kasi nga, performance improvement plan. Tapos sinasabayan mo agad ng hindi ma-achieve yung goal niya ng isang linggo, naka-final warning kagad. Okay? PIP, a very reasonable term for that, yung duration, 90 days po, minimum. And dapat po, we are targeting some skills, performance areas. So dapat po, kasabay ng PIP, meron kang coaching, interventions, pinapatrain mo, ina-upskill mo, so that this employee becomes a better person in terms of productivity. Di po ba? Hindi po siya pwedeng catch all lahat na ang performance niyan ay basta masama. Okay? So, ipipip mo siya. And that becomes the problem of your HR head, right? Madedemanda po kayo talaga niyan. Okay? So, if you want to do it properly, okay, konsultahin nyo lang po kami. No? Okay, so yun yung sasabi ko, wrong purpose. Okay, change has no buy-in. Okay, HR. Gusto natin baguhin yung, mag-compress work week tayo. Ayan, may mahilig sa ganyan ngayon eh, no? Sino pa yung nakasubok na ng compress work week? Para daw increase yung work-life balance. Okay, so yung 5 days na work days in a week, gagawin pa pong 4. Diba? Okay naman po yun. Pwede naman. If we have well calculated na yung productivity hindi po magsasuffer. Will increase work-life balance? Maybe. Because 1 day is added for the personal life. If you're a mother, if you're a head of the family, it's really a great thing. Ang weekend mo po, 3 araw na, di ba? Okay. So what will now happen to the leave credits? Pag nag-apply siya ng 1 araw na leave, di ba? Hindi na siya equivalent to 1 day, right? Kasi yung work week niya, nabawasan siya ng 1 day eh, compress nga eh. So it becomes, instead of 8 hours times 5, nagiging 11 yata iba. 11 times 4. Or 10 times 4. 11 kasi minus the meal break, di ba? Okay, so, is it implementable? Yes. Marami pong gumagawa niyan. Okay, another example is, to increase the work-life balance, we would like to allow you to also work from home. Di ba? Narinig niyo na po yun? Okay, there's already a law on telecommuting, for example, right? But, the sad thing is, the work from home privilege is only provided to leaders like us. Yung rank and file po ba, kayang gawin yun? Di naman, di ba? Di naman niya pwede iuwi yung lahat ng gamit niya sa work. Okay, so, the challenge there is, how do we continue to motivate our staff when we, the leaders, are not very visible? Nakit niyo po yun? Kasi pag hinanap ka, di ba work from home ako? Nag-email ako di ba? Pero hinahanap ka po ng tao mo. And you are not there. Di ba? Okay, so, what I'm trying to say is, dapat nababalanse po lahat yun. Okay. Changes no ownership or sponsorship. Nako, disaster po yan. Pag dininay ka nung board, dininay ka nung boss mo, no, I never approve that. Patay na po tayo. Our head is on the, chopping board. Okay? Change has ill motives. Okay, I'll not explain that, but yeah, kung masama po yung intention natin. Yung ginawa natin yung change para lang po makapagtanggal ng tao, o kaya mapalayas natin yung boss na hindi naman po talaga kaaya-aya. Okay, what else? Another good example of that, maybe, eto. I'm talking about unionized organizations again. di po ba may coverage tayo, yung bargaining unit? So lahat ng rank and file, di ba, nandun? So what other companies do, or most companies do, they promote people. Okay? So we promote people, although they are not promotable. Why? We want to convert them to staff para po mabawas sila sa headcount ng bargaining unit, di ba? Okay, the problem there is, if that person is not promotable, we create more problems. Right? Tapos, matatanggal siya sa trabaho kasi hindi niya po kaya yung bago niyang trabaho. Okay? So, there. One good example yun. And there are many more. Change has no directions. Change leaders and managers are not equipped. Okay? So, for example, kanino po bang trabaho talaga ang change management in the organization? Di ba yung iba pong mga complex organizations, they really have departments that are called OD. Change management, organizational transformation, kung ano-ano. But what if you're just a simple organization? Then the leaders have to be well-rounded, right? Are they trained to implement change? Are they trained to communicate? Dapat po ganun yung tingin natin. But somebody has to be responsible in managing and implementing this change, okay? Next, change is driven by vested interests. Okay, minsan, okay, yung HR head, nakakita na ako ng gano'n. I did not do it, but I have seen HR leaders who did that, okay? They always blame their one-downs. Sasabihin nila, ay, hindi kami nakaka-hire ng tamang tao. Hindi kami nakaka-hire ng on time. So who's at fault? Tuturo nila yung recruitment manager nila. Instead na ituro muna nila yung sarili nila. Di ba? So, they would redundate positions. Or they will terminate people. Whereas they're not terminating themselves. Right? So, the last one, change is simply an imitation or a mimicking. So, that again, if we copy other organizations and what they do, it may not really apply to us. That's a disaster. Okay. What to watch out for in change management? Of course, miscommunication. We have to look at that. So, how do we avoid miscommunication? Just be truthful, be courageous, okay? Courageous. Tapang. Because sometimes, it's hard to give the bad news. Okay? If you are retrenching like hundreds of people, it's not a good thing to hear. Of course, it makes you nervous, right? If you're the one announcing it. Or you are the one tasked to implement it. But if it's the truth, if you assess it and it's the one needed by the company to save it, then stand by it and do it. You have a clear conscience in that. Okay? Demoralization. Okay, we cannot please everybody. But we have to take care of the morale of our people also. And how do we do that? If we cannot save them, it is okay. But we have to tell them what will happen to them. Right? Don't surprise them. They will lose their jobs next week, and you're talking to them today. That's a big disaster. You cannot save yourself. If they want to kill you, or they want to curse you, okay, papakulang nila talaga kayo. Okay? Organizational conflicts. Okay? Costly errors. Costly errors can be losses, can be lawsuits. Okay? I'm really sad to say some examples, but I have worked for a company before where the VP for operations was shot close range. Dahil lang po, marami silang tinanggal na tao. Hindi sila naging careful masyado. Okay? I worked for a firearms and ammunition company when I was very much younger. Yeah, I'm among the 2% female employees in that organization. And it has 4 unions. Iba yung union ng rank and file, iba yung union ng supervisors, iba yung union ng staff, iba yung union ng exempt employees. 4 unions in one company. Very, very difficult. Okay? So, demoralization and dissatisfaction. How do you know that people are dissatisfied? Well, you don't always do the ASAT survey, right? It is the best way to do it, but you can feel it actually. the atmosphere, the low morale. We can feel it if we are sensitive leaders, right? They dragging their feet to the company. Okay, and of course, organizational disaster and breakdown, which can be company closure, di ba? O, pinili, tapos hindi na kayo i-retain, that's a disaster. We lose our job, okay? Yan. What are the benefits of change management? Ito naman. Okay, these are the things that should inspire us to do change. Okay, kasi kanina nakakatakot eh. Para bang wag na lang, katakot pala, no? So this one, okay, reinvigorate the organization. Okay, halimbawa, you have 5 years, walang kalamya-lamya yung leadership, okay, hindi makatao, and then you're infusing changes because there are new leaders hired. May bagong HR head, for example, may bagong CEO. It's a very good opportunity to introduce changes pag may ganun po, para ma-support natin yung initiatives ng mga bagong hire. Okay? What usually happens pag nag-hire po tayo ng magagaling? Di ba, minsan po, nagkakanda loko-loko na yung company. Nag-hire tayo ng magaling, di ba? Eh, bakit po pumalpak yung magaling? Because there's too much resistance from the existing employees. Other times, ginawa lang po siyang sacrificial lamb ng mga datihang leaders na. They just want somebody to come in para yung mukha niya po ang pangit. Yung mga dati na hindi sila nagbabago kahit kailan, hindi natin sila ituturo, di ba? Have you seen companies that are selling change? Change for the better. Ganyan sila. Pero ang CEO nila, 20 years na in service. Hindi po ba ang samang pangitain nun? Parang walang nagbago, di ba? Tapos kukuha tayo ng bago, agresibo, ambitious, but we don't support them. So what will happen to them, right? Okay, so the change process is really holistic po yan. Hindi yan parang nanonood lang tayo. Tapos hinihintay natin kung kailan magkakamali yung leader na yan. Okay? Just like presidents po, di ba? Hindi ko na po topic yan. O, alam niyo na po yung mga kwentong yan. Okay. Create growth opportunities for people. So if there's new leadership, for example, there's streamlining, there's reorganization, some people may be removed from their jobs, but this is also the chance for the others to grow. O, baka po hindi natin napapansin yung iba na they have potentials to lead the company also. Okay, sana po tayo nakakita no, we speak about growth, pero hanggang hindi po nag-resign yung nasa ibabaw, hindi naman na-promote yung nasa ilalim, right? So what do we do with that? Change the boxes. Ika nga. Change the structure. Kasi kung hindi, magre-retire muna yung boss ko, right? Before I go to the next level. So what will I do? I'll just go to another company. The company loses a valuable asset, right? Okay. Transform businesses and individuals. Okay, transform po, hindi yung transform in the wrong way, but yeah, become better people, become better leaders. Enable success for people and businesses and give new hopes. Okay, every change process should give new hopes to the individuals in the organization. Dapat po parang pag may change, ay salamat, ganun po ang feeling nila dapat, no? Hindi yung parang, ano na naman yan? Kaka-reorg lang last month. Di ba may companies po ganun? Parang nagiging habit na po nilang mag-reorg. That's not practical po, sa totoo lang. Yeah, reorgs should be given some time to be implemented and to be successful. So hindi po pwedeng every month po nagre-reorg tayo, right? Unless namatay po talaga lahat yung mga tao doon. Okay? So dapat po realistic and smart, okay? And of course, yeah, pointers to change leaders. So okay ba kayo na mag-lead ng change, no? After having the pointers earlier, I think you're more confident at this time, okay? Respect every person. Wala po yan sa libro. Okay, it's not in the books, but we should not forget that. Every person, every employee, every leader, every client that's affected by the change we do, tao po yan na may mga rights. They have feelings, they have thoughts, they have opinions as well. Okay? Hindi nyo na nga po kinonsulta, sinurpresa nyo pa, nawalan siya ng trabaho, pamilya niya affected, for example, did we respect that person? Di ba we did? So, asan po yung shared values sa model ko, di ba? Please follow that po. Kasi kahit po masakit sa tao, if we respected them, wala pong gulo mangyayari. Right? Wala pong magsusuicide, listen. Okay? They may obey, but blindly. Mas maganda po yung marami tayong fans na ipagtatanggol tayo, right? Okay. Be ready to admit mistakes. Okay, what if this change is not working at all? Because we have some errors or we miscalculated. As a leader, we should be able to face people and say, guys, well, we tried it. Yeah, we did this thing, but it's not working. So we will be rehiring these people, or we will be replacing them, etc. It seems that, you know, the computer software is not the solution to our problems, right? Does it make you a lesser person or leader when you do that, admit mistakes? No. Okay, I think that they will look up to us much better when we do that. When we can say to people that we are also humans, we're not perfect, right? Okay. Be truthful, be courageous. Dapat yung tapang po courage is important. Be disciplined and be a lifelong learner. We don't stop learning, okay? No age should tell you that, you know, that is just for the millennials, that's not for you. No, I think education is for everyone. Learning is for everyone. Okay. And at this point, I'd like to say that while we have talked about organizational level changes, change is really something that should start from within. It really starts from within. It starts with us. Okay, so if we believe in the change, then we are able to influence other people, inspire other people to go with it. Not all change is good, but if it is good for a good majority of our people, especially in the company, then we should proceed, okay? And that becomes part of the assessment process before we go through any change initiative and implementation, okay? So, I have there in the green box there, be real and decisive, walk your talk. That's really very important. Okay, so what do we need to do before implementing any change process? I think this is my last slide. Okay, so organizational climate diagnosis and assessment. This is really very important. We cannot just say, we have extra money, we have to buy this software and do that, we have to hire these people, etc. We have to create a department. It doesn't go that way. We have to have an assessment po, okay? And need survey is important. SWOT, we always do this. Okay, but I think the way we do it is really very simplistic. That's why we don't do it the right way. So, how is SWOT done usually? The company gathers every leader, all the leaders, in an annual planning conference or strat planning conference, right? And then nagsuswot-swot tayo doon for 30 minutes. Tapos ipipresent po natin yun. That's not the way we do SWOT. SWOT needs a lot of thinking. So bago po tayo mag-strategic planning na parang outing din naman, dapat po nagawa na natin yung homework natin. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats is not only about every individual in a company. It's about the business also, the market, the competitors that we have, our employees. So it cannot be done even in an hour. Yung SWOT na yan po, SWOT-SWOTan, it cannot work. Okay? So to be able to present something really very credible that will lead our strategies for the next many years of our business, totoong SWOT po dapat ang gagawin. Okay? Strategic planning. Okay, let me differentiate. Some people are mistaken by annual operations planning and strategic planning. Yun pong mga annual lang, operations planning yun. Okay? We met early this year for 2020, annual operations planning lang po yun. Strategic planning means we throw 3 to 5 years from now. O, yung ano yung hinaharap natin 5 years from now. Kasi may strategy pong kailangan para doon. Okay? So, yeah. Triggers for change. Ito po, very big ang impact sa change process. Global business environment. Nowadays, lahat po global na eh. Okay, there's a connection to clients outside the Philippines. Our company is owned by a company that is not in the Philippines. Lahat po ngayon global. Okay, I believe that there's still a lot of local businesses. However, the market is very volatile. It cannot be just contained in one territory. Global po dapat ang mindset natin. Okay? Multi-generation workforce. So we spoke about the millennials, Generation X, Y, Z. Baka later magkaroon na ng A, B, C. Pupuhay pa tayo nun, no? And there are many ways of managing them according to the theories that we read. However, I'd like to make a point that whatever generation we are in, we're all people. We're all driven by the why, the sense of purpose. Yun po yung common denominator natin. So whether we have millennials, we have the millennials, we are all deserving human beings. To have a job, to have a business, to serve the community, to have a sense of purpose. Okay? The future of work, many people say, a lot of speakers have said this, that the jobs of today will not exist tomorrow. Pero what are we doing? What have we done? So dapat po tayo kumilos na talaga. Okay? Skills gap. Yeah, a lot of speakers also have said this, that the graduates of the schools are not qualified for the requirements of the companies, right? Have you heard this? Okay? My own company po, we're doing something to address this by fostering collaboration between schools and companies, by making the internship program robust, by inputting insights into the curriculum, okay? Getting practitioners to the academe, getting academicians to the practice so that nagkakaisa po yung mga pag-aaral natin para i-prepare ang mga kabataan, okay? And I think it has to start somewhere. We've started in our own way po. So I think you can join me there and let's make the skills gap narrower. We cannot eliminate it. Pwede lang po natin siyang gawing mas konti. Okay. And then diversity and inclusion, okay? That's not just a thing or a fad for global companies. That's a reality po, okay? LGBT, ganyan. Okay, nowadays we have to respect sexual orientation or sexual preference rather than biological gender because it's a reality. We have to respect every individual, whatever they are, right? Okay, yung pong inclusion, what do we mean by that? In decision-making and problem-solving in businesses and companies, we should include everyone. Okay, but I think we are so far from there. A lot of companies are still run the same way. Top leaders do the decisions, right? But the disasters caused by the wrong decisions, we all suffer. That's why I think we should give it some room for implementation. Yung pong, how do we consult people who will be affected by the decisions, right? Okay. And of course, sustainability. So I think you can hear that. A lot of people talk about sustainability as well. So, yeah, that is supposed to be my last. And my thank you slide just says this. Okay, this is copyrighted for this conference. Okay, a product of my mind being shared with you. And the deck will be shared with all of you as well. So, I think I should end at this point while lunch is waiting. Unless somebody wants to say something. Okay, so the change process, organizational level, we cannot inspire, influence, or make other people change if we don't start with ourselves. So we should be the change we wish to see. That's still my favorite quote that I share with you in closing my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Vida Marciaga. And speaking about change, sabi nila, if you don't like something, you change it. Ayaw mo yung katabi mo, you change her. If you don't like someone's face, you change it also. But if you can't change it, you just change your attitude. Yeah. everything will turn out fine.
And we've got a little change in terms of our schedule, but I know everybody is excited for lunch. For those who are not joining us for the speed networking, you can now proceed immediately to the buffet stations.
Teka,
For
sino muna
your-
yung ano?
Yung mga speed networking naman po, kailangan
Can I see some hands?
Yes.
Who will join the speed networking? Sino yung kasali? So, we can start with the speed networking na. Kasi lunchtime na, baka magutom tayo. There were 45...
Speed dating, pwede rin po. Dual purpose of speed networking, speed dating. Those
Yeah.
chairs are, of course, allotted for those who are joining us for the speed networking. So we can now immediately proceed to those
Let's
seats.
let's move on with the speed networking already. Sino po yung kasali? Who's joining the speed networking? All right, can you please stand and proceed to the chairs over there? And we will start with the speed networking already. Okay. Now, yung mga hindi kasali sa speed networking, you can also get up na and get your food. Kasi it's lunchtime na, baka nagugutom na kayo. Alright? Sa mga speed networking participants, please proceed to this area already. And we'll just do it quick, kaya speed networking, para makakain na rin kayo.
We'll be having, and we are now starting our speed networking. So you are given your seats right here. Occupy these seats for the speed networking. Find the most comfortable seat, and for every 30 seconds, you can move to your right and have an exchange of another partner for you to have a quick exchange. Again, we're inviting all of those who are joining us for the speed networking. We do have our seats right here for you.
Okay, do we have any more speed networking participants? Yeah, please have your seat na, take your seat para we can start na. Okay, sir, have your seat. Take your seats na.
I'll see you later. Yeah, and later.
Actually, for those who are, it's an arm's reach, so they're not really far from each other. So they can actually exchange their business cards and have their very brief elevator speeches. It's called an elevator speech because it's just as brief as an elevator ride for you to have your networking opportunity with one another. And immediately after, we can proceed for lunch.
I guess these are all our participants.
Sabi nga ni Sir JD, this can actually be a speed dating as well. A dual purpose. Oo. Who knows?
Okay, let's start this na. Just continue what you're doing. What you're doing. Sige lang, tuloy nyo lang.
Ayan, so Marvin right here is also doing the timer.
The people who are outside, can you please come inside so we can start with our second part of the program already. And the people who are also, well, refreshing, if you're in the toilet, come over here. Don't forget to wash your hands because of the COVID-19 also.
And we would like to thank you all for being a part of the second leadership conference in spite of COVID-19.
Nabusog na ako. Parang it's so difficult to stay in front and also to be watching or listening because of the food, diba?
Yeah. And I think although some are still taking their lunch because of the speed networking a while ago, we are now ready to introduce our next speaker. Our resource speaker is currently working for Chenfinity Corporation as Solution Architect. He recently retired as Undersecretary for Regional Operations and ICT Industry Development of the DICT. He also served as Commissioner of the then Commission on Information and Communications Technology. Before joining government, he had a long, successful career with multinational companies like Fujitsu, WeServe, Siemens Nixdorf, Comparex Germany, and Unisys Australia in various executive positions.
Our speaker was also recently elected as a trustee of the Analytics Association of the Philippines. He is a trustee and the president of the University of the Philippines System Information Technology Foundation. He's also a member of the Technical Panel for Information Technology Education of the Commission on Higher Education since 2006. He completed a public sector executive program on innovative government at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore.
During the 2012 International ICT Awards, he was given the ICT Individual Contributor Award for his contributions to the growth of the Philippine IT BPO industry. He was also named as one of the 10 ICT industry movers and shakers for the period 2002 to 2012 and recipient of the board's choice as government champion, both given by the Contact Center Association of the Philippines. And in 2016, he was given the Sapphire Flair for Brilliance Award by IBPAP for his work in the development of homegrown BPO companies in the rural areas.
Ladies and gentlemen, to give his talk on leading workforce to IT optimization, please welcome Mr. Monchito Ibrahim.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ako? Alam niyo, mahirap pong nagsasalita sa stage ng dumidighay pa. At marami pa akong nakikitang mga kumakain pa. Okay? Kasi pagtapos niyo kumain, di ba, that's actually the time when waiter, pahingi ng coffee. So, I will have to make sure that everything that I'm gonna be doing here on stage will actually be interesting while waiting for, hopefully may mga pumasok pang iba dito sa room. I'm happy, very happy to be here. Thank you, RC, for the invitation. And ang nakakatuwa naman dito, nauna na sa akin yung mga mas batang mga speakers, okay? Jonathan, although mas may batang Jonathan mamaya magsasalita kaysa sa'yo, no? And of course, my cousin-in-law, Vida Arciaga. The title of my presentation is Preparing Our Workforce for the Age of Disruption. A lot of people are beginning to hear about Fourth Industrial Revolution. Okay, can somebody tell me what the Fourth Industrial Revolution is? Kumain na ba kayo? Ano sumasagot eh? Okay, ito, ulitin ko na, ibang tanong na lang. Ano yung First Industrial Revolution? Ano ba yung First Industrial Revolution? Wala pa rin. Okay.
I think before I go through my presentation today, I need to be able to explain to you, ano ba yung first, second, third, and fourth? Because a lot of people think when we talk of 5G, Internet of Things, Big Data, yun yung fourth industrial revolution. Hindi ho. That's actually part of the third industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution started in the 1720s, okay, when the steam engine was started to be used. Although matagal na na-invento yun, but the steam engine was actually first used during the early 1700s. Bakit ba? Anong nagawa ng steam engine? It actually provided a very good foundation to increase productivity. Suddenly, hindi na mano-mano ang pagtatrabaho natin kasi may steam engine na. Because for most of business people, it is all about productivity, doing things better, faster, and of course, cheaper. Pagdating ng second industrial revolution, okay, it still made use of the technologies started during the first industrial revolution. That was also the time, kasi kotse, the invention of the automobiles, and the invention of the airplane was actually first industrial revolution pa rin yun. But what differentiates the second industrial revolution to the first industrial revolution is the fact that that was also the time when business people like you started thinking, we're not getting the productivity that we're supposed to be getting from the machines. Precisely because the people who are supposed to be using the machines are not using them properly. So that was actually the time when they came up with what we now call scientific management. In layman's term, production line. Okay? So, production line na yan. Dati kasi, pag gumagawa sila ng isang bagay, for example, kotse, isang tao, tapusin mo yan from start to finish hanggang sa ma-deliver mo yung buong kotse. Production line means not anymore generalization, it actually means specialization. Kung ang trabaho mo magkabit lang ng isang tornilyo, yun lang din ang gagawin mo. Very, very specialized ka sa tornilyo. Specialista ka ng mga tornilyo. At kailangan may kabit mo yun within the 3 seconds na dumaan sa'yo yung ginagawa yung kotse. Kasi kung hindi, lalagpas sa'yo yun at hindi mo na may kakabit yun dahil meron na ibang tao magtatrabaho doon. It also means that instead of people moving to the work that they need to do, it is actually the work that is actually moving to the people. Yun ang production line. And that enabled Ford Motors to be able to produce cars, one car every 32 seconds. Now let's go to the third industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution is all about computers, the internet of things, 5G, na hindi wala pa nga dito sa Pilipinas, okay, big data, not analytics, big data, the cloud, and most of the technologies that we see today. These technologies are actually third industrial revolution. And what is the fourth industrial revolution then? Just like what the second is to the first, the fourth is actually the way we apply those technologies to change the way we live, to change the way we do business, to change the way we actually communicate with one another. And a very good example would actually be Waze. Although kanina umaga mukhang niloloko kami ng Waze sa mundo sa atin. Okay? Pwede mo naman kasing kunan ng picture lahat ng, halimbawa, pupunta ka from point A to B. From Clark to Balintawak. Pwede mo naman kunan ng picture lahat ng mga mapa dyan to actually allow you to be guided to get to Balintawak from here. Okay? Pero ang Waze, hindi. Ang ginawa ni Waze is, if you tell Waze, I'm going to go to point B from here, Ang gagawin niya ngayon is, titignan niya yung condition ng kalsada, yung weather, yung condition ng traffic, okay? At sa kanya sasabihin sa'yo, dito ka dumaan. And what's so amazing is the fact that yung daan na sinasabi niyang daanan mo ngayon may actually be different pag tinanong mo siya ulit bukas. So this is the type of an application that is very, very fourth industrial revolution. So in simple terms, yun lang yung explanation of fourth industrial revolution. And it's all the things that is happening right now under the fourth IR are creating disruptions, are creating new things, good things, excellent things, and it's also creating very, very scary things. Who has heard of this one? Sino, taas ang kamay kung sino pwede niyong i-google yan ngayon kung ano itong kumpanya ito. Clearview AI. And it is so scary because Clearview apps lets you find strangers, lets strangers find the name info with a snap of a photo. I can actually stand here, snap a photo, at sasabihin niya sa akin kung anong pangalan niya. Isn't that scary? And this is actually being used today by a lot of law enforcement agencies all over the world. I am not at liberty to actually tell you whether the National Bureau of Investigation of the Philippines is actually beginning to use this or that. It's so scary. Especially sa mga katulad kong mga pogi na marami hong pinupuntahan bago ho umuwi ng bahay. Because somebody can just actually snap my picture, okay, and post it on Facebook. Oh, si Mon Ibrahim yan ah. Isn't that scary? Wala na kayong pupuntahan, then pwede kayong makita at makilala kahit saan kayo pumunta. I'm so lucky to have actually, you know, I started in this industry in 1975. A lot of you were not born yet, okay? Hindi ko naman tinatago na 1975 ako hindi pinanganak. Nag-umpisa sa business na to. The reason why I'm so lucky is that during the time when I started in this business, okay, there were only basically 3 major companies, computer companies. That's IBM, Burroughs, and NCR. May 3 maliliit. Yung startup ng Cruz-Mutuc, 2 pala, at saka yung Sperry Univac. I started my career in a company called NCR. And at that time, my first job there was actually as a programmer. Alam niyo ano pinoprogram ko? Ang pinoprogram ko ito, accounting machine. Nakita niyo yung keyboard niya doon. Full keyboard, 11111, 00000, okay? Hindi ko sasabihin sa inyo, pero may nakikita ako dito mga participants dito na kasimputi ko yung buhok. Inabutan ho nila yan. Kahit hindi nila sabihin sa inyo, inabutan nila yan. Okay? Lalo na pag kung nagtatrabaho sila as teller sa mga bangko. Pinoprogram ko ho yan. Ang tool na ginagamit ko para i-program yan are actually pliers. Kasi tina-turn on ko lang whether, alam niyo sa computers, 1 or 0 lang yan. Ito turn on ko lang, i-off ko yun to come up with the command at. So dyan ako nag-umpisa. After that, I move on to this, okay? Basically the same thing, pero hindi na pliers. Pinoprogram ko na talaga siya, okay? This is the NCR 399. But what's so amazing about this is, alam niyo ba kung nakikita niyo yung difference between this at saka yung sa kanina? Outside of the fact that magandang kulay nito saka mas malaki. Yung keyboard niya ho, yan ho yung keyboard na ginagamit natin ngayon. Inabutan ko yung transition ng keyboard na yun at saka ito. Anong tawag ko dyan sa mga makina kanina, yung pinakita ko kanina, ito, electromechanical. Pag nawala yung ilaw, pwede pa rin gamitin. Ina-crank na lang. And then, after that, I actually moved to sales. At ganito yung mga binibenta ko ng mga mainframes. And if you had the chance to actually go to the ground floor of the social security system, ganito yung makikita yung mainframe nila doon na ginagamit pang compute ng mga SSS premiums natin. Okay? And And you know what's so amazing? The power of your cell phone is 10 times more powerful than this computer. That it actually occupies the same size of room we are in right now. Doon ako nag-umpisa. Okay? And of course, when I moved to Fujitsu, much better looking equipment systems, but basically the same mainframes. And a few years after this, while I was just working for Fujitsu, something disrupted the way we were able to communicate. Before this thing, pag may gusto akong tawagan, kailangan meron akong 25 at pupunta ako doon sa isang calling station. Okay, uhulo ko yung 25 yun para makatawag ako. This disrupted the way we communicated with one another. Ito yung unang-unang model noon. I had actually a Uniden, mobile phone. Ito yung unang-unang mobile phone na nakalagay ito sa kotse. Okay? Na ayaw mong dalhin kasi mas mabigat siya kaysa sa automatic voltage regulator sa NPR. A few years after that, we came up with this, the Motorola. Okay? So mas madali na siya dalhin. Kahit saan ka pumunta, kahit wala kang tatawagan kasi wala naman masyadong may pang gumagamit ito. Okay? Pangyabang lang. Okay? So people, impressed sila pag nakikita nila may dala-dala kang gano'n. But it totally changed the way we communicated. And you know, anong year ito? This was actually 1995. That was just 25 years ago. And this, anong itsura ngayon ng mga mobile phones? Yung mga dala-dala nyo ngayon. Totally different. And it has revolutionized the way we communicate with one another. Alam niyo ba kung ano to? When internet actually came to the Philippines, doon lumabas ito. Kung ngayon, ang ginagamit natin router, at that time, meron kami tinatawag ng modem. Modulizer, demodulizer. Okay? So kung meron akong gustong ipadalang file sa kabilang computer o sa computer sa US, okay, idadial ko muna yung number ng computer room doon sa US, okay, at pag sabi lang, oh, ready na kami dito, okay, saka ko ngayon ipapatong yung receiver ng telepono doon sa modem. Ito yung ano ang tunog nung, okay, magpapadala ako ng 2 megabytes file at aabutin mo ako ng 7 hours to 8 hours para mapadala yun. Okay? Tawa kayo, no? Dahil ngayon, wala lang yan. Pinipindutin lang yung smartphone. Okay. So, inabutan ko ito. And this actually revolutionized the whole thing because before this, kung gusto mo mag-transfer ng data, okay, ipapadala mo doon yung malaking disk na 2 MB disk. Ipapaship mo, okay, through, by courier, and in 2 weeks time, doon lang sa kabila. Doon lang nila magagamit yun. So this revolutionized the way we were transferring data all over the world. And because of all these disruptions, ano nangyari? Those companies who were not able to cope with technology, and among them were actually also technology companies, disappeared. Sino nakakaalala sa Kodak? Sino bang yung nakaabot ng Kodak dito? Taas nga kamay. Oh. Okay? The amazing thing, kasi hindi kayo nakatayo dito, ang daming hindi nakataas ang kamay. Ibig sabihin doon, hindi nila inabutan ng Kodak. Okay? Toys R Us, although nandiyan pa yung Toys R Us, is in a bad shape right now. Anytime, it's going to actually close. Blockbuster, Borders, Tower Records, Nokia is still there, but they now have a different business model, okay? At marami pang iba. Amazing, isn't it? Okay? And these are companies, Kodak for that matter, is a technology company. And you know what? Kodak was the one who invented the digital camera. So bakit sila nawala? Yung inimbento nila doon sa laboratory nila, they actually decided, the board decided that they're not actually, they don't want to have anything to do with it. Why? Because it is actually going to kill their film business. So binenta nila yon. At sino nakinabang? People like Fuji, lahat nakinabang, except for Kodak. It was very, very late when they realized that they actually made a terrible mistake. Okay? So what are the enablers of disruption? Of course, enablers of disruption are the technologies of the third industrial revolution. Internet, social media, mobile gadgets, add to that, analytics, and cloud. Okay? What changed? Ano bang nagbago? Bakit biglang, because of these new technologies, ba't biglang sumulpot ito si Airbnb, si Uber? Bakit biglang sumulpot ang Facebook, the largest communications company today in the whole world? What changed? What changed was actually the way we started, the way these technologies started to change the way we think. Suddenly, we now see a lot of ways of doing things. And suddenly, these small companies who are startups, nakikita nila ngayon, you know what, I can actually kill SM by selling online. And that is actually happening today. Personally, I think it is very, very late. Meron ko taga-SM dito. It is very, very late for SM to actually shift to a platform that will compete with Shopee and Lazada. I hope they will do a very good job in the next 3 years to really put themselves in a competitive position against Shopee and Lazada. So, what changed is is the customer value chain. Bakit pa ako pupunta sa banko if I actually can pay my bills from my phone? Bakit pa ako pupunta sa travel agency when I can actually do my booking using my phone? That is what changed. And for those business people who are here today, yun ang babantayan nyo ngayon. The question you should always be asking is, how can a small and starting company kill my business today? Ladies and gentlemen, no question about it, the fourth revolution is here. Do you remember the days before 1997? Wala pang Google. A lot of kids, walang Google. So, paano kayo noon? Ewan ko, mas simple buhay namin noon. Okay? Nakakapagtago kami sa mga boss namin. Hindi kami madaling makontak. Hindi kami basta-basta ginigising sa gabi. That was before 1997. And before 2003, there was no Facebook. Where are we today? Hindi pwedeng matapos yung araw na ito nang hindi natin binubuksan ang ating tinitingnan yung mga messages natin sa Facebook. But before that year, okay naman tayo, di ba? Mas simple nga ang buhay natin. So hindi ko alam sa inyo kung bakit nyo in-anchor ngayon yung buhay nyo sa Facebook. Puro fake news naman nakukuha nyo to. Imagine this, before 2005, there was no Twitter, no iPhone, no iPad, no 4G, everything. Walang Snap, walang LinkedIn, walang Viber, walang WhatsApp. That was, of course, tuwa-tuwa tayo ngayon dahil pwede tayo tumawag sa mga kaibigan natin abroad na walang bayad. Because at that time, pupunta pa tayo sa PLDT, okay, at or sa mga calling stations para matawagan natin mga kamag-anak natin. it is also changing the landscape for small, medium enterprises in the Philippines. Anyone who's heard of this, Google nyo rin yun ngayon. Go in, okay? They have more than 3,000 small and medium enterprises there. Karamihan dito, gumagawa ng aircon, naglilinis ng aircon, gumagawa ng kotse, gumagawa ng ganito, cabinet maker, blah, blah, blah. It is now actually revolutionizing the business models of small Filipino companies. Ako, when was the last time na nagpunta pa ako sa ibang tao para sa pwede bang linisan yung aircon ko? Gawin lang. Okay? Tatlo ka agad yung yung magbibigay sa akin ng quotation, mahimili na lang ako. The next day, okay na ako. Tingnan nyo ngayon, I'm not actually promoting gawin, but if you're actually a small business owner, pwede mo i-anchor yung business mo dito. Tinatanong ko yung mga ibang kasama sa gawin .ph, it has actually increased their business 5-fold, 10-fold. It has also changed the way, of course, especially mga girls dito, okay, the way we shop. Shopping. And you can't imagine kung magkano ngayon yung revenue at yung growth rate po ng mga shopping sites na ito. Especially Shopee. Hindi ko rin pinopromote ng Shopee, but bisa nabubuisit ng ako dahil naglalaro ako ng games sa smartphone ko. Biglang puro orange nakikita ko ito may sumasayo. Shopee. Also, the way we do financial transactions. Okay? Last year, hindi ko pa sinusubukan mag-Gcash sa Paymaya. Okay? Ngayon, okay na ako lumabas sa bahay kahit 20 pesos na yung wallet ko. Okay, because I can actually use, kung mag-grab ako, GrabPay. Meron pa silang discount. Okay? Lahat ng mga bank transfer ko, lahat ng mga accounts ko, dati sa Save More pa ako pupunta, sa SM ako pupunta sa customer service para pipila doon para magbayad ng credit card ko. Now, everything through Gcash or Paymaya. And the growth of the adoption of digital payment systems or walletless transaction in the Philippines is so tremendous. And I'm actually, really, personally, I'm seeing that by 2025, probably 80% of the transactions we have today will actually be using either Gcash or Paymaya. Or even for that matter, coins. Angkas. Sino na nakasabog ng angkas dito? Joyride. Wala pa masyado. It has also changed the way we actually move around. Grabe. Angkas, how many members do they have? 27,000 as of the last time na binigyan sila ng problema ng LTFRB. Si Joyride, nasa 12,000 na yata sila. And they're really earning. Alam niyo ba itong, of course, Airbnb, alam niyo, yung WeWork, nagpunta ako sa Manila, wala naman akong office doon, at marami akong meetings, wala akong may standbayan, okay? Go to WeWork or WeRoam, you pay 400 pesos, okay? That's for one day, meron ka ng internet doon, libre lahat ng coffee mo, and you can actually do that. Some companies, they become members of Fly Spaces. Alam niyo yung Fly Spaces? Pupunta ako ng Manila, I need an office space for 1 week, 5 days. Okay? So, I just get into Fly Spaces. I rent one office room there. And yung Fly Spaces, alam niyo ba yung Fly Spaces? This is actually a network of businesses na may spare na room na pwede nilang ipa-rent. Para siyang Airbnb for office spaces. At marami na ito sa Makati, sa BGC at Ortigas. And I'm assuming na dito, most probably within this year, magkakaroon na yan dito sa Angeles City. It's also created new economies. Sharing economy, alam niyo yung sharing economy? I have a car, instead of renting or buying a new car, I just book through Grab. Okay? At yung may-ari ng coaching yun is actually just sharing yung car niya to everyone who's willing to pay him for using the car. At hindi lang kotse yan. Marami pang iba. Okay. Airbnb is also part of sharing economy. Alam niyo yung gig economy? Today in the Philippines, we have more than almost 7.5 million Filipinos working as online freelancers. Online. A lot of companies today, instead of hiring, okay, kuha na lang sila may pa project-based, they just assign, get those online freelancers to do the job for them, including, preparing their PowerPoint materials or speeches. Platform economy, a lot of companies today, they piggyback on platforms like Facebook, YouTube, at doon sila kumikita. App economy and mobile economy are basically all those businesses that are actually residing in your mobile phone. Let me review you now on the usual skill set that we use or that we actually think of when we hire people today. Ito yun, no? They must be good in writing, computational skills, reading, oral communication, listening skills, creative thinking, leadership, goal setting, motivation, teamwork, organizational effectiveness. Okay? Ito yung usually hinahanap natin ngayon sa mga gusto nating i-hire, di ba? Ladies and gentlemen, this is very much 1970. If we want to prepare our business to be effective against disruptors, we need to actually start looking for these new skill sets. Complex problem solving, critical thinking skills, creativity, and so on and so forth, hanggang cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility is being able to actually think on your feet, or being able to actually very, very sensitive to what's happening outside. So, look, ito yung gusto kong gawin ngayon, suddenly may na-sense akong may nangyayari dito. I can actually easily adapt to changes or be able to work on different things all at the same time. These are the skill sets that we need to use today. Digital age is giving rise to a skills revolution. Kaya nagbago na rin yung mga skill sets na dapat nating hanapin. Okay, no question about that. In fact, there's a World Economic Forum study, wala yung forum doon, that predicts that 5.1 million net jobs will actually be gone by this year. 5.1 million. That's actually the World Economic Forum. Anong mangyayari dito? Bakit mangyayari ito? It is because of the impact of artificial intelligence, or what we usually call as robotics. 5.1 billion. Medyo hindi pa, malala yung findings ng study ng World Economic Forum na yan. Okay? So the usual question that we start to ask kaming o tayo mga nagtatrabaho sa kumpanya natin is, will a robot take my job? That's the most common question today. Kayo ba, alam niyo ang sagot yan? If your job involves very, very mundane roles like bookkeeping, payroll managers, and yung in example kanina ni Vida, okay, or clerk na nagpo-compute ng salary every month, okay, the chances that you're going to be replaced by a robot is 97%. 97%. As compared to a job that's actually going to involve empathizing with somebody, feelings, okay, being sensitive to culture, okay, and these are usually the job of people who are selling, for example, selling insurance, okay. The chances that you're actually going to be replaced by a robot is very, very slim, 16%. And we're actually talking here of a 5-year perspective, 5 years by 2025. So, will robots or artificial intelligence be a threat or an opportunity? For very, very progressive people, okay, they see this as an opportunity. For small businesses, they actually see this as an opportunity. Because they're more agile than people like Bank of Philippine Islands o Ayala Corporation, okay, na yung culture na doon na for so long, okay, they're so huge, nahihirapan na silang mag-adjust sa bagong technologies ngayon. These are the 5 emerging realities that we need to consider, okay? First, developers, software developers. Ang trabaho namin mga software developer noong una at hanggang ngayon is to develop programs. The job of a software developer will now shift into training. Sino yung tinitrain nila? Tinitrain nila ngayon yung mga robots to actually think and act like a human. Second, everyone will have to get used to working with computers, okay, instead of getting used to computers working with them instead of them working with computers. Anong pagkakaiba ng dalawang yun? Okay? Basically, it says that we will have to start getting used to a computer working with us as part of the team, okay, rather than just using this computer as a tool. We will have to start getting used to that. Third, we will have to accept that machines will handle more of the mundane tasks which can now be automated. At alam natin yung mga mundane tasks yan. Yung mga pagsagot ng telepono, may nagtanong ng isang technical problem, isang technical support, okay? 30%, by the way, my estimate is that about 30% of the call center jobs today being done in the Philippines are already done by chatbots. Hindi na ang tao yung kausap natin doon. Robots na. Ang tawag sa kanila actually is chatbots. Yung mga sumasagot sa mga yung mga sa chatroom, pag may tatanong tayo, hindi na tao yun actually. Even dito sa Pilipinas, chatbots na ho ngayon. So, Philippines today is actually one of the first movers into the realm of robotics. We will have to consciously develop soft human skills which will become vital for services which computers cannot provide. It just means that we need to actually continue training our people to become more human para wag silang abutan ng mga robots. And lastly, technical competence among the workforce will be as important as English or math. There is no question, we need to continue training our people kahit anong role pa niya sa kumpanya into becoming technically competent. So those are the 5 realities that we need to live with today because of all these disruptions. And in fact, the very concept of work today is rapidly changing because of the technological landscape. Okay? And it is going to be up to us as leaders, sabi nga ni Vita kanina, it's going to be up to us, leaders, to make sure that our business, our organization will continue to become relevant despite all these disruptions happening outside. And you know what? Ensuring that our workforce will actually be ready for the next disruption is not just the role of the HR group. It is not just going to be HR should handle this. So the question now is, are you ready for the fourth industrial revolution? Okay. We all dream of the day when robots will actually effortlessly take over our mundane chores, just like doing the dishes, paghuhugas ng pinggan. Hanggang ngayon kasi ako pa rin naghuhugas ng pinggan sa bahay, pag nandun. So, kailan ka mangyayari yun na magkakaroon ng robot na siya maghuhugas ng pinggan namin? Drive cars. Or even do paintings. Or even defeat humans in games that we usually are so used to beating other people. Where we're actually supposed to be easily beating other people. Okay? Nag-umpisa sa Jeopardy. Yung pinakamatagal ng champion ng Jeopardy, tinalo ng IBM Watson. Chess, si Gary Kasparov, finally, tinalo ng isang computer. And 5 years ago, yung pinakamatagal ng champion sa Go was finally defeated by a robot. And it is just beginning. It is just beginning. Okay? And for sure, it will actually soon take over your jobs, or the jobs of your people, if you're not able to adjust accordingly. So, we used to think of all of these things, robotics, as science fiction. Okay? Wala sa sine lang yan nangyayari. Ladies and gentlemen, hindi na ho ganun ngayon. Talagang nangyayari na yan. It's actually happening. People are now working beside computers in a team. Some governments realizes the impact of this disruption. In fact, the US government just did a study, I think it was in 2016, okay, where the result of the study highlights that about 83% of the US load jobs will actually be automated in the next 5 years. Okay, and that's by next year. 83% ng mga mundane jobs or low-wage jobs in the US will actually be automated. Alam niyo kung gaano karami yan? It's more than 66 million, affecting 62% of the American workforce. So, do we call Sarah Connors? Luman-luma pa rin example ko dito. Terminator pa rin, ganun ako katanda eh. Ladies and gentlemen, probably not. All we have to do is, of course, we need to be calm, embrace the changes, embrace the disruptions that are happening around us, and at the same time prepare our organization, our business, and most especially our workforce for the disruptions that's going to actually happen. No ifs, no buts, these disruptions will actually happen. Young people today are actually keeping themselves busy 24 hours a day, sometimes, just to think of a way to kill your business. You can just imagine the number of young people today who are actually out there spending their waking hours trying to think of a way to kill SME. And that is beginning to happen today. The problem is, education as we know it is obsolete. Sorry for this. Education as we know it today has become obsolete. It still acts as a gateway for all the knowledge, okay, that our kids, our pupils needs. That's how we think. With the rise of internet, that's not supposed to be the way we should educate everyone. Schools, as we know them, cannot keep pace with our fast-changing world, especially in the Philippines. Because yung increase ho natin ng population dito far outpaces the increase of budget being given to our Department of Education. Wala ho talagang mangyayari dyan. It's always a catch-up. Every year, na-highlight, wala tayong ibang nadidinig, kundi kulang na naman ng 50,000 classrooms. Sandali. Last year, di ba nagpagawa sila ng 50,000? Hindi. Dumami na naman ng pinanganak na mga bata at kailangan na naman ng additional 50,000 classrooms. We need to disrupt our educational system. And in fact, 65% of the children today in primary school will actually end up working in new job types that do not yet exist today. Five years ago, wala naman nakapag-isip na by 2020, we will actually need tens of thousands of data scientists in the Philippines. Because at that time, wala naman nagbibigyan ng training. Wala nakakalam na merong ganong requirement dito sa Pilipinas. Okay? But that is today the highest paying job in the Philippines relative to other entry-level jobs. Some schools are beginning to see the need for change. Okay? In fact, schools like the Asia Pacific College in Makati, where yung first 2 years lang yung nandoon sila sa campus, the next 2 years will actually have to be spent outside doing internship. 2 years yun. They only come back after 2 years ng internship doon sa eskwela for them to present the project that they did. Kaya ang taas ng absorption capacity ng mga graduates ng Asia Pacific College. Okay? So, because they're an autonomous institution, they're able to do that and allowed by chair to do that. Okay? We need more schools to be open-minded, okay, and try really to disrupt the way we educate our kids. To be successful, we need to have 3 important skills, and that's complex problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity. We need to actually develop these skills because that will allow them to be able to actually carry on new jobs that we don't even know of today. So how can we apply this better to prepare our workforce? Ikaw mga last 5 slides na ito. The good news is our young kids today are so excited to work in a company that has adopted digital technology. They can actually see their future there. They can actually see their future there. Okay? So the priorities for us leaders is number 1, accelerate reskilling, our reskilling initiatives. It has to be a continuous learning, or what some other people say, lifelong learning experience for everyone. Redesign work to unlock human potential. Let's accept the fact that, at some point we will have to make use of robots to make things faster, better, and cheaper. So what do we need to do with the human workforce that we have? Okay? We can probably reinvent, re-engineer the business structure so that we can make use of the power that only human workers can actually provide. And lastly, strengthen the talent pipeline from its source. So, ginawa ko lang dito, medyo ginawa kong details yan. Okay? Of course, the skills gap is widening. We need to actually act at a faster pace. Okay? And another study stated that 85% of the workforce today in every company are willing to, on their own, spend at least 6 months just to learn new skills. Give them that opportunity. Give them that opportunity. Here's from Maras One. I really believe the CEO needs to become the Chief Learning Officer. Sino dito mga presidente ng mga kumpanya nila? Okay? Aside from CEO, ilagay niyo na rin ho doon, CLO. I am the Chief Learning Officer of my company. reskill from top to bottom. It has, tulad ng sabi ni Bida kanina, it has to start from the topmost level, going down. Kasi kung hindi nakikita ng mga tao sa baba na yung mga leaders nila mismo hindi nag-a-adjust, mahihirapan na sila mag-adjust dito sa baba. Keep building on what you have. Start with the people that you have there now. Okay? We have this tendency to look outside whenever we need a new skill set for our business. So let's actually stop looking within at i-develop na lang natin yung mga taong nandoon. Alam na nila kung ano yung culture natin eh. And like I said kanina, we need to adapt on learning as a way of life mindset. It has to be lifelong learning. In Singapore, they have the Skills Future Initiative, okay, where I am a worker today. My role is an accountant. Okay, I can actually enroll in any of the subsidized schools of the government to become a data scientist. And finally, use digital to learn digital. Create more flexible workforce, okay, model. And this is actually ito yung nauuso ngayon. Instead of hiring, they just make use of online freelancers and throw out the jobs on a project basis to these online freelancers, okay? And so on and so forth. The last one there is tap into boomers. You need help, you tap into baby boomers like me, of course for a fee. Redesign work to unlock human potential. You need to understand the demographics, the attitudes, and the physical composition of the workforce that have changed thanks to digital, and so on and so forth. If your company is not obviously the it place to work, then you better figure out what to do to be able to attract new talent. New talent, especially the millennials today, takong masyado mapili yan. Kung sa tingin nila, yung kumpanya mo is not the it for them, hindi yan mag-a-apply sa inyo, hindi yan magtatrabaho sa inyo. Because there's always going to be another company who they think would be able to provide the workplace environment that will make it rather a very exciting workplace to get into. Strengthen the talent pipeline from its source, okay? Isa lang message dito. Probably most of you are members of Chamber of Commerce organizations. You have your own trade organizations here. You just need to work together with the academe. Alam niyo kung minsan kami man sa academe, we have this parochial view that we are the best and that knowledge should only come from us. Okay? We need to be grounded, and it is only you guys, business people, who can actually provide that grounding. Yun lang ibig sabihin nung parang anong statement na yan. So, if you're part of a trade organization, you can actually start fostering partner programs with the industry, especially with the industry that you're into right now. Like I said, collaborate with academia. So the way forward is actually going digital and embedding learning initiatives within your workforce development program. Okay, you need to provide the opportunity for your workforce, whatever, okay, baby boomer pa sila o they're millennials, to actually be able to learn new things using digital technology. Okay. Ito, ay biglang sabihin ito is, the future workforce, developing the future workforce is a priority and very strategic role for the CEO. Kaya nga sabi ko kanina, the Chief Learning Officer is actually going to be the CEO. So in summary, the fourth industrial revolution, whether we like it or not, is here. It's actually going to affect you. Tomorrow, the next day, somebody is actually going to be able to come up with a new way of doing things that is going to kill your business. So be very, very worried of, possibilities provided for by new digital technologies. Disruptive effects will continue. Of course, ito medyo mali yung sinabi ko dito. Probably HR can lead the transition, but it has to be an initiative that is going to come from the top post. You need, all of these changes, hindi ito pwedeng, ayoko na sumali dyan, or I can actually just walk in. There's no if, no but here. You just need to actually start doing learning initiatives within your organizations. The future, all of these disruptions will actually be there for one very, very simple reason. Progress of mankind. Progress of mankind. Bakit kailangan imbentuhin yung AI or robotics? Yung magbibigay lang ng problema yan. It is actually not, that is the negative side of AI and robotics is very, very small as compared to the opportunities that robotics and AI will actually be able to come up with. Especially in medicine, in business, especially on impact on everyone. Now it's much easier to book whenever you travel. Now it's much easier to actually move even if you don't have a car because of the disruptive technologies that has happened around us. All these changes will continue to materialize over the coming few decades and not overnight. So we need to start now. That's just the message of this slide. We need to start now and prepare for all of these disruptions. But until AI is ready, I need to continue washing the dishes. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for that very inspiring talk from Sir Mon.
So I think we're set for our next presenter. We would like to thank everyone, most especially for those who have joined us for the speed networking. This may also be an opportune time for us to go chit-chat with our fellow participants. Let us all watch this.
Lloyd Avia Luna, popularly known in social media as #Pambansang Inspirasyon, is an international motivational speaker and comedian, author of 10 self-help books, television talk show host at Global News Network, former newspaper and magazine columnist, songwriter, speechwriter, publisher, serial entrepreneur, and life mentor. He has motivated and inspired more than 500,000 people across Asia since 2005, appeared in more than 200 media interviews, and featured as a motivational keynote speaker in over 1,000 conventions, conferences, seminars, and workshops. His distinctions include Collegiate Ambassador for Peace, awarded in South Korea, Knights of Rizal Leadership Institute Achievement Medalist, Exemplary Citizen of Kumaka, Quezon, Philippine National Police Leadership Award, Organized Response for the Advancement of Society, ORAS Awardee on Entrepreneurship, 2012 Most Outstanding Motivational Speaker, 2012 Most Outstanding Author, 2012 Inspiring Young Male Motivational Speaker of the Year, 2012 Most Outstanding Training Service Provider, SM Supermarket Brand Ambassador, and 2013 Most Inspiring Young Male Professional of the Year. At age 31, he was nominated as one of 2013's 10 Outstanding Young Men of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you an amazing inspirational performance, here is your Pambansang Inspirasyon, Lloyd Luna.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng pumalakpak. Sobrang hina po, nakaka-bad trip po. Mga hindi po pumalakpak, makakama din po kayo balang araw. No? Anyway, sobrang saya ko po lang nandito ako. Yung hapon ito, kung hindi po kayo masaya, problema nyo na. Dahil masaya kayo, malungkot kayo, bayan po ako. Pero hindi po ito ko sa bahay. Sa totoo lang, ako po yung tao na hindi naman talaga masyado nagmamatter sa akin yung pera. Hindi ko naman tinatanggihan, pero syempre, wala lang, relax lang. So nandito po ngayon, and I think I'm going to discuss a very interesting topic called Step Back Leadership. Okay lang po ba kayo ngayon? So sa tingin ko po may mga 5 natutulog, ano po? So wag po tayo masyadong maingat, baka magising. Ako po hindi lang isang motivational speaker, komedyante rin po ako. Okay lang ba sa loob ng 40 minutes magkasiyahan tayo? Okay lang? At bilang kayo po yung mga leaders, alam ko, nabalitaan ko na matatalino kayo. Hindi man lahat, may mga exempted din naman po dun sa sinabi ko. At bilang assumption ko yung matatalino kayo, mga jokes na hinanda ko pa matatalinong tao lang. So pag hindi kayo natawa, alam niyo na. Kapag kaya ka-table mo tumawa, suggest yung usundan mo kagad. Alright? Alright. So huwag niyo naman nang intindihin, hindi niyo naintindihan. So, masigaw mo palakpakan ulit po. A couple of months ago, na-board po ako sa Pilipinas kasi sobrang init. So, ang ginawa ko po is, I traveled to Europe. Para magpahinga. So, ganun po ang ginagawa ko pag naboboard. But anyway, hindi lang po naman siya nagpakasaya sa Europe. Ang inyo pong speaker ngayon sa awa ng Diyos, ang kauna-una ng Pilipino na bigyan ng pagkakataon makapagsalita sa French and European Speakers Convention. May delay po, no? May delay. Pag tumigil ako, alam niyo na. Okay. And I'm very honored and proud to be here. And I'm very proud na isang Pilipino ay nakikilala na sa global speaking community. So, I'm really honored. But I'm here and I'm going to explain very briefly kung ano yung title na tinatawag na RSP. Ang RSP po, hindi po RIP. Malinaw po na RSP, Registered Speaking Professional. The highest earned designation ay ginagawad sa isang individual professional speaker sa buong Pilipinas. Asawa po ng Diyos, ako pa lang ang meron sa Pilipinas. Good, Pastor Bernard. Good. Hindi po basta-basta nakukuha yung award na yan dahil kailangan talaga mapatunayan mo na worthy ka dun sa title na yan. So, ang nag-award po ng title na yan, nagbibigay ng title na yan, ay ang asosasyon ng Philippine Association of Professional Speakers na ako po yung nagtayo. May problema po ba tayo doon? Wala na. But interestingly, totoo po yung sinasabi ko mahirap kasi dapat bago ka magka-title na ganyan, at least for the last 3 years, ang income mo sa professional speaking, 2.5 million pesos. So, wala mong po taga-BAR siguro dito, no? So, yun po yung income ko, at least minimum 2.5 million. So, in short, mayaman po ako. Well, hindi ako actually asawa ko. Kasi tulad ng may mga lalaking asawa dito, nagre-read din ako. Sa lahat nagre-read. So bago ako mag-start, interesting, meron ako isang activity na gusto ipagawa sa inyo. Okay lang ba na ma-invite ko kayong tumayo? Kailangan talagang pag-isipan yung instruction dito. Sige po. Okay, mag-zumba po tayo. Sige po, pakilagay yung kamay ninyo sa side and then pakishake. Lahat po ng stress sa buhay nyo, i-shake nyo. Stress, lahat ng stress. Yung iba malalakas Okay, sa side po, stress sa mga katrabaho na sobrang chismosa. Napalakal yung kahit buntis ka raw, ganyan. Sa taas, stress po sa mga boss. Huwag niyo pong kalakasan kung kasama niyo yung boss, dahan-dahan. Sa harap, stress po, stress sa trabaho. Aside, stress sa mga katrabaho kami hindi pa nagbabayad sa utang. Kung mukhang marami. Pag-stop, pag-stop po, hindi lang kaganoon dapat. Dapat yung palad nakaharap sa kisame. Yung pong palad, hindi yung mukha yung iharap sa kisame. Magkaiba po yung palad at mukha. Now, I would like you to point your left index finger sa ceiling. Yung left, wag ko yung malito, yun yung opposite ng right. Para nakadapat hindi ako lang kayo. Now, in the next 40 minutes, diba? Nakita-kita ko yung mga reklamador no? Hindi pa tapos pagsalita, nagre-reklamo na. In the next 40 minutes, that will not be your position. I would like you to put your index finger dun sa open palm ng katabi nyo. May bukas na palad dyan sa katabi mo. Pag walang bukas na palad, mahina kumuha ng instruction yan. Pakipatong po yung daliri sa bukas na palad ng katabi nyo. Huwag nyo pong ganun-ganun i-study nyo lang, nakakability. Tapos, mamipatong mo parang dirin-diri ka naman doon sa katabi mo. Ipatong mo maigi yan. Yan, okay, ang ganda. Sige. So, magdadasal na po tayo ng ama namin. Ito yung gagawin ng instruction I'm going to count 1 to 3. After the third count, make sure mahuli mo yung nakapatong na daliri sa palad mo. And at the same time, yung daliri mo na ipinatong mo, hindi mahuli ng katabi mo. Malinaw? Kailangan mong makahuli at kailangan hindi ka mahuli. Ready? Alright! 1, 2! Ang hirap niyo po kausap, ano? Gano'n po kahirap intindihin yung pagkatapos ng tatlo? Kasi 2 counts pa lang Madadaya po kayo. After 3, 1, 2... Huwag po kayong magpakitang guys, wala pong premyo ito, 1, 2, 3! Mahuli? Huli. Alright, second round. Maging alerto. And then, kung ang katabi niyo po hindi katangkaran, pakibaba po yung palad ninyo kasi hirap na siya pag-abot 1, 2. Ito pa lang. Focus. 1, 2, 3. Huli? Alright, final round. Last round. Championship round! Starting position. Alam niyo po, importante sa buhay, if you want to succeed as leaders, primarily you have to focus. Mas marami kang gusto mangyari, mas wala kang ma-achieve. 1, 2, 3. Nakasabi lang mag-focus, yung iba hindi na alam kung anong nangyari, no? Huling. Anyway, maraming salamat sa pag-participate. Hanggang doon lang po ang speech. Sana po ay na-inspire kayo. Nonetheless, malamang magtatanong, Sir Lloyd, bakit mo pinagawa sa amin ang activity na yan? Pakitanong po kung bakit? Wala po kayong maisip. Pero kung ako may isip ako, ito po yung gusto kong sabihin sa inyo. Kaya ako pinagawa yan. Because sometimes in our lives, we must learn to let go so we may catch something new. So, love life or professional life, business life, totoo po yan. Kung hindi ninyo po i-let go, lahat ng alam ninyo, lahat ng sasabihin ko, hindi nyo ma-absorb. So in the next 40 minutes, lahat po ng alam ninyo, pakipark na lang po muna somewhere so that magkaroon ng space yung mga sasabihin ko. At the end of my speech, kung hindi nyo po hindi nag-make sense yung sinabi ko, saka lang ibalik yung mga dating alam ninyo. Okay po ba yan? Napakasarap yung kausap. Pag tinanong, sagot ka agad talaga. Okay po ba yan? Okay, sige po. So, interestingly, 2 years ago, I had an interview of my life when I appeared on Boya Bunda's TV show, The Bottom Line. At nasabi Boya Bunda, nung interview ako, Lloyd, kumusta? Ganyan. Ako nagulat po ako, napasagot ako, Tito Boy, okay naman! Mga 45 minutes kaming ganun, kaming gago. And then after that, I also appeared on ABS-CBN, January 1st, sa Karen Davila, may puhunan. I also had to do an interview sa DZMM Teleradyo. And then syempre, kailangan hindi ka lang sa ABS, kasi paano kung hindi ma-renew yung franchise? So, nung tinawag ko ako this year na unang hirit, sabi ko, sige, okay, punta na rin ako dyan. Kaya syempre, kailangan mo rin pagbigyan ng iba pang istasyon. So, nung CNN tumawag, go. So, kaya ako pinapakita yung video para po sabihin sa inyo na sikat po ako. So, sa lahat ng mga nagdududa, maniwala, parang awa nyo na po maniwala kayo. But if there's anything, lahat na na-achieve ko sa buhay na narinig at napanood ninyo, isa lang po yung totoo. At ang totoo is, hindi magmamatter sa akin masyado yung mga bagay na na-achieve ko. Kasi for me, it's very simple. Achievement is nothing but a validation of what you have done correctly in the past. So in other words, pag na-achieve mo na, tapos na. Maraming mga tao, dinidefine ng mga bagay na na-achieve nila. So pag wala sila na-achieve, wala daw kwenta yung buhay nila. Hindi mo po ako masyado naniniwala doon. Pero hindi na ako naniniwala na achievement mo dapat nilalagay mo sa ulo mo. Kasi yun yung paglaki ng ulo. And you know what happens kapag malaki ang ulo? Nagiging kamukha si Tweety Bird. So wala kang balance, mukha kang sira kasi malaki yung ulo mo. So isang achievement na proud ako sa buhay ko, ito po yun. Hindi ang medal, hindi certificate, hindi ang plaque. In my life, I was able to find my reason to live. And that is inspired the people I meet by the life story that I create. service, no? Kung nagustuhan mo sinabi mo, bahala ka sa buhay. So, just to clear the air, yun po yun. Hindi nagmamatter sa isang leader for me ang mga bagay na na-achieve niya. Because at the end of the day, success is not an individual sport. Kahit ikaw yung nasa pinaka-taas ng structure ng organization ninyo, aminin nyo hindi, it's not about you. It's about the people that you lead. Facilitator lang po tayo. So bago ko mag-dwell doon sa aking i-discuss, important announcement po ito. Last year was 2019. So talagang pinag-isipan po nung iba, no? 2019. Very proud and honored because last year, I was able to finish my year with 101 speeches. I was able to travel many parts of the country and also abroad. And I'm very happy because today is my 11th speech. And I don't know kung baka kailan ako this year, but isa lang po yung alam ko. Today, I'm going to speak from my heart. Hindi po ako matalinong tao. Kung iniisip niyo matalino ko, hindi po. Nung college ako, I only took Electronics and Communications Engineering. Napaka-basic na course. Ang mga grades ko sa engineering, pag hindi 1.0, 1.25. Kaya sa totoo lang, nag-aaral ako, hindi. Everything was stock knowledge. No, I mean stock knowledge nung katabi ko. But anyway, compare notes, parehas kami ng grade, so isa sa amin ng opya. Eh since wala siya dito, hindi niya madidepensa sa sarili niya, no? So baka siya po yun ng opya. But nonetheless, my speech for the day will come from my heart. Alam niyo po bilang isang sikat na speaker, opinion ko po, wala kayong pakialam, no? Kanya-kanya po tayo ng opinion. Sobrang hectic na schedule ko. Meron kasi ang schedule na Sunday pa lang nag-speak na ako. Monday nag-speak din ako, and Tuesday nag-speak din ako. Wednesday pumunta ako ng Marikina para mag-speech, and then bumalik sa office sa Makati. Thursday na umaga umakit ako ng Umingat, Pangasinan. Pagkatapos ko sa Umingat, Pangasinan, Thursday ng hapon pumunta ako ng Baliw, Bulacan, umakit ng Pangasinan, and then bago maghahating gabi bumaba ng Makati para umihi. Pagkatapos ko pong umihi, may flight ako tupad ng Davao. At yung pagbigay ng speech ng Davao, decide na ako bumalik po ng Makati dahil napapagod na rin po ako. Kinabukasan po kasi may speech pa ako din Saturday ng umaga sa may South China Sea. Pagkatapos po niya, bumalik ako, dahil Sunday ng umaga, pumunta ako ng Legazpi and Bay para i-check kung nandun pa yung Bulkang Mayon. Hindi naman po pala napunta sa Naga, so bumalik na rin po ako sa Makati para makapagpingat makapili ang aking pamilya. So tapos sila naman po ng Pilipinas, namumuha ang masamang panahon. Yung nakakapagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpagpag ng panahon. Pero isa lang po gusto kong sabihin sa inyo, kayo po ba yung nai-stress sa ginagawa nyo? Sino po dito nai-stress? Taas ang kamay. Ulitin ko po yung tanong, mamamatay po yung sinungaling, ha? Sino po dito nai-stress sa buhay nila? Taas ang kamay? Sige po. Okay. Yung po bang stress ay unique sa inyo? Kasi kung na-stress kayo sa trabaho ninyo, mayroon na akong follow-up question. Gusto niyo pong itanong ko sa inyo? So bakit nandiyan pa kayo? Ang unique po ba ang stress sa inyo? Hindi. Yung pong routine na trabaho, yung routine na trabaho, unique po ba sa inyo? Hindi. Kung nagsasawa sa trabaho niyo, nababurnout kayo dahil ulit-ulit ang ginagawa niyo, isipin niyo ang trabaho ng isang pari. Hindi siya pwedeng mag-start sa collection. Kailangan niya daanan yung PROCESS, process. And every time we do that, piloto. Same job. Piloto. Hindi ka pwede mag-sideline. I mean, oh my God, mamaya ka di bababa. Hindi ba pwede? In other words, by process, and they have to go through the process. So stress, process, system, mindset, hindi unique sa inyo. Na-stress din ako, ilang beses ako naiwan ng aeroplano. Sobrang tight ang schedule ko, minsan naglalakad ako. But nonetheless, I'm saying that because as a motivational speaker, here's what I do. I travel 6,285.2 kilometers, 14 days. Hindi ka may stress? Sabi sa akin ng nanay ko na minsan, mambira ka na, lagi ka wala sa bahay, hindi ka naman pirmi sa bahay. Birthday na kapatid mo, wala ka, may celebration, wala ka dito. Ano ba pinaglalaban mo? Sabi ko, Nay, kasi, ano pinaglalaban mo? Bakit mo ginagawa ang bagay na yan? Nahihirapan ka, buwabagyo, lumilindol, wala ka dito. Hindi, kasi ano pinaglalaban mo? Hindi, kasi ano nga pinaglalaban mo? Sabi ko, Nay, patapusin mo ako para magkaintindihan tayo. So, ang pinaglalaban mo lang, simple lang po, sa buhay na ito, naniniwala ko, hindi naman talaga hadlangan namang panahon sa taong minamahal ang kanyang misyon. Can you say the word mission? Mission. Di ba yung mission? Mission. We are all in a mission. If you're going to think about it, lahat tayo nahihirapan sa trabaho natin one way or the other. Agree? Agree? Ano pa na trabaho may consummation? Consummation. Mission, consummation. Bago ang commission. So, tatlo yan. Mission first, mamamon-submission ka before you get your commission. Commission being either trabaho, salary ninyo, or practical na commission. So, tatlo yan. Huwag yung kakalimutan sunod-sunod. Ulitin natin. Mission, consummation, commission. I'm saying that because I am also in a mission. Today, you are my mission. You know how many years I prepared for you? Of course you don't. But it's 15 years. 15 years ako nag-prepare para sa inyo. You know why? Siyempre, ganyan lang ako nakita. So 15 years ako nag-prepare. Because today, I want to be the best speaker for you. It took me 15 years. Yan, during my first year of my speaking career, would you want to hear me? Yeah. No! No! Bakit? Kasi 15 years ago, hindi naman ako ganito kaayos magsalita. Maniwala kayo, ako yung klase ng speaker na yung audience unti-unting nawawala. Nung isa lang yung naiwan, sabi ko sabay na kami, hintayin niya na ako. Now 15 years later, here I am and I'm going to share a couple of stuff. Hopefully magkaroon ng value sa inyo. So, I am on a mission, walang ko kontra. Okay? And besides, isipin nyo, pag nasa mission kayo, di ba talaga naman nahihirapan kayo? You know what happens when you're a missionary? You are going to ready yourself because you will be willing to die for your mission. Amen? Okay, sa trabaho ninyo, if you see that as a mission, handa din dapat kayo magpakamatay. Right? O, sinong ready na? O, kasi kung hindi gagawing mission yung trabaho ninyo, mahihirapan kayo, pero sa kakaduluduluhan, tanda ninyo, pagod kayo, hindi kayo fulfilled. Pero kung mission yung nandiyan sa puso ninyo, pagod kayo, magpapahinga lang kayo, babalik kayo, gagawin nyo ulit. And that's the difference between winners and losers. Winners always know they are in a mission. Losers just play the game. Pag English po yung reaction, medyo delayed din, no? So, 15 years as a professional speaker, ang industry namin sobrang competitive. Pag sinabing industry, industry ng trainers at professional speakers. Sobrang magkakaaway kami at magkakahiwalay kami. Bakit? Kasi sa isang oras, isa lang yung ma-hire. So pag may dalawang pinagpipilian, huwag nang umasa yung kalwa, matatanggap siya. Tanyo kung bakit? Kasi sirang-sira na siya, siniraan na nung nauna. Kaya pag ako inuunang in-interview, sirang-sira na siya. Sa industry namin, sobrang competitive. And I think it applies sa lahat ng industry, whichever business you are in. Competition, right? 2016, I communicated something doon sa mga kapwa ko competitors. 2016, I said maybe we can come together, forget our differences, and put up the Philippine Association of Professional Speakers. Today, we have more than 70 members within the organization. Yung dating magkakalaban, dating competitors, now are collaborators. Hindi na kami insecure sa isa't isa, hindi na kami nagsisiraan. Dating magkakaaway at magkakalaban, nagpaplastikan, ngayon magkakaibigan. I'm saying this because as leaders, we should not be dividers. We should be unifiers. So ang trabaho mo bilang leader ay paghiwa-hiwalay ng mga tao mo para mapatunayan sa kanila na ikaw lang ang source ng strength nila. I think hindi yun ang ideal na leadership philosophy. Right? May kilala kang ganang leader? Yung para mapanatili niya yung kanyang lakas, kailangan hiwa-hiwalay sila. Tingin sa katabi. Familiar ba? So, after that, I thought my career is bababa. Or ang negosyo ko, medyo bababa yung kita. Tanyo kung bakit? Eh kasi syempre, yung magkakalaban, pinagsama-sama mo, eh natural na, apektuhan yung business mo. Ay hindi po. Actually, mas gumanda. Kasi mas maraming nag-refer at nag-refer at nag-refer. I'm also saying that because when I thought my career was only in the Philippines, after putting up the association, I had the opportunity to become the first and only Filipino to represent the country at the Global Speaker Summit and would eventually become the youngest board member of the Global Speakers Federation. Please. Please, okay na yan. Di ba? Ako po yun, tinawag ako nung, sa ba yun? Presidente ng Global Speakers Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, Lloyd Luna from the Philippines! Ang saya-saya ko po, no? Mukha pala akong tanga dyan. But anyway, so now the Philippines is part of the 16th country member ng Federation ng Global Speakers Federation. In other words, tayo po ngayon ay kilala na sa global speaking community. And it's not because I was the leader. It's because kami po ay nagsama-sama. Kinalimutan yung idea na magpatay at magsiraan. Pinalitan ng collaboration at pagmamahalan. And so what I learned by putting up the association is one very simple concept of service. That when we live our lives in the service of others, chances are they will live their lives serving you. And this is what leadership is about. Hindi one way ang service. Kung ang leader mo lang ang magsisilbi sa tao mo, you will be abused. Pero kung tao mo lang ang nagsiserve sa'yo, you will abuse. I'm saying it's because service must be part of the culture na lahat ay nagsisilbi sa bawat isa. Imagine this. What if kapag may lalapit sa iyong tao, ang mindset mo lagi is ganito, paano ko siya matutulungan? And in return, ang mindset niya, paano kanya matutulungan? How easy can your life be in your organization? How easy? Very easy. Hindi pag may lalapit sa iyo, oh my God, paano ko ba ito iiwasan? Or paano, nandiyan na naman siya, lalapit na naman siya. Now I understand, marami tayong mga issues sa organization, but I also understand that this is possible. Service mindset. Everybody is thinking of how to serve better each and everyone within the organization. Ideal, possible. Difficult, but possible. So let's put it at that. And by the way, service, kung maging part lang ng culture ninyo, will be one of the greatest strategy ng isang organization. Sa lahat pa din nakakaalam, ako po yung author din ng mga books. 16 books na po yung nasulat ko at nagpapasalamat ako sa Diyos dahil last year, nung nagbilang kami, 5 million na po yung nabenta ko. So, yan po yung problema pag pauna-una kayo, no? Pag nakita nyo may space pa, hindi pa tapos yan. At ang problema kapag ka naibigay mo ng isang bagay tulad ng palakpak, hindi mo na mabawi. Amen? O ganun din sa leadership, pag ang tiwala binigay mo na, hindi mo na mababawi. Ang next na mangyayari kapag ka nagtiwala at sinira niya ang tiwala, masasaktan ka. Yes, thank you so much, madam. Marami pa akong kulang, ilan na bibilin mo? But we're getting there. It's not about the numbers. We're getting there. Pinabilang ko sa secretary ko, malapit na raw kami. Sabi ko, give me a number. 0917. Ilan na? 15,000 na. 15,492. So, dagdag kayo mamaya. Meron dyan, no? Makatulong po malaman kayo. But the real reason why I'm here is because I'm going to talk about ang bagong kwento ng bagong Pilipino. So, kung ready na kayo, ito na po yun. Gosh, 15 minutes. Paano kadilis ka sa 15 minutes to? Step back leadership. First time to hear about it? Sino dito narinig ng step back leadership? Nasa kamay? Kakasabi ko lang po ito, so ulitin ko na lang. Step back leadership. Good. Baka po hindi niyo pa narinig, ano? O baka nga hindi niyo pa narinig kasi ito po ay bagong-bagong konsepto na ang inyong pong lingkod ang gumawa. So, saya po. Maganda po ito, narinig ko na. Ang claim ko po ay ito ang original leadership philosophy ng mga Pilipino noong unang panahon na nawala sa iyo at nawala sa akin. O kaya po ito yung claim ko is because ako din po naniniwala na lahat ng ginagamit natin o karamihan na ginagamit natin leadership and management concept in the Philippines are nothing but borrowed materials from outside. Yes or no? So the way we look and define and experience leadership, it's not ours, hiniram natin. So for sure, kung tatanungin ko kayo, sino ang leadership luminaries or leadership authors na kilala ninyo, malamang sasabihin nyo, outsider. Yes? Yes? So borrowed. Now, it's very interesting because yung borrowed leadership natin, sinasabi ng ating mga ninuno na ang greatest test ng leadership is not what happens when you are around. It's what happens when you are in the background. In other words, kung kayo po ay magli-live ng isang taon at yung team ninyo, yun pa din ang ginagawa or nahigitan pa ang ginagawa nila. Production, ikaw ay totoong leader. Pero kung hindi ka makaalis, dahil pag umalis ka, magkakagulo sila, yun po ang problema natin. Hindi ka totoong leader. Sino po ang magpa-file ng leave? Na confident sila na pag binalikan nila, okay na okay pa din. So at least yan ang principle natin. The greatest test of leadership is not what happens when you are there. It's what happens when you are in the background. So prove it. Ang step back leadership, sabi po ng dating mayor ng Antipolo City na si Dr. Jen Linares, and I quote, empowering the people involved stepping back on the part of the leader, a leadership concept which author and speaker Lloyd Dun asserts was the original leadership Filipino style. Tama na nakatuloy siya. Okay na yun? Nasaktan na ako. So ano yung mga sinusolve na problem ng step back leadership? Chismisan. Masama o magbuti ang chismis? Depende sa topic. Tama. Kasi mga Pilipino, natural communicator. Problema natin, yung topic naging mali. Dati kasi ang topic natin tama. Ngayon, mali na. Ipapaliwanag ko mamaya. Crab mentality, familiar? Hindi pa pwedeng may mas magaling sa'yo? Mistrust, susunod ka pero wala kang tiwala. Pero susunod ka, pero wala kang tiwala. And disrespect, challenge mo yung leader mo. Kung ikaw yung assistant manager, isang taon na lang, yari ka na. Naragalan. Papalitan na. Pero hindi talaga nagkakasundo yung number 1 sa number 2 because number 2 is a constant threat to number 1. Kung assistant ka, bakit mo naman gagalingan? Assistant ka pa lang. Pag ikaw na, saka mo na ibigay lahat. May mindset na gano'n. So we're going to try to talk about that very briefly. So that ang mga tao natin at tayo bilang leader, may labas yung ating pagiging makatao, mapagmalasakit, malikhain, at magalang. Ladies and gentlemen, original na values ng ating lahi. So kailangan nating maintindihan ang ating pagka-Pilipino. Buti pa yung cameraman na-appreciate ako. Nag-register ka? 4-5 data dito. Okay, so good to go? Ako naniniwala, we cannot love what, or we cannot own what we don't love. Right? Kung ang kumpanya mo, hindi mo mahal, hindi mo matatawag na sa'yo. Agree? At kung hindi mo matatawag na sa'yo, hindi mo mahal, ano gagawin mo? Exactly. Magta-time in, magta-time out ka, at gagawin mo lang kung ano lang yung kaya. But going beyond that, hindi na. And if this is not comfortable, hindi mo na gagawin. Napakahirap magmahal nang alam mong hindi sa'yo. Bahala na kayo doon. Ito pa niya interpret yan. Kapag natapos natin itong program na ito yung promise ng step back leadership. Marirealize mo yung identity mo bilang Pilipino or identity ninyo sa company. And then, marirealize ninyo yung shared philosophy natin as a Filipino or your philosophy as an organization. And finally, ma-identify ninyo yung process na unique sa inyo. In other words, unique sa Pilipinas. So that at the end of the program, magkakaroon kayo ng sarili ninyong leadership framework. So let's start before the 10 minutes ends. Impossible, 10 minutes. Pagkatapos po ng program, by the way, at nagawa niyo yung leadership framework, mami-measure niyo na yung leadership ROI ninyo. In other words, ito pong program na pinapropose natin dito is nalagyan ng konkretong framework ang leadership. Hindi lang basta theory na narinig niyo sa seminar, this time, pwede niyo na ma-measure kung naging effective o hindi yung leadership. Okay? So, ready? Mag-start na po tayo? Hindi pa po tayo nag-start. Kaya pala po nag-start? Sige po. Okay lang ba magkwento ako? Kahit po hindi, since may time pa ako, magkikwento talaga ako. Pero tatanungin ko, okay lang ba magkwento ako? May lang po ito, so makinig po tayo, ha? 2,000 years ago, may lang po ito. 2,000 years ago, board na board yung mga ninuno natin, meron silang ginawa dyan sa Cordillera. Tinatawag na rice terraces. Gamit lang ang kamay at ang ating pagiging magaling, tinabas sila yung bundok. Feeling ko board na board sila. Wala sila magawa na pagtripan yung bundok. Ganun sila, nagdadrugs na sila noon. Pinatag yung bundok 2,000 years ago. Ngayon, meron tayong isang malaking challenge dito Kilala niyo ba yan? Yan yung Portuguese na nag-sail under the flag ng Spain. Yan siya, 1521. Ano sabi niya? Kayong mga Pilipino! Sabi niya gano'n, mga uneducated, ganyan-ganyan kayo. Sabi ko, hindi, paano niya naman ipapaliwanag kung ikaw ay uneducated, naive? Paano mo barbaric? Paano ipapaliwanag na nagawa namin yan? Wala ba kaming alam sa leadership? Wala ba kaming management system? Alam ba, hindi ba namin alam paano mag-communicate sa mga kalaban namin? Kasi mga tribes po yan, magkakaaway, nagpapatayan. So paano ipapaliwanag na tinigil nila yung labanan nila para gumawa ng isang ganyang klaseng kagandang edifice? So ako paniniwala mga Pilipino, that time, we're already civilized, sophisticated, and outright genius. So tingin sa katabi. Siya ba yun? Siya ba yun? Kasi kung hindi siya yun, medyo may problema tayo. So, ulitin ko lang. At tandaan po natin ito. Yung may mindset sa atin na tayo ay maliit, hindi po totoo. Na tayo ay walang alam, hindi po totoo. Now, why is this important? Na malaman natin na hindi talaga tayo yung sinasabi nila. Is because dito nag-start yung ating pagiging inferior. Yung confidence natin, bagsak na bagsak hanggang ngayon. We don't want to compete globally. You know why? Because we were told that we cannot win. In other words, ikaw at ako, binaks tayo sa isang napakaliit na box na hindi tayo magkaroon ng global thinking kasi dito ka lang, dyan ka lang, hindi mo kaya. The United States was founded in 1700s, right? 2,000 years ago, mayroon na tayong established communities, organized leadership and management systems. Nasaan yun? Nawala. So, pupunta tayo sa iba't ibang bansa para pakita natin kung anong meron tayo at anong meron sila. Ano po nakikita ninyo? Camel. Laki-laki nung pyramid. Dinunan nyo pa yung camelyo. Talaga naman. It was built in 2560 BC under the rule of Emperor Khufu. Anong faction? Libingan. Sabi nung leader, pag namatay ako, ilibing ako dyan. Kung hindi ka ba naman isa't kalahating ewan ginambala mo yung buong civilization para lang may mapaglibingan ka? Anong klaseng leadership yun? Kayo ang sasagot. Punta tayo sa ibang bansa. Saan niyo gusto pumuntang next? China. Saan niyo gusto pumunta? Napakadali kong kausap. Tinatawag na Great Wall of China na matatagpuan sa? Kasi last time may nagsabi matatagpuan sa wall. Gano'n. So, matatagpuan sa China. Great Wall of China tinayo noong 220 BC under the Qing Shi Huang Dynasty. Hindi ako sure doon, but anyway. Anong purpose? Anong purpose? Defense. Defense. Naserve ba yung purpose? Actually, hindi. Kasi nung laban ng China at saka ng Mongolia, natalo yung China. Tayo niyo kung bakit? Nagtayo napakatlaki at napakahabang wall. Alam niyo kung saan dumaan yung mga Mongolian? Sa gate. Huwag niyong tawanan dahil meron... Huwag niyong tawanan, totoo-tawin lang Kala mo niloloko to mga to. Yung mga yung mga stasyon na yan, ang mga tao dyan, nagbabantay mga 20 to 30 lang. Sobrang haba ng wall, hindi marasyonan yung mga pagkain yung mga nagbabantay na soldiers. Sino nagpakain? Mongolian. Halimbawa, ikaw yung bantay, pinakain kita. Anong gagawin mo? Pag sinabi kong pagbuksan mo naman ako.
Bubuksan.
Traitor di ba? Traitor. So tulad mo at tulad ko, ganun din talaga yung gagawin ko. Pinakain Kung hindi ko pagbuksan, ano next na gagawin sa akin? Papatayin kami, 20 lang kami, 1,000 yung susugod. So in other words, in Great Wall of China, we have to think about it if it's really great. Kung hindi na-serve yung tamang purpose niya. Punta tayo sa ibang bansa, saan niyo gusto pumunta? Saan yan? Diyan lang po yan sa may Bataan. Tabi na tawag na Coliseum na matatagpuan sa Rome. Nauna na po ako dyan. Ano po ang purpose at function yan? Entertainment. Ang mga tao ng araw, kapag ikaw ay nabilanggo, Halimbawa, 100 kayo, gladiator, yung matirang mabuhay, siya yung lalaya. O habang mga nagpagtantayan sila, ang ginagawa ng mga tao, pumapalak pa. O, isipin niyo yun. So yun lang yung purpose niya. Punta tayo sa ibang bansa. Okay, maraming salamat sa kooperasyon. Ito tinatawag na Taj Mahal. O, bakit pinatayo? Libingan. Isipin mo, libingan na naman. Pag namatay sila, namatay ang asawa ni Shah Jahan. It was founded in 1632. Ano sabi niya pagkatapos mapagawa? Lahat ng mga manggagawa pinatawag, pinaputo lahat ng kamay. Lang sabi niya, dapat hindi na magawa sa ibang part ng mundo ang ganitong klaseng kagandang mausoleo. Buti na lang, wala ako doon. Di ba? Putulan ka din ng kamay. Yeah. Ano pa, mag-revolusyon na tayo? Wala naman na tayo magagantihan. Pero, merong common dyan sa apat na yan. Ano ang common dyan sa apat na yan? Yes, high resolution, full color. Okay, lahat po bang ito ay man-made? In other words, walang babaeng gumawa. Gender equality, gender sensitivity. Sige, dagdagan natin, may babae. Pero walang alien na gumawa. Man-made, ha? Man-made? Okay, number 2. Ancient wonders? Ganito po kasi hindi kayo confident sa sagot. Simula sa bullet na yan, pababa, ang sagot po ay yes. Pag kayo nalito pa, ha? Okay. Ito po bang mga ito ay kinonstruct ng either slaves or salaried workers? Ito po bang bagay na ito ay ginawa dahil may nagutos? Ito po ba ay ginawa ng time na yon para tugunan ng pangailangan nung time na yon? Bakit pahina ng pahina? Isa lang po ang sagot, yes lang. And lastly, na-imagine niyo ba maraming namatay dito? Punta tayo sa sariling atin, tinatawag na Banawe Rice Terraces na matatagpuan sa Bulacan. Bukawi po yun. Banawe Rice Terraces sa province po ng Ifugao. Ito po ba ay man-made at handmade? By the way, ginamitan din ng paa, so foot-made. By the way, may sponsor po tayo dun, footmaker, Godfather. Yan ba yun, tama ba? Footmaker, footwear maker. Okay. Sige. Ito po ba tinatawag na 8th wonder of the world? Dahil hindi tayo makasama-sama sa 7. Gumawa tayo ng Pangulo. Genius, right? Okay. Now, very interesting. Slaves gumawa sa iba. Sa Pilipinas, ginawa ng Malaya mamamayan. So, 2,000 years ago, may ABS-CBN na. Himpilan ng Malaya mamamayan. DZMM size 30. No? Very interesting. Hindi ko lang kung mag-agree kayo. Walang leader na nag-take ng credit na siya ang nagpagawa. So simula ngayon, let it be me. Alam namang ikaw, sir, di ba? Ako ngayon nag-research di ba? So ako. Isang napakaganda, 2,000-year-old na ancient edifice na hanggang ngayon buhay pa rin, pero walang leader na nag-claim ng credit. How on earth is that even possible? Nasa organization natin ngayon, pag mataas ang sales, ako yan. Either ako eh. Magaling ako kasi tao ko yung mga yan. And by the way, in-address yung present need at the time and also the future need na hanggang ngayon, ina-address pa din. Nagbibigay ng buhay at kabuhayan sa mga taong nandoon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are no longer functional ancient structures. Welcome to the Philippines, your country, the home to the only surviving functional ancient wonder of the world. Barbaric, naive, uneducated. Totoo, hindi? Hindi. Ito ang bansa na napakaraming genius. Marami lang, hindi ko nilahat kasi baka may madami naman, mga makasama na naman dyan, hindi naman nandito, di ba? Those are like, oh my God, 2 minutes. Board na board ka ba? Paano ba pinag-aralan yung concept na yan? Well, lilinawin ko lang, hindi po ako yan. Kasi sama ng tingin mo sa akin, kung ako yan, hindi ako yan. Hindi ka na pala makikwento, skip ko na yung kwento ko, kasi 2 minutes na lang daw. Skip ko na yung kwento ko, sasabihin ko na lang sa inyo na nagpunta ako doon. Kunento din, nag-travel ako papunta Ifugao. 9-hour, 10-hour drive yan. Papunta Ifugao. Unang gagawin ng host ninyo, magkakatay ng manok. titingnan yung alignment ng abdo. Pag maganda alignment ng abdo, yung sabihin, welcome ka sa bahay nila, at kapag may activity ka, hindi ka mapapahamak. Ngayon yung abdo, kapag hindi maganda yung alignment sa liver, ay medyo wag mo na yung ipilit yung activity mo kasi mag-fail ka. So nung time na yon, hanggang ngayon sa Ifugao, ang fate ay nakadepende sa manok. Oo, bago ka magpakasal doon, papatay ng manok. Pag sinabi ng manok na walang kasal, hindi kayo kakasal. Kaya ang forever sa Ifugao, depende sa manok. Pag magpapatayo ka ng bahay, kakatay ng manok. Pag sabi ng manok, huwag mo nang magpatayo, hindi ka muna magpapatay ng bahay. Kaya iniisip ko ngayon, kapag ganun yung ginawa natin sa system natin ngayon, di ba maganda? Isipin nyo, sino nagde-design sa organization natin ngayon? Leader! Pag nagkamali, sino kinagagalitan? Either tao or sinisisi ng tao yung leader. Oh. Palitan natin ng manok. Halimbawa, may project na ilo-launch. Okay. Alam niyo na kung saan ako pupunta, ha? Okay. Halimbawa, may project tayo, tatayo. Sabi ng presidente, manok! Pasok! Ngayon, kinatayo manok. Oh. Sabi ng manok, huwag itatayo. Okay. Hindi itinayo. Walang nangyari. Kasi sinabi ng manok, itayo. Ay nag-fail, hindi bumenta yung project. Oh. Sinong sisisihin? Exactly. So in other words, ano sila parang, ang tawag ito, parang insulated sila doon sa politics. Kasi wala, sinabi ng manok eh. Kaya maganda pong gawin natin to sa organization natin. Oh, ano ba? Siya yung magiging presidente. Siya rin yung susunod, vice president siya. Manok? Pasok. Pag nag-disagree yung manok, eh di siya magiging vice president. Ano po? Balik natin. Ako po ay mayroon chicken business by the way. Pero yan po ay totoo naman. Seryoso na, hanggang ngayon ritual pa rin nila yun. So yun totoo. So nung hinati yung okay naman daw yung alignment liver. So doon pa lang ako winelcome ng aking host. Pagkatapos niya. And then yan po yung typical na bahay ng Ifugao. Pag maraming bungo, mayaman na nakatira. Pag walang bungo, mahirap lang. So 2,000 years ago, meron tayong social classification ng rich, middle class, and poor. Kaya kapag ikaw ay nasa real estate, magbebenta ka ng bahay, huwag kang pupunta at magbebenta doon sa walang bungo. Alam mo na walang pera. And by the way, yung kanilang damit, color coding din. Iba yung kulay ng sinusuot na mayaman, middle class, saka mahirap lang. Ibig sabihin, alam na natin kung ano yung mayaman, middle class, saka mahirap. O ngayon, anong meron tayo? Pare-pares ang damit, tama po ba? O, tingin sa katabi. Hulaan mo, may utang ba yan o wala? Hindi natin masabi, di ba? O dati, nasasabi na nila. So, yan yung, ibig sabihin, marami na tayong alam ng unang panahon, ano po? So ako po yan, wake up like that. Before I took a selfie of my own selfie, ha? Hindi niya alam kung paano ko ginawa yan. Kasi sabi ko po yan, dahil ang tingin dito ng karamihan ng mga Pilipino ay iba po ang tingin ko. Ang tingin ko po, ito yung ating timeless proof ng Filipino leadership ingenuity. Dahil ako po naniniwala, what we see is more important than what we look at. Explain. Biglang may gagawin na. Ulitin po natin ha. What we see is more important than what we look at. Bilang isang leader, dapat hindi mo nakikita kung ano yung sitwasyon. Dapat ang tinitingnan mo, mga bagay na nasa likod ng sitwasyon. Which is, most of the time, ang ginagawa natin, band-aid solution lang. Kung ano yung problema, yun ang itatapalan. Are you with me? Okay. So in this case, hindi na lang tayo mababaw yung tingin sa bagay-bagay. So how great and genius we were before 1521. Bilis na lamang po ito sa Angono Rizal, geometrician, mathematicians na yung mga Pilipino. Ito po yung tinatawag na Angono petroglyphs. Marunong na tayo mag-drawing ng circle, triangle, rectangle without even calling them circle, triangle, or rectangle. Are you with me? Ayan, alam natin yung symmetry. Kung ano meron sa kaliwa, hindi meron sa kanan. Nakakapag-drawing na tayo nun. Dito po sa Agusan Province, yung Orion Constellation, Orion, alam niyo Orion? Constellation? Pag hindi nyo alam, ganyan nyo lang para sabay-sabay tayo may alam. Orion Constellation, ang tawag natin balatik o yung panghuli ng baboy ramo. In other words, astronomers na tayo nung araw. Pagdating po sa Butuan Province, ito yung bangkang tumalo dun sa malaking barko ni Magellan. Paano ko alam na natalo sila? I was there. And then, ito po yung tinatawag na copper plate, Laguna copper plate 900 AD. Nung araw tayo po ay may writing system na tinatawag na baybayin. Okay. Ang Bible po ay hindi natin maintindihan. Tinranslate ng mga Kastila sa baybayin, nung naintindihan na natin, pinatay nila yung writing system natin. Kaya ngayon tayo, lahat ng meron tayo ngayon, hiram. Language, mga letters, hiram, puro hiram. Question, kung puro hiram ang meron ka, magiging proud ka ba? Hindi, kasi alam mo, hiram lang karamihan or lahat. Now, to summarize, yung ating greatness ng pagiging Pilipino, noong 2000 BC, mathematician, geometricians na tayo. And then, noong 140 BC, astronomers na tayo. And then, noong 1 AD, genotheorized terraces. And then, noong 320 AD, gumagawa tayo ng mga bangka na nakakarating hanggang Europe. At linguists, scribes, and communicators na tayo noong 900 AD. Ganyan tayo kagaling. And then, meron tayo ngayong problema. We were great people before greatness was taken away from us. Right? Ano pong ibig ko sabihin ng tinanggal sa atin? For more than 400 years, we were made to believe that we are less. In other words, ang lagi nating mindset, may mayroong mas superior kaysa sa atin. Are you with me? At tayo ay less superior. That explains kung bakit tayo, pag sinabihang maganda, ano sabi mo?
Thank you.
Ay, ang kapal naman talaga naman. Example lang ito, huwag nating seryosohin. Mali yung tinanong ka dito. Ito mahihiya. Dapat sinabihan ka maganda. Diba? Hindi naman. Pag sinabihan kang pangit, galit na galit. So in other words, yung confidence natin, hindi masyadong tukoy. Tayo yung bansa kung saan ang mga tao ay hindi confident kung saan sila nakatayo. Are you with me? Every time may darating na foreigner, we look up to them. Tanyo kung bakit? Ang tangkad. Napapatingala ka talaga. But, nakikita mo yung inferior personality natin. Kasi akala natin, maliit tayo at wala tayong kwenta at hindi natin kaya yung ginagawa nila. At least yun yung mindset sa atin. So 3 times our identity was altered. Hindi ko na patatagalin. 3 lang naman yan. 333 years ng Spain, 103 years ng US, and 5 years ng Japanese. Magsusurvive ba ang pagka-Pilipino mo? Definitely hindi. Lahat ng galing mo, tatanggalin nila. Ipapalit nila yung kanilang galing. Yung kanilang superiority, i-impose sa atin. Exactly kung ano yung ginawa nila. Right? Now, bago ako magtawag ng revolusyon, ito yung naituro sa atin. Competition is the only way to win. Sino dito nakapag-aral ng elementary? Taas kamay. Wala? Wala nakapag-aral? Legit yung tanong ko. Okay. Ilan ang first honor? Sagutin nyo na maayos, seryoso. Ilan ang first honor? Ilan? Hindi kayo sure? Isa. Top 10. Huwag kayong maingay, may nag-iisip pa. Isang first honor. Anong idea mo ng success? In order for you to be successful, you have to be first. You have to beat everyone in the classroom. Tatalunin mo para ikaw yung mag-emerge na successful number 1. Okay, how many years ang pinalagi natin sa school? Hanggang college? 14 years. Sabihin natin 15 kasi may mga nag-extend. 15 years. Competition. Assignment, individual or by group? Recitation, individual or by team? Recitation, sabayang bigkas. Recitation, individual or by team? Exam. Individual or by team? Exactly. Case-to-case basis naman, mahiya naman kayo. Bawal ka mga bawal kang tumingin kasi dapat individual. Right? 14 years. Anong mindset sa atin? Compete. Ang success ay na-achieve when you make it individually. Bawal ang collaboration. Yung pang 15 taon, nag-apply ka sa company. Anong sabi ng HR? Anong tanong? Are you a team player? What on earth is team? Paano mo i-unbuild yung mindset? Na kailangan mo may mapatunayan, kailangan mo isa lang i-beat, kailangan ikaw lang mag-isa gagawa niyan. Sasabihin mo overnight na dapat dito sa organization na ito, team? This explains kung bakit hyper-competitive ang mga tao natin. Even yung mga tao natin, laging may tendency na i-challenge yung leader o yung wisdom ng leadership natin. Are you with me? And this also explains kung bakit nagkakaroon ng crab mentality siraan. Kasi hindi ka pwedeng may mas gagaling sa'yo. because other nationalities, so to speak, said competition is the only way to win. Not in the case of the Filipino people long ago, because in the Philippines, we stood by the principle that collaboration is the only way to win. Ang magkakalaban na tribo, tinigil ang laban para gumawa ng isang wonderful edifice na tinatawag na Rice Terraces of the Philippine Cordilleras. Before I finish and wrap up, marami na kayong mga motivational seminars na puntahan. Anong sinasabi? Guilty ako dito. If you want to succeed, believe in yourself. Nothing is impossible. Trust yourself. Isa, trust yourself. Sa sinuunang Pilipino, trust your tribe. Because no one ever made it alone. They trusted each other. Hindi lang yung sarili ng kakayahan, kundi yung kakayahan ng kanilang team. And by the way, ang sabi nila, ngayon, di ba? Gagawin ko yan. Pero ang tanong, yun ang tanong natin, di ba? Gagawin ko yan, pero ano akin dyan? Sa sinuunang Pilipino, gagawin ko yan, but what's in it for us? Nakita niyo yung difference kung paano tayo ngayon chaotic? Kasi nakalimutan na natin yung concept ng we. Because we made me. Masyado tayo naging individualized. Na we are going to do everything para sa sarili natin. Secondary lang yung para sa lahat. And so what is the lost leadership of the Filipinos? Since wala na akong time, hindi pa na po siya masasagot. Unless gusto niyo sagutin ko, mabilis lang din to. Ha? Ha? Siyempre, ang nawala, hindi yung topic ko. Step back leadership. Simple lang yung ating thesis, ha? Ang thesis natin ay, kung Rice Terraces ay ginawa ng free man, walang leader na nag-take ng credit at nasustain siya for 2,000 years, anong leadership ng Pilipinong nawala? So, ang sagot, step back leadership. Ano ang definition ng step back leadership? Is a philosophy of putting the people at the center of leadership. Sa leadership ng Pinoy, ang tao ang bida, hindi ang leader. At least, long time ago. Ngayon, papatunayan ko sa inyo very quickly kasi meron niyang proof, no? Ang tawag ko sa model na yan ay PLG. Huwag niyong guguluhin yung letra at sasabog yan. PLG, tandaan niyo mabuti, PLG, People, Leader, and Goal. Ngayon, may tatanggalin tayong isang karakter, titingnan natin kung ano mangyayari. People, Leader, Goal. Ano unang gusto niyo tanggalin ko? Goal muna kasi masisira yung presentation ko. Pag inuna natin yung leader, ha? Goal muna. Papasok tayo, ha? Okay? Okay, tanggalin natin yung goal. May tao at may leader, pero walang goal. Ang tawag dyan, goal equation. People na may leader na walang goal, walang destination. Number 2. Anong next na tatanggalin? Leader. May tao at may goal, pero walang leader. Ano mangyayari? Walang direction. Bilang isang leader, nakasalalay sa iyo kung saan pupunta ang tao mo. And by the way, alam niyo kung bakit nandun sa gitna yung leader? Kasi ang trabaho ng leader, bridge sa tao para ma-achieve ng tao ang goal niya. So secondary character ang leader sa leadership natin, ang primary character is tao. And therefore, tanggalin na natin yung tao, tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari. Walang tao, nandiyan ka bilang leader, at may goal ka. Oh, anong mangyayari? Ano mangyayari pag wala yung tao, pero sinasabi mong leader ka? Loko-loko ka ba? Leader ka, nasa yung tao mo? Basta! Hindi naman pwede yun. So may leader na may goal na walang tao, walang function yung leadership. Therefore, the only reason you are a leader is the people. Thus, always put the people at the center of your leadership. Thank you. process. Yung leadership process. Ba't ayaw niya maniwala? Pinag-aralan ko nga. Ang unang ginagawa ng leader, nag-step in para i-educate yung tao. Mag-step back para i-delegate yung itinuro. At mag-step up para mag-aral ulit. Hindi ka pwede mag-step back nang hindi ka nag-step in. Hindi mo pwedeng i-assume na alam ng tao yung gagawin. Kapag ikaw ay alam mo na yung gagawin at alam na niya yung gagawin, pwede mo na siyang iwan, saka ka lang pwedeng umalis. At kapag nakalis ka na, nag-grow ka na, yung iyong inilago o yung iyong growth, kailangan mo ulit mag-step in para ituro. Pag naituro mo na, step back ka ulit. And then mag-step up ka ulit. Never-ending process. So sa una, exercise mo yung control. Pag nag-step in ka, hindi ka pwedeng democratic leader. Hindi ka pwedeng democratic leader, dapat ikaw ay dictator. So walang isang leadership style na sasabihin mo yung leader, ako ay servant leader. Hindi, kasi ang servant leader is part lang ng isang step back leadership process. Sa una, dapat diktador ka. Pero kapag ka nag-step back ka na, democratic ka na. Pag nag-step up ka na, transformational leader ka na. Are you with me? So depende kung nasan yung phase mo, yun yung leadership style na pwede mong exercise. So by that, I mean 3 steps. If you are a leader, first you step in. Yung step back, tingnan mo na siya talaga yung gumagawa. Kasi ang nangyayari sa atin, yung tinatawag na micromanagement. May problema ba tayo doon? Yes, kasi every time you micromanage, you don't trust the people. Sino ito may experience na pinagawa sila ng boss nila, tapos kinabukasan, natapos na ng boss nila yung pinagawa sa kanila? O kasi hindi ka forever pwedeng nandun sa situation na yon. Kasi hindi ka mag-grow. Anong gagawin mo? 24 hours, 7 days a week, babantayan mo yung ginagawa ng tao? Tingin mo kung ganyan yung ginawa ng mga ninuno natin, baka mamaya 3 baitan lang yung rest terraces. Kasi hindi na makaka-move forward. Are you with me? Okay, so yun yung process ng leadership natin ngayon. Ngayon lahat yan, ang foundation 3 lang. Collaboration as a strategy, trust as a currency, and malasakit as a culture. Tandaan nyo, walang taong binayaran para ma-build ang rice terraces. And yet, nagawa. Bakit? Kasi ang mga Pilipino, totoong mapagmalasakit. Tayo yung mga tao, nagre-reklamo dahil OT na walang pay. Pero nag-OT pa rin tayo. At hindi natin dinidemanda yung company. So, start na natin ngayon. Kasi nga, tayo yung tao na ibibigay yung sarili kasi yun yung identity natin. Sabi na, ang caregiving daw, napakababang career. Hello! Sinong ibang lahi ang makakagawa na maghugas ng puwet ng ibang lahi? Or mag-alaga tulad ng pag-aalaga sa kapwa natin kapamilya? It's not a weakness. It's a strength. Being caring. Di ba extending yourself na hindi mo naman ang trabaho, tatrabahuhin mo pa, nagre-reklamo ka, nasasaktan ka, and yet you are still doing it. Mahal mo siya, di ka niya mahal, nandun ka pa rin para sa kanya. Katangahan naman yung tawag doon. Iba naman yun sa... So yan yung yan yung 3. Yun. So okay na yun. Ako po wala ng time, pero bibigyan ko kayo ng libro. Okay lang ba mamigay ko ng book? Ang tawag ko ay e-book. Ibig sabihin, hindi physical na book kasi may bayad yun, nandun yung book. So may cellphone kayo? May cellphone po kayo? Okay, write your name, email address, and how you feel about my speech, and send it to the number. Kung wala po kayong load, nagpapaload po ako. Huwag niyo pong picturean. Gawin niyo po ngayon, meron kayong 2 minutes. Go. subpar tayo or lower standard. Ha? Okay? Sapatos ko ha? May sariling interest pala. Okay, so ano po ang next at ano yung sinasabi natin? Ano yung gusto kong magtapos sa aking pananalita? Please, see the bigger picture. Because what you see is more important than what you look at. Bago ako bumaba ng entabladong ito, normally, nagbibigay ako ng prediction. Okay lang ba i-predict ko yung future nyo? Ha? Guys, trust me, I traveled from the past. Now I'm here, I can certainly travel to the future. So this is your future, ladies and gentlemen. The future according to Lloyd Luna. Ready? Ready na? Okay. This is your future. Exactly. Wala po kayong future. So anong hinihintay natin? Actually, meron. Ako po naniniwala very strongly that 10 years from now, if you're not dead, they also believe that whether you like it or not, 10 years will come. And hopefully, in 10 years' time, matulungan niyo po ako. Buhayin natin yung greatness ng Pilipino. Ibalik natin yung tunay na leader na Pilipino na hindi tayo ang sentro ng leadership, kundi ang mga tao na pinamumunuan natin. So that hopefully, mas maging better tayo dito because this is our culture. This is who we are. So Step Back Leadership is our contribution to the world. Let's start sharing it from our team and then outside the country. Thank you so very much and God bless. And to award the certificate of appreciation, may we call on.
Thank you so much, Sir Lloyd Luna. Yeah.
We would like to invite Sir Lloyd right there sa ating photo wall.
Mukhang naniniwala na ako sa Pinoy. Buti na lang ang aking passport nakalagay Filipino citizen pa rin.
Getting some insights for the guidelines for successful strategic communication. And I think everybody now is ready to hear from our next and final presenter. Our next resource speaker is a proud Filipino winner of the hit Asian reality TV show, The Apprentice Asia. For winning the show, he served for 1 year as Chief of Staff of AirAsia, reporting directly to Malaysian business mogul Tony Fernandez based in Kuala Lumpur. Born and raised in Manila, Jonathan is a multi-awarded marketer and HR professional with over 10 years of experience in Southeast Asia. Dubbed as Asia's Millennial Guru, he is Asia's leading motivational speaker on topics involving leadership, talent of development, Gen Y workers, and office productivity.
Jonathan is the author of 3 best-selling motivational books, From Grit to Great in 2015, Fast Forward 2017, and Single, Taken, or Building My Empire. This is in 2019, which offers career tips and advice for aspiring corporate millennials. By record, he is the only Filipino author today to be able to penetrate the Southeast Asian markets of Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, and Indonesia as a certified best-selling author. Jonathan today is the founder and managing director of his marketing consultancy firm, the JY Consultancy and Ventures, which offers marketing and talent optimization services to startups and Fortune 500 companies in Asia.
To speak about empowering business leaders, let's give it up for Mr. Jonathan Iabot.
Alright, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon everyone. Kaya pa? Yes? Kaya pa? Alright, I think I need to energize everyone before we start. I want you guys to please raise your right hand. Taas ang kanang kamay. And I want you guys to please wake the person up to your right. Tap the person to your right. Tap, tap, tap. Alright, gisingin, gisingin, gisingin. Tap, tap, not slap. Alright? And as you're tapping the person to your right, could you please tell the person to your right kapag lalaki, gwapo, pag babae, maganda, or however the person wants to be called. Tell the person to your right, you are so guwapo. Alright, very good. O, yung iba yung mayakap pa. I hope you guys were laughing because you were telling the truth. Yes. Do the same thing, guys. Raise your left hand, taas ang kaliwang kamay. Alright, taas ang kaliwang kamay. And I ask you guys to please do the same thing. Tap also the person to your left. Tap, tap, tap. Alright? Tap, tap, tap. Gisingin, gisingin. And tell the person to your left, but. Come on guys, I need more energy here. But. Come on, one more with more energy. But. Alright, you are more guapo. Alright, very good. Thank you. I hope you were laughing again because you were telling the truth. Alright, and I hope the person to your right didn't get mad. Alright, this last session, this last talk is going to be sharing with you guys a story that I had a few years back and also sharing with you guys, aligned to our theme, the power of communication about leadership. So yours truly a few years back joined a reality TV show that was created by the same guy who invented Survivor, and that's Mr. Mark Burnett. You guys are familiar with Survivor? Yes? May social life pa ang mga audience natin? So Survivor is a TV series in which there are 16 people pitted against each other in the jungle, limited food, limited energy, you have to survive, and only one person gets left behind. The same thing was done by Mr. Mark Burnett, and this time he said, I want to pit 16 business executives in the urban streets of New York. They're going to be given a series of tasks, marketing, sales, negotiation. If their team wins, they proceed to the next round. If their team loses, one of them needs to get fired. And you do that by debating against each other with your fellow contestant to prove that you're worthy of staying behind. And then the iconic host shouts out, and it's a very popular scene in Apprentice, he shouts, you're fired. So there are many countries today who have their own versions of The Apprentice. There's Apprentice US, Apprentice UK, Apprentice Italy, you name it, most countries have their own franchise. And finally, they created their own version of The Apprentice, and that's The Apprentice Asia. The Apprentice Asia is a franchise in which 30,000 applicants all over the continent joined the competition. The 30,000 were trimmed down finally to 12 contestants. Yours truly joined the show, and I'm here to share with you the lessons that we've learned from that TV show, and also serving as the managing director of my consultancy firm, JY Consultancy and Ventures. Quickly, just for you to appreciate where the lessons are coming from, I'd like to share a 1-minute video of what happened in that TV series way back then. We shot the episodes on the streets of Kuala Lumpur in Singapore, and it was aired on AXN. So let's watch this video. Let's play this.
It's the job interview of their lives. From across the region, Asia's best business brains are heading to Kuala Lumpur.
I'm not here to compete with anybody else. You only compete with yourself.
Selected from thousands of applicants, 12 candidates will battle it out for a dream job with a 6-figure salary.
This is not just a job interview for me. This is the job. I deserve it, and I want it.
To be his apprentice, they must simply outshine the competition.
Accompany Mr. Lee straight to his room now. Now.
Next. Shut up.
And survive his grueling 11-week interview process.
There's no excuse. Don't make excuses.
You happy with losing? You have your chance to be fired if that's what you want.
What have you brought to the table in terms of creativity?
You should always say I. It's just an attitude problem.
Let me explain.
You have heard enough. It sounds a bloody disaster.
12 candidates.
I make sure that you are on the money. I got your back on this.
Yes, you drive it out. It's after all.
Why can't you guys stick to the now?
One job.
Girls, what's this? Calm down, everyone.
Come back like you want to really be my apprentice. But don't bother coming back.
Who will take the title?
It's a monumental screw up. For that reason, you're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
Alright, if that piques your interest, a lot of the episodes are available on YouTube for you guys to watch. A lot of the episodes are also, they can be illegally downloaded on torrents.com, if you guys are into that. And I'm asking you guys to watch it not because I'm there, but because I think it's a great way of understanding leadership. Leadership is about influencing people even if they come from different walks of life, even if they don't like you, and even if they don't like their job. And I think that TV show was a great example of how different nationalities get together to get things done. These are the 12 contestants of the show. Yours truly represented the Philippines. There was also another Filipina contestant in the show. That's the picture on top of mine. Her name is Selena. She got kicked out in episode 7, but I brought her back in the finale episode. The finale episode was Philippines versus Singapore, and the idea was to arrange a charity ball for the 200 VIP guest of Mr. Tony Fernandez, who's the CEO of AirAsia, serving also as the host of the show. And of course, I'm here to share with you guys my lessons, because after those 12 episodes, the Filipinos stood out and show to the rest of the world how we are truly, truly globally world-class when it comes to marketing and sales, and served as his apprentice. I joined Apprentice Asia and served also as the Chief of Staff of Air Asia. So if you win the show, two things: you become the apprentice of Mr. Tony Fernandez for 1 year based in Kuala Lumpur. And the best part, which for me dramatically changed my life, was $1 million in cold cash. If you're interested, and if you may have seen the tweets of Mr. Tony Fernandez, you are eligible to join the season 2. So a few weeks back he tweeted this, and if you'd like to join that season, you have to be 19 years old, has an Asian passport, and knows how to speak in English. Make sure you ask permission from your boss, because you're going to be out for 3 months with no assurance of getting your job back. Right? It's a 34-page application form, and it's on axn.com/apprenticeasia. I left the company in 2015. I overextended for 3 years. Today, I manage my own consultancy firm. That's the JY Consultancy and Ventures. Our headquarters is in Kuala Lumpur. We're currently 53 people spread across 4 countries in the region. Our headquarters is in KL, but we also have an office in Ortigas in Manila. I painfully fly every week. These are some of the clients that we've had in the past. A lot of you who may follow me on social media may see me more as an inspirational speaker, but that's a very tiny fraction of what we do. Our business is involved in social media marketing. So as a marketer myself, we do Facebook, Instagram, Twitter marketing for companies who need to propel their ideas and their products online. And of course, as an inspirational speaker, we take pride of being Asia's world's widest motivational speaker. We've done these sessions as far as Buenos Aires in Argentina, as far as New York, United States. We've done this to many companies, and in every talk that we do, these are all of the clients we've engaged in the past. We always take pride of the Filipino lesson that we are truly globally world-class in what we have. Lloyd a while ago mentioned how the Filipino, the idea of uplifting of who we are and how we are great in what we do is something that we need to talk about on a daily basis. We're also a social entrepreneurship company, and so every time you guys book us for workshops, and every time you guys buy our best-selling books, so we're shamelessly plugging them, by the way, on my right side at the back. The part of the proceeds go to our scholars. We have about 50 scholars scattered all around the region again. Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. These are our scholars from St. Joseph's Academy in Aklan. We covered their 2020 to 2021 high school. And that happens because of you guys who get us for our workshops. And a part of the proceeds go to their schooling on a yearly basis. Alright, I come from a very humble small town, by the way. Just a quick background. Anyone here from Panay region? Of course, like north most ng mga tao here. But I come from a very humble town called Malinaw in Aklan. My parents come from a family of farmers and high school teachers. And my ambitiosa mom one day wanted to send her kids to an all-boys Catholic private school. And so she and my dad migrated to Manila, sent me to that school under a scholarship. Meaning, if I was only second honors in class, I only get 75% scholarship. If I was third honors in class, I only get 50% scholarship. I was arguably the poorest kid in my school that time. Yours truly lived in the slums of Tondo until the age of 17, worked my way up, was a scholar from grade school down to university. And I just want to share that story with you guys, just for you to know where I'm coming from. And the idea there is, I told to myself when I was young, you can never be too small to dream big. That if you want something so bad, you're gonna get it done because you know you deserve to get it done. So that's my quick lesson. Here's our agenda for the session about leadership. Number 1, I'd like to ask the question, how is leadership evolving today? And when we say evolving, I'd like to share how other industries, how other countries, and how other continents are perceiving and redefining what leadership is. Number 2, I want to tackle the concept of diversity. And the reason why this is important is because in our offices today, and you guys know this well, we live in a different world in which our seatmate could be 10 years younger or 10 years older than us. Agree? And yet it's either they are our boss or they report to us. Agree? Yes? So the workforce today is becoming more diverse. People are coming from different age brackets. People are coming from different ethnicities. And people are coming from different backgrounds. The number 3 question I'd like to ask at the end of the session, how do you, as people champions, so a lot of the people in this room could be leaders, managers from HR, etc. How can you become a champion of people in times of adversity? When I say adversity, even if businesses change, and I'll give you an example, we are going to expect probably a recession in 2020 for reasons that the coronavirus has been eliminating so many opportunities for people to get out. So Philippines is lucky, but in other countries, a lot of conferences like this have been postponed because they couldn't do that. And so when those changes happen, how do you as a leader adjust and sustain the things that the company needs to get done? We're going to answer that in question number 3. We'd like to get this out of the way. Speaking of leadership, I'm sure a lot of the speakers a while ago defined their leadership, but I want to align it now on the same page. And I'm going to gather a lot of definitions and put them into one triangle. Leadership, as we define it, and I'm sure you guys have your own definitions of leadership, is similar to fire. And when I say it's similar to fire, fire is that item that has 3 elements in which one of them does not exist. Fire will not exist. Sige nga, can I get some shout-outs? Who here can share with me what are the 3 elements of fire? Fuel, that's one. So you need a platform for it to happen. Ano pa? Oxygen, very good. Third one is? Heat. I think I heard it.
Heat, temperature.
Very good. So heat is also important. So the interesting thing about fire is that you need to have heat, you need to have oxygen, and you need to have a platform. That's your fuel. The interesting about fire is that if one of the element is not enough, even if it exists, fire will happen, but at some point, fire is going to fade. It's going to die down. So you need to have a sustainable amount of each element for fire to exist. The same thing happens when it comes to leadership. We know today that leadership is comprised of 3 elements. And as I'm sharing this, guys, humawak tayo ng imaginary dart, pin it on the screen, and ask yourself, do I get to tick the boxes for all of them? The first one is commanding. Leaders are great commanders. And I'm not talking about the Hollywood definition of commanding, meaning you have to threaten based on violence, because that's scientifically proven to be not effective at all. But commanding meaning setting goals. Commanding meaning you know how to set the rules between what's professional and what's personal. Commanding meaning you earn the respect of your peers such that you have a good amount of fear and respect at the same time. You direct the path. You set the vision and the goals. The number 2 element of leadership is equipping. And this is what managers are all about. Equipping meaning you provide the needs and the wants. On day 1 at work, if you're the HR or if you're the leader, meron na bang laptop si employee? Is the phone provision for him to make calls if he's a sales guy, for example? Is he allowed to make decisions with minimal supervision, for example? What are the rules and the guidelines? What time should he be in the office? What are the rules for him doing overtime? Are this clear to the employee? So these are parts of equipping. Equipping also involves enabling possibilities. If the employee is so good in what he does, what are the future opportunities that he can take? Can he get promoted? Can he be rotated to a different department? Can he take an international stint? All of these things must be clear for the employee, and those are parts of equipping. So as early as now, guys, hold your imaginary dart, pin it on the screen. Do you get to tick both of the elements as early as now? The third one, which I think is interesting, and can you give me a shout out? What do you think is the third part of leadership? Anyone? What do you think is the third part? So you can be commanding, you can be equipping, and what's the third one? This is important, guys, because no matter how good you are, if you're not likable in the office, no one's gonna be working with you. What's the third one? Hindi tayo uuwi if you don't get this right. Come on, guys. What's the third one? Can you take a stab on it? Make a guess.
Charisma.
Sorry? Charisma? Okay, you're almost there. Can you give me something that exudes that quality or personality? But you're right. The ability to charm people. The ability to influence them, which means on the third part, influencing. Right? Leaders must be good at influencing their people. That involves the ability to convince, the ability to persuade, the ability to challenge and motivate them, even if they don't like you, even if they don't like their teammates, and sometimes even if they don't like their jobs. The problem with leadership is that when we know the 3 elements, not all of us get to tick all 3 boxes. Agree? Sometimes you can be very commanding, but you're not likable. You rank low on influencing. Sometimes you're very good in equipping, but people don't respect you. You're not commanding enough. Sometimes you're also very influencing, but you're not equipping, and also you're not commanding. You don't need to become a leader. You can just become an influential or inspirational speaker and make vlogs on YouTube. Right? Great leaders need to be able to tick all three boxes. And here's where I challenge you guys. Hold again your imaginary dart, bang it on the screen. Do you get to have all of them? And because we know that self-improvement starts with self-awareness, if you're lacking in one of the three elements, your question now is, what do I do to fulfill that cup na walang laman? And I need to work on that. All good? Yes? So I'm priming you guys because for us to learn frameworks, we need to know where we fall. And this is where akala mo ang gwapo-gwapo mo, di ka kasi lumalabas ng bahay. Right? That's because you haven't been benchmarking yourself versus others. And in order for you to become the best of the best, you have to understand what are the global standards for defining what's best. And if these three comprise majority of the definition of leadership, the next question now is, do you get to possess all of them? All good so far? Yes? Alright, so here's framework number one. We know today that great leaders don't just instruct or delegate. And this is where communication is very important, and that's part of your theme. Great leaders understand personal motivations as well. This is why, we will discuss this later on, but I'm going to say it in advance. It is important to ask that the moment you're conducting the job interview with the employee, don't just look at the resume. Ask the personal question, why are you applying for this job? What is your motivation for leaving your company and moving instead to our organization? Because at the end of the day, what makes people move are their personal lives. Agree? It's your family, it's your ego, it's your future. It's because of the things that you love doing. Therefore, it's important for leaders to understand what the personal motivations of their people are. So, let's look at one favorite concept of mine. The Japanese have what they call as ikigai. Are you guys familiar with it? I think you've seen some of this on the internet. Ikigai is a Japanese term which means the reason for being. So we have two kinds of definitions of success. You can have financial success, agree? But you can also have success redefined in other ways, such as success based on the amount of love that you have given to others before you die. Do you agree? And I think the latter one is a better definition of success. Because when you're at your deathbed, you don't need to count the amount of money you have. You count the amount of legacy you're going to be sharing with others so that people get to remember you and appreciate you for your life. If you look at Ikigai, and here's where again, I ask you to hold your imaginary dart. When we look at personal motivations of people, they fall under four things. They have careers and jobs that they love doing. Agree? Yes? Yung mga ganyan. There are also people whose jobs and careers fall under you're good at it. All good? So maybe some of you will say check and also check. The third one, there are jobs and careers in which it helps other people. Agree? What do you think is the fourth one? Anyone? And this is important when looking for jobs. What do you think is the fourth one? Guys, come on, I need to leave this room with a good impression of you guys. And you're not impressing me well so far. Yes, go ahead. What do you think is the fourth? Job that you love, a job that you're good at, and job that helps other people. What's the fourth one? And this is very basic. That's right, very good. Ayan, kung di pa inaway, hindi pa sasagot to. The fourth one is, it has to pay the bills. That's right. Because you have to pay the bills. That's why you have to look for something to earn a living. You have to put some food on the table. Now, here's the ideal situation. It would be nice if we have jobs that have all four of them. Agree? The problem is life isn't perfect. And so you're going to have jobs in which you only have certain intersections. For example, if you don't have all four, maybe what you have instead is passion. Passion is the intersection of you love doing it and you're very good at it. It may not pay well and it may not help other people. You also have jobs that we can call as mission. So missionaries are technically people who sacrifice themselves for others. They love what they do and it helps others. May not also pay well and not necessarily that they are good in what they do. right? There are also jobs that we call as vocation. Doctors and nurses who get paid well and directly helps other people are under vocation. And finally, you call it as a profession if it covers something you're good at and something that pays the bills. Again, hold your imaginary dart. If you do not fall into the black words, perhaps you fall into the blue words. Right? Ask yourself, in my career, in my daily life, in what I do, as a manager, as an assistant, as a director, as a CEO, whatever it is, which of them falls for you? Now, you might be the luckiest person in the room because if it's not among the blue or the black, it might be the red one. The center of all the four intersections is what we call as ikigai. And would it be so nice if you have a job that you wake up every morning for, you love doing it, it helps other people, you're good at it, and it pays well. Agree? Ito yung mga hindi tinutopak every day. Because everything is covered in what they do. Your goal is that if you do not fall in the center, and that's fine, Jesus loves you if you don't, your goal is to graduate to Ikigai. From passion to Ikigai, from mission to Ikigai, etc. So you might ask me now, John, okay, I got the motivations. How do I know if my employee, and I'm a leader, how do I know if my employee is getting to the center part? We discover our Ikigai when our employees and our people don't just work for the what, but also because of the why. And remember guys, Ikigai stands for reason for being. I'll give you examples. These are companies who in terms of engagement surveys, according to their HR, have one of the highest engagement survey scores in the Philippines, and perhaps in the world as well. So when you get to ask them the question, so what do you do? The typical answer for Grab, what does Grab sell? Transportation, that's good. What does Jollibee sell? What does Jollibee sell? What muna? Fast food, right? It serves the best chicken joy in town. What does Starbucks sell? Coffee, that's right. But when you look at the engagement survey scores of these employees, the employees said, we're not in the business of selling transportation, fast food, or coffee. We do beyond that. And that's because their Ikigai ties up their personal lives with their careers. They see their careers also as a personal mission of why they love what they do. So for example, Grab does not sell transportation. Grab sells what? Nag-grab ba kayo dito? Yes, alright. What does Grab sell instead? It sells transportation. What do they sell? Comfort, that's right. They sell convenience. They sell the ability of an individual to conquer the road because Metro Manila is a battlefield. Right? If you don't have Grab, you're done for the day. Alright? Good luck. Same thing with Jollibee. What does Jollibee sell? Jollibee doesn't sell fast food. It sells, I think I heard it a while ago. That's right. It's happiness. We're not in the business of selling crispy chicken joy. We just happen to make good ones. Instead, we are in the business of selling happiness. Whether you've been broken-hearted or you got promoted at work, the only logical thing to do is buy 2-piece chicken joy with extra rice and peach mango pie and extra gravy. Right? That's what Jollibee sells. It sells happiness. It just happens to be in the form of fast food. The same thing happens with Starbucks. The CEO of Starbucks, Howard Schultz, says, we're not in the business of making coffee, we just happen to make great coffee. Instead, what we are selling is experience. Very good. Starbucks is in the business of selling inspiration through their coffee houses. When you're in a Starbucks branch, you think you can conquer the world. You can finish 50 PowerPoint slides. You can negotiate with a client. If you're a student, you can cram for your next exams for 3 hours. You do that in Jollibee, the guard is gonna kick you out if you stay there for too long. But in Starbucks, you can do everything. Air-conditioned, with plug and sockets, and with Wi-Fi. The why and the Ikigai for these companies are very clear. And this is the reason why their employees stay longer and are happier. They do not attach their value as employees alone, making money for business. They attach their value to a social, personal mission of helping out and giving back. That's your Ikigai as well. My question now for you, at dapat masasagot nyo to, what is the ikigai of your company? If I get to ask you now with a blank sheet of paper with the question, what is the why of your company? Can you give me a one word for it? And that's a litmus test, because if your answer is no, you have to go to your CEO or your HR and you have to question them the same thing. Why don't we have one? Alright? Assignment yan, ha? You need to have one if you don't have yet. I'll give you more example. Tide. You guys use Tide? Laundry detergent? What do you think is the why of Tide? Just to give to you the idea that the best brands in the world have a clear why. What's the why of Tide? Clean clothes, yep. But all other detergents do the same thing, so their why has to be unique. Why of Tide? The why of Tide is to help you yield the whitest clothes for your family. Right? Tide is about whitening. The idea behind Tide is that if you send your kids to school na naninilaw ang uniform, you are an irresponsible mother. And so for you to become the best mom in the world, you have to use Tide. The why is very clear. And it's the reason why the employees of Procter & Gamble who sells Tide are engaged in what they do. We do not just sell detergents. We sell that mothers can be at their best if they give the best clothing, the most white ones, for their kids. Right? So the sustainable why, therefore, is always beyond what you earn. And here's where I want you guys to diagnose your employees. If you are leaders at meron kang direct reports, there are two kinds of employees. Employees who fall under the state of being, and employees who fall under the state of becoming. The state of being are those employees who keep on saying to themselves, I finally achieved what I wanted, I don't want to move anymore. I'm good in what I do. Or employees who will say, panalo pa din, at least hindi kulela. Have you told that to yourself? I'm not number one, but at least I'm not 858. And yet I ask you, if you're number 432, there's space for you to be in the top 10. There's space for you in the top 20. There is no space for mediocrity. Or, okay na to, kesa naman sa wala. Have you told that to yourself? And I hate this. This is contentment hiding under the veil of mediocrity. And I hate the Filipino phrase, pwede na yan. And I hate that because that means you think that your quality is forgivable when the quality doesn't pass the standards of others. If you think that you are the best of the best, pero hanggang pang barangay ka lang, think again, because you cannot say that you're the best if you haven't even reached the standards of others. And may I remind everyone in this room, sometimes your ceiling is just someone else's floor. You think you're giving your best, but for others, for another company, that is nothing for them because that is basic. So when you're at the top of your mountain, if you're at the top of a tree, the good thing to do is to always look down because it's delicious to look down on others because you're at the top. Instead of looking down, what do you do instead? What's a better way to sustain that? That's right, very good. You look upwards because even if you're at the top, when you look upwards, you realize that there are mountains and trees taller than yours. And so if you think you're already the best, think again because someone else is above what you have. Your ceiling could be just someone else's floor. And another one, this is my line of expertise. This is where I'm comfortable, di na ako gagalaw. From time to time, challenge your employees to what we call as the state of becoming. The state of becoming answers the questions such as, mission 1 accomplished, I'm not satisfied, on to the next. I've reached my 2019 sales targets, but this is not enough. I want more. Or, this is great, but there must be something that's better. I don't know what it is. It's up to me to find out and I need to research. Or, how do I make sure na tuloy-tuloy pa din ang aking pagkapanalo? Because one-time victory is not enough. One-time victory is called chamba. That's right. And you don't want to be labeled at work as someone who got it because of one-time luck. We earn respect from our colleagues if we get to do it repeatedly and consistently. And the last one, is this all that life has to offer? Can I be something else? The existential question that what I think I have is not enough, I will keep on sustaining it because things might change. When you look at the red ones, we call it as the performance zone. You're good in what you do, you keep on doing what you do, you are a master and you are an expert. If you're a doctor and you're about to experiment and conduct a surgery on someone's heart, you do not tell the patient, for tonight, I will be testing a new technique on your heart. Of course, you don't say that. You're gonna tell the patient, for tonight, I'm gonna be doing a technique I've been doing for the past 10 years because I'm the best surgeon in town. However, that doctor needs to keep up with changes in technology. That doctor needs to jump to the state of becoming. He needs to learn new technology and new techniques. That's where we call it as the learning zone. The learning zone is where you stretch. You're already good in Excel, intermediate level. You ask yourself, there must be an advanced level. So kung alam mo na si VLOOKUP, you guys familiar with VLOOKUP? Alright? Try to do the V and X lookup. Right? Because there is always space for improvement in this case. Hold your imaginary dart, pin your dart on the screen, and ask yourself again, where do you guys think you fall into? Today in your careers, are you in the performance zone or are you in the learning zone? And again, there's no right or wrong. We're not judging you whether you're in the blue or in the red box. We're judging you, however, if you're complaining in life that nothing is happening to you, but you've been stuck in the same box for the past 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years, and you're not doing anything about it. Your goal is to keep on jumping from one box to another. You're doing well, jump to learning zone. Stretch, learn something new, apply it again, go back to performance zone. If you're good again, you graduate. So from a glass, you become a mug, you become a jug, you become a gallon, you become a vessel. The goal is to keep on having that infinite amount of change for yourself. So what is it for your people and their motivation at work? And we know this well. I'll give you some examples of some companies. Anyone here who's familiar with Nokia? Yes? Anyone here is familiar with Kodak? Can you please tell me what happened to them in 2011? 2011, Kodak and Nokia. What did they do? What did they file? That's right, they filed for bankruptcy. They filed for bankruptcy because even if they were already owning 70% of the market share, Nokia knew that 2 out of 5 people in the world was owning a Nokia phone. 5510, remember that? 3310, everyone had a Nokia phone. They were being offered to change their operating system from Symbian to Android, but they resisted because they said, we have the best phones in the world. We don't need to change. 2 years later on, Sony Ericsson, Samsung, and finally iPhone was born into the market, and in a matter of 3 years, they got wiped out. Nokia today only owns less than 1% of the global phone business. This company got stuck in the state of being, did not jump to the state of becoming. Another example was Kodak. Kodak got killed not because of Fujifilm, which was their second player. Who do you think killed Kodak? Themselves? It can't be themselves, guys. You don't do that for a 50 billion. Who killed Kodak? Well, technically they did it to themselves because they refused to jump. But which company started the trend? So Kodak thought that everyone was in the business of printing photos. Everyone wants to print their memories. What they forgot to realize is that when technology changes, people still want to keep memories, but they don't need to print them. They can upload it online. And so the first ever company that killed Kodak was Friendster. And when Friendster happened, people started uploading their photos instead. You have Multiply, remember Multiply? Takes you 1 hour to decide what's the title of the album. Right? You have Multiply, then became MySpace, and you finally have Facebook. Today, people only print photos because they like it and it's cute. But it's not anymore a necessity. And in 2011, they also filed for bankruptcy. The same thing happens for these companies, got stuck in the state of being, did not jump to the state of becoming. As leaders, it is your goal to always push your people to jump. Lesson number 2, great leaders embrace diversity. And when I say diversity, it is not just on paper, looking different, smelling different, or doing something different. Change your mindset and believe that people who are different versus who you are not bad things. In fact, the great thing about them is that they can contribute something that you will never have in your life until you finally meet them. So I'll give an example. Can you please tell me what these are? And this happened in 2016. Anyone? Can someone make a guess? What do you think are these photos? Anyone? And this happened on social media. 2016. Anyone? For extra cup of rice? For dinner? In 2016, this was the national elections in the United States. The red are the tweets in favor of the Republicans. The blue are the tweets in favor of the Democrats. Now, obviously, the elections in America is based on electoral college, so you do not necessarily get to shift people to vote for another candidate easily. However, it is always ideal that if you want someone to prove to them to vote for your candidate, you talk to them, you convince them, you debate, you create a discourse. The problem is, the Republicans were only talking to themselves, the Democrats were only talking to themselves, and very little of the population were debating against each other. And this is bad, because there's no point talking to someone who is already supporting the same candidate. You are redundating the situation. Agree? This isn't only happening in America, it's happening all around the world. I'm sure in the last Philippine elections, you probably have blocked so many of your friends. Yes? Right? You probably have blocked, and this is natural for us because we don't like people who are different versus us. The problem is this: when you end up blocking everyone on your Facebook account, you end up with nothing but the same people who think like you. And there's danger to that, because you will end up, if you happen to be thinking of the wrong information, no one is going to challenge and police you and say, that's wrong. Why? Because you're all supporting of the same thing. And this is why in any organization or company, it is healthy to have a good amount of people who will serve as a devil's advocate. If you're 10, 7 of you may think alike, but leave space for 3 people who will think differently and always tell you, John, before you push that button, what if this is situation B, C, and D? A devil's advocate who will always challenge your ideas, because you don't get to have the best idea all the time. By the way, this is not something that is abnormal. It is normal and in nature of humanity. We call it, by the way, in sociology as homophilia. And homophilia is our tendency to actively seek out people who are similar to us. It is the natural tendency of mankind to always want to stay with people that are similar to us because it's part of our survival. Right? Yes? If you go out tonight, I will bet my life you're gonna hang out with the people that you love hanging out with. Right? If you keep on eating the same kind of cuisine, let's say, mahilig ka sa samgyup salamat, you're gonna hang out with friends who likely are also into the same thing. Right? You will be able to bond well with friends who also are on episode 14 of Crash Landing on You. Right? Because you know that there's something in common about you. And so this is the natural tendency of you. Sino nakatapos ng Chloe? Tapos nyo na ba? I'm on episode 12 now. Alright? Yung iba? Okay. For those who aren't, it's not because you're not cool, but you're missing so much. Right? So, I want to remind everyone that lacking diversity in your organization is detrimental to your teams. For example, in HR, we call this as culture fit. Culture fit is different to culture add. And I want you guys to change your mindset from culture fit, graduate to what we call as culture add. Culture fit is when you say, he's the harmonizing type, let's hire that guy because he has the same values that the company has. It's good to hire these kinds of people, but don't hire all of them. From time to time, ask yourself as well, he's the challenging type, he can stimulate new ideas that the team will never think of because we don't think that way. That's called culture add. Another example, we want workers who work fast and are always having a sense of urgency. When I was younger, I worked for a telecommunications company na ang unang bira ni HR, John, we cannot hire you if you don't fall under this mold because we want all our workers to be like that. But later on, you realize that you cannot have all workers who act and think like that. From time to time, you have to put some diversity. You need to have employees who also want and value what to prioritize. Those who want to slow down and say, wait a minute, before I push that button, have we exhausted all means? That's diversity. And here's where I challenge you guys, how diverse are your organizations? Or is your organization too homogeneous to the point now when you think of the same thing, you end up making a suicidal mistake? May I remind you guys, by the way, that diversity is only just one facet. Diversity is mababaw. Diversity can graduate to what we call as, so for example, when I say diversity, you invited someone to the party. He looks different, he smells different, he came from another university, even if you only hire people from a certain university. The person comes from the province, even if you only prefer Metro Manila graduates, for example. Or you only hire people from the same industry background. You are into diversity if you defy that notion. So the idea there is, team members come from different backgrounds. But that's only scratching the surface. What you want is to graduate to what we call as inclusion. Inclusion is when not only was the person invited to the party, the person doesn't feel shy to also dance in the party. And there's a big difference. Have you been in those kinds of parties? Yes? In-invite ka ng friend mo, you don't know anyone, so the entire night you just kept on drinking, but you didn't say anything. Right? Have you been in those parties? Bungis-ngis ka na bungis-ngis as if you keep on looking at your phone as if you have many messages to attend to, but you really don't have, but that's because you're shy. You were invited, but you don't feel you're welcome to say your piece. What you want is to have people who think they can share their piece. And that's when team members are allowed to suggest different ideas, and if they challenge you, they will not be faulted for it. If they challenge your idea, they're not gonna lose their jobs. And neither will they be perceived as the kontrabida in the company. The last part, which I think is the most ultimate definition, is what we call as belongingness. Not only does the person feel ready to dance in the party, you acknowledge the fact that if he has a different dance move, I can learn and use that dance move in my party as well. And that is the deepest definition of diversity. You are deliberately hiring that individual because you know that he can apply and transfer something that your company will never have you not invited that person to the party. And this is when team members embrace the differences and use them to complement each other. I always say this, don't just join a company because of a good salary or because of a good reputation. Join a company wherein everyone is just so good that on a daily basis you get to siphon what they have and transfer it to yourself. Because your daily interactions will determine how you speak, how you think, and how you move. That's the definition of diversity. I'll give you one more example, and here's one good best practice. So this is a study by Harvard Business Review in 2016, and in their study, and it's great proof, not all people from different walks of life have their own definitions of feedback. For example, when you ask the question, how often do you prefer receiving feedback from your manager? We all have diverse definitions. The Generation X, which fall under the gray bars, don't care if it's on a monthly or quarterly basis. The millennials meaning they're aged 24 to 39 as of 2020, meaning you have to be born under 1981 to 1996, their definition of feedback giving must be on a monthly basis. And this is very apparent for millennials because when you have a generation who thinks that every comment or post that they see on social media, kailangan may like at may comment, any millennials who feel the same way, right? You post something on Facebook at 9 p.m., you take a shower, you leave the post behind, you go back to the post, 1 hour later, wala pa rin nagko-comment. How do you feel? You feel that no one loves you anymore. Right? That kind of feeling does not stay on social media. That kind of feeling graduates in the corporate world. And so this is the reason why millennials themselves do not want to wait for the annual January appraisal evaluation to know how they are performing. They need to know how they perform on a monthly or 2 months or quarterly basis. Because by the time that you've shared your feedback, it's too late and they're ready to hand over the resignation paper. And this is why, all around the world, Stanford University 2016 study, the average amount of lifespan of a millennial in a corporation or a company is 18 months. The idea that if I don't like the company anymore, I think I can move on and look for greener pastures. This is diversity, acknowledging that your audience have a different way of being managed and managing other people as well. Second to the last, we're beyond halfway now. As great leaders, and this is where communication also happens, great leaders protect the culture of psychological safety in their organizations. And that's when they allow people with different ideas to speak up without the fear of judgment. I'll give an example. In 1993, so I come from the airline industry, and I stayed in the airline industry for 4 years. In 1993, one of the cabin crew members of Delta Airlines suggested to management, "Boss, napansin ko po walang kumakain ng lettuce sa business class entrees ng ating mga passengers. May I please suggest to take it out because it's a waste of money and people aren't eating it." At the onset, management was hesitant and they said, "Why take it out? It's part of our tradition to always include the lettuce on the plates." But they were open-minded. Even if it was a lowest-ranking cabin crew staff, they thought it's important to listen to them because they always see the customers on a daily basis. And so they said, all right, let's take out the lettuce under 2 conditions. We're gonna do a survey for 3 months and ask the passengers if they're okay with the change. Or number 2, how is their satisfaction on the plane? To their surprise, when they took out the lettuce and they surveyed the passengers said, A, we did not notice that the lettuce was there to begin with. Or number 2, the passenger said, well, the plate now looks cleaner and more organized. And so management said, wow, this is working. Apparently, we thought the lettuce was important, but in the grander scheme of things, no one cared at all. And so management said, all right, it's working, let's take out the lettuce. They experimented beyond 3 months, extended that plan for 1 year. And in 1 year, just by taking out the lettuce, Delta Airlines saved $1.4 million US. Imagine the savings the company got because they allowed that every individual, down to the lowest ranking staff, down to the cabin crew, can suggest a new idea. And that was a big savings for the company. Contrast that to other organizations in which the only people who can suggest has to be a middle manager, has to be a supervisor, or has to be part of the VP section of the company. I'll give one more example, and before I show this video, can you please tell me what are your favorite Walt Disney films? Give me shout-outs. Cinderella, alright, what else? May social life ba mga ibang tao dito? Right? So I'm gonna end this talk knowing that this is really a very boring batch. I'm just kidding. Can you please shout out? Anyone? Have you seen Coco? Yes, I cried with Coco. It's one of my favorite films. Have you seen Finding Nemo? Yes, Finding Nemo is also nice. Could you please tell me how many years do you think it takes for Walt Disney to finish a film? From ideation to publishing? 3? A bit higher? Higher? So 7 to 10 is the average amount of time to finish a film. Avatar from Pixar is finally happening in 2021. That's about 11 years since they started version 2. It takes so much time. It takes, you know, how their standards of perfection is so high that they want to get things right. And so it takes around 7 to 10 years. So you might ask yourself, how does Walt Disney get to publish so many films? Their annual quota is 4 films a year. And they've been killing the game. They've been doing beyond that. For a lot of us who may not know, Walt Disney gets to publish a lot of films because they are recycling one animated scene to another. I'll give an example. So, let's go ahead. Let's go back, let's play this. So I'll give an example. This is Sleeping Beauty, and this was published in 1959. That scene is also recycled in 1991. They changed the background, they changed the color, it's exactly the same scene. Another example is Snow White. 1937, recycled in 1973. So they changed the color, they changed the background, lesser time, lesser effort. Let's do one more time, another example. This is 1937, recycled in 1973. If you're still not getting it, I'm judging you. Alright, I hope you're getting that. So the idea is to make things faster, we can recycle the scene, apply it to another movie, people won't know, the quality is still there. Little Mermaid, a lot of the scenes in it were recycled in Moana. The same thing happens. A lot of the scenes in Lion King were were also recycled in Moana. It makes the job faster, and the only reason why this happened was because in the 1940s, one of the cartoonists of Walt Disney said to Walt Disney himself, "Boss, masyadong madami pinapagawa mo. Can I suggest something that can make our lives easier? People won't notice it, but I think we can recycle one scene to another. We change the color, we change the background, but we have to keep those templates." Today, even up until today, Walt Disney still has those templates. And they keep on repeating them because it makes the job faster, cheaper, and more efficient. That only happened because the lowest ranking staff, down to the cartoonist, felt psychologically safe that I can challenge my boss' idea. I will not hold back because I think this idea is great. And so when you look at your employees, and here's where I ask you guys to hold again your imaginary dart, you're gonna have employees who can be categorized into 4 types. When you look at the y-axis, that's your psychological safety. The higher I go up, the more I feel I can suggest and challenge even my own boss. And when you look at the x-axis, that's the performance pressure, the ability of the individual to perform well. You have employees who fall under what we call as apathy zone. Mababa ang psychological safety, mababa ang performance. And these are employees who say, well, every time I suggest something to the team, they never acted on it. They don't listen because they think I'm too young. They don't listen because I think they judge me for coming from a different company. And because they don't think that I can be trusted. So why speak up? And so I will just shut up. So you don't like these kinds of employees because they might be holding back something that can make you succeed. And then there are employees who fall under what we call as comfort zone. Comfort zone meaning they feel psychologically safe, mataas ang psychological safety, but they're not performing to their best. Why? Because they say, I'm stress-free at this stage. Kapag binigay ko na yung minimum, okay na. I don't need to move as long as I get my job done. If I can go home at 5 o'clock p.m. on the dot, okay lang yan. And these are the kinds of employees wherein kapag may meeting, meron siyang gustong itanong, he will not ask the question kasi baka lang humaba ang meeting. Right? We call this, by the way, in HR as the employee paradox. There are companies in which the employees will not give their best because they think if they perform well, they will get extra workload without getting compensated for it. So they are in comfort zone. Mataas ang psychological safety, pero mababa ang performance. You don't want these kinds of employees because they may not be stressed, but you're not getting the most out of them. And then you have another kind of employee who falls under anxiety zone. Mababa ang psychological safety, pero mataas ang performance. And you might be wondering, how does that work? They perform well because they follow everything that you tell them, even if it may not be the best for the company. Meaning, sunod-sunuran. So siya yung, I might get fired, I might not get promoted if I do not follow my boss, or if I challenge his idea, lahat susundin ko. So, cookie cutter template. You don't like these kinds of employees because they're only doing well based on a cult personality. And I hate these kinds of employees because the moment that leader steps down, the employee does not perform anymore. You want employees who will perform regardless of who their boss is because they're simply engaged in what they do. At the last part, which is my favorite and which is ideally where you should fall into, is what we call as the learning zone. Speaking of Walt Disney, we have what we call as the Goldilocks rule. The Goldilocks rule states, not too hot, not too cold, not too hard, not too soft, just the right amount. And the learning zone is you have the balance of both. You have both psychological safety and performance pressure. These are employees who say, I think that my idea is wild and radical, but my boss will still consider it and test it out. Because for all we know, it might be the next big thing. That employee from Delta Airlines who suggested the lettuce, that employee from Walt Disney who suggested to recycle, fall under the learning zone. Even if they're the lowest ranking staff, they will not be afraid to speak up because they're after what's best for the company and not just for themselves. Hold your imaginary dart, pin it again on the screen, and ask yourself, where do you guys think you fall into? Do you fall under apathy zone, comfort zone, anxiety zone, or learning zone? I hope you guys fall into the learning zone. And by the way, this is not a permanent state. If you're in the learning zone too long, don't stay too long there. Pag inaabuso ka na, baba ng konti sa anxiety zone, stress them a bit, and once they find the discipline, go back to learning zone. If they're too stressed, don't stay too long on learning zone. Give them some space, go to comfort zone a bit, and then when they're back to their normal state, go back again to learning zone. The key to becoming a great leader is to communicate your expectations, and at the same time, understanding what your employees want. Always, the Goldilocks rule works. Finally, as I end, great leaders don't just develop skills. And I'm putting this as part of the plan because this is usually unspoken in the field of the corporate world. Great leaders are those who also develop the soft skill of resiliency, adaptation, which we call as grit. So you cannot change people overnight, but if you cannot transfer to them what's inside your brain, at least develop them to be good in what they do, even when you're not around. We call that, by the way, as grit. So can I get a raise of hand? Who here thinks that being summa cum laude or valedictorian when you finish school does not guarantee that you will become successful in the corporate world? Raise your hand. Yes? Agree? Very good. Raise your hand if you believe that you may not have finished with honors, but you know that when you work later on in the corporate world, you probably are even more successful than your counterparts in high school na nag-finish ng first honor. Raise your hand, agree? Nay, mayabang. I'm kidding. Very good. And this is true. We learned this really well. The ability to memorize your textbook or the ability to answer those math equations are not enough to guarantee your success because there are so many factors that come into play. And so my last assignment for you guys is if you can have the time, 6 minutes. 6 minutes is so short. It's just enough time for you to poop or to shower. You can do the same thing. Go to YouTube or go to TED Talk and watch a video of Dr. Angela Duckworth. Type Duckworth and grit. It's the first thing that comes out. Dr. Angela Duckworth has a 6-minute TED Talk video in which she explains what, therefore, determines success. If it's not just pure ability to be good in school. So, as an economist, she had a regression analysis. Regression analysis meaning you look at mathematical equations to correlate event A to event B. In her equations, she asked, could it be IQ? Can I put there in the equation IQ? IQ can determine success. Can I put it there? Yes, perhaps it can, because IQ is not just about being smart. IQ is the ability to solve a problem given the resources given to you at that time. So there's IQ. What else can I put there? Anyone else? What else can I put? Give me another Q. Very good, that's EQ. The ability to become emotionally aware of how you feel at that moment. Especially when you are a leader, to get things done, sometimes you have to hire people smarter than you. Agree? The problem sometimes with smart people is that they have prima donna behavior. And so your goal is to traffic different egos and personalities for you to get the job done. You have to rise above those emotions. What else can we put there? Lahat ng Q nalagay ko na. Barbecue is also very important. Yes. Ano pa? Lahat ng Q's nalagay ko na. Can you tell me something that's passed on genetically by your parents? And this is physically determined. In companies that are sales-driven, it's an implicit requirement when hiring these people. Personality, ano pa? Mahirap ang personality kasi yung personality matagal malaman eh. Ito, immediate. That's right. So she tried to look at the equation. Can I add in my equation good looks? Right? I can put it there, right? Yes? In 1996, the Harvard Business Review landmark study says American CEOs get promoted in their jobs not just because of technical expertise. It is also because of this one other physical trait that you can immediately see and you can measure in numbers. What is that? It's a physical trait. You can measure it in number and you can see it immediately when you see the person. I think I heard it? That's right, very good. Height. And the average American CEO is 6'2". In the science of body language, we know across cultures, when you look taller, you look more commanding. You look more leadership material. In many countries, the taller you are, the more good-looking you also appear. Because the bigger you are, the more you can crush other enemies. That's how survival worked even in the thousands of years ago. If you look at the girls in this room, or the females in this room, if you have a very good-looking boyfriend or husband, I want you guys to contemplate again. Baka matangkad lang yan. Right? And by the way, this is not only among human beings, it's also among animals. Eagles flap their wings. Monkeys puff out their chest. When cobras need to look more threatening to their enemies, they have to stand straighter and taller as well. Women wear heels, and males during negotiation will always puff out their chest to make themselves look more confident. Appearing to look taller and bigger is an advantage. Is life unfair? Yes, it is. But that's how you need to navigate towards the unfairness of life. The 2016 Harvard Business Review survey, 16,000 data points across the world states, when good-looking people get rejected by HR during job interviews, even if they get rejected, the HR has a tendency to offer to them an alternative job position. Why? So that they will stay in the company. Is life unfair? Yes, it is. But that's how you navigate towards, and that's how life is more exciting. 2002, in our university, my alma mater, we have what we call as the Rogelio Sica Thesis Awards, in which we try to correlate interesting things in life. Such as, for example, if you have a good-looking photo in your resume, do you stand a good chance of getting hired in a multinational company? And during that time, photos were still allowed. Today, we discourage you to put your photos in your resumes. But during that time, in their experiment, they had two groups. Group A had students who were really good-looking in their photos, attached to their resumes. Group B had photos of students who were aesthetically challenged in life. Try to guess which of the two groups had a higher chance of getting a job. Who says it's A, the good-looking ones? Who says it's B? Yung hindi nagtaas ng kamay, I have a third option. Who did not understand? I'm kidding. So the answer is B. I'm kidding, of course it's A. The more good-looking ones had a higher chance of getting a job. She also looked at fitness, she also looked at wealth. Dr. Angela Duckworth experimented. She went to the National Spelling Bee of America, predicting which students will advance to the semifinal round. She went to New York public schools, looked at teachers in the Department of Education of America, the poorest districts of Bronx and Brooklyn in New York, predicting which teachers with the lowest salaries are going to yield the best learning outcome despite being underpaid. She went to the West Point Military Academy, our version of PMA, predicting which cadets during summertime, when heat is at its worst, are going to continue their jobs because they simply want to become soldiers. The interesting thing about this study is that it wasn't IQ, it wasn't good looks, it wasn't EQ. In fact, in many of our studies, talent or intellect is either not related, and many times, out of complacency and too much confidence, is inversely related to measures of success. The one thing that rather stood out in her studies is what she calls as grit. Grit, as Dr. Angela Duckworth says, is a non-intellectual. I want to highlight that, meaning you don't need to be born with it. But it is a psychological trait, meaning you have to build on it. It is the combination of passion and perseverance combined. Passion meaning you like it so much, like coffee in the morning, you're gonna do everything to get it. And perseverance. Perseverance meaning you slept until 4 a.m., finishing, crash landing on you, and you still went to work the same day. Because you have to finish work. Yung mga gumanyan, I'm sure. Right? That's perseverance. Grit is being able to cover both. Believing that if you want something so bad, you never give an excuse to it because you just want to get it done. That no matter how many times you fail, you pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and start all over again. I'm going to remind everyone in this room that no matter how good the resume of an individual is, if the person's not gritty enough, that person's not going to last in the company. You know this well. They do well in the job interview. Very eloquent, always smiling, very good answers. But the moment they sit down in their cubicles in the next 3 months, they transform into a different animal. Because what they say does not reflect who they are. You have to measure beyond the resume. You have to measure their personality. And I'll give you some tips about that. I'm sharing this because I'd like to share that my Cinderella story in Apprentice Asia is a story of grit. I was the youngest contestant, if you followed me on the show, who had the least amount of experience. I was the most insecure to join because I felt majority of my competitors were in their old pride. They were 40 years old and above. Majority of them were entrepreneurs and CEOs. I was just a guy in Makati clocking at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. job. But I think I won because I was simply the grittiest. I was the grittiest because I wanted to raise the Filipino flag. I was the grittiest because I was that kid from the slums of Tondo who wanted to prove to the rest of the world that you can never be too small to dream big. And my third source of grit, going back to lesson number 1, that personal motivations matter. My third source of grit was simple. I was watching AXN, watching Fear Factor. Remember that show? Yes. I was watching the episode when the contestants were eating the balut. I remember that time. And I was also stalking my ex on Facebook. I was brokenhearted 2 weeks ago while I was watching this. When I saw the TV commercial on AXN that says, you can now apply for Apprentice Asia, download the 34-page application form. Downloaded it, called up my brother and said, wow, my Apprentice Asia na. I'm gonna join this damn show because I want to prove that person who broke my heart to finally see me on TV to the tune of Adele singing, we could have had it all. And then you lost it. That was my personal motivation. Here's the problem with grit. We now know what grit is. And we know that grit is being able to answer that Nescafe commercial. Can you tell it to me? Para saan or kanino ka bumabangon tuwing umaga? And the idea there is that you need to have a purpose and an ikigai to make you want to wake up on a daily basis. And if you're in Metro Manila, you live in Fairview, your work is in the Valley, you still do that every day because you have a clear why. I hope none of you do that here because it's a bad thing to have. But I'm sharing grit because you cannot buy grit in the nearest 7-Eleven store. Neither can you pick it up on the floor. What you do is to develop that grit and hire people before they transfer to something else. Check if they have grit in the first place before saying that you are fit to work for a company. To prove to you that grit works, and you might ask me, okay John, gets ko na, but how do I become gritty? How do I test if a person has enough grit? If there's something I want to part you guys with, it's this. It's called the growth mindset. To be gritty, you need to have what we call as the growth mindset. There's an idea developed at Stanford University by Dr. Carol Dweck, and it is the belief that the ability to learn is not fixed. If you're not good in math, and math doesn't love you back. Having a growth mindset means as long as I keep on practicing those math drills, I'm statistically better off than someone who didn't do anything at all. Having a growth mindset means that if I have a bad boss, raise your hand if you have one. Anyone? We were doing this talk in Tokyo last week before the government is about to do a travel ban, so thank God I was able to escape immediately. And we were doing it for a telecommunications company in Tokyo. And when we asked the question about who has a bad boss, a lot of the people were just so engrossed, they raised their hands in front of their bosses. And my point is this, if you have a bad boss for now, you love it. You love it when you have a growth mindset. Why? Because the more you know you can survive a bad boss, the more you know that you can possibly endure an even worse boss in the future. The more you experience the bad, the more you become prepared to understand what good leadership is. The same boiling water that softens the potato hardens the egg. The same fire that melts the butter toughens the steel. We don't have the right to complain if something happens to us in life because everyone faces the same amount of unpredictability. You have two options. You react or you respond. You react meaning you cry, you think that there's a cosmic power wanting you to fail, or you respond. You respond meaning, I don't like this, I hate it, but I will solve it because no one else will solve this but me. People who have growth mindset have the latter. To prove to you that growth mindset works, can you please tell me what these are? To prove to you that we back it up with science. Can you tell me what these are? Guys, last chance to impress me. Very good. These are neurons. Very good. My favorite topic about the brain is how the synapses work. These are the brain. This is the brain. So the more you put information, numbers, colors, memories, the brain has no choice, but the synapses have to create more roads for each nerve cell. So the ones that you see yung mga malalaking red, those are the neurons. The linings are what they call as the synapses. They connect one neuron to another. If you have more information in your brain, more experiences, the brain is more convoluted. If you're smart, your brain looks like the one to the right. If you're not so smart, it looks like the one to the left. Dr. Carol Dweck experimented on 10-year-old kids and told them If you make more mistakes and embarrassments in life, that's fine. You know why? Because every time you make mistakes, you're learning something new. Your brain is expanding from the one from the left to the one to the right. So keep on making those embarrassments, not too much, and you have to do it early. 10 years later on, compared to a placebo group of kids who did not see the photos, they showed the photos again to those kids and asked the question, now that you're 20 years old, coming from your 10-year-old self, do you think you're successful today? Most 20-year-old kids will have a negative answer, one word, which is no, right? But the ones who saw the photos had a different response, and their response were two words. Can you please tell me what they are? What do you think were those two words? Instead of no, they gave, very good, it's not yet. And I love that because no means permanently, I'm not good enough. But not yet means as long as I keep on exerting effort, one try is not enough. I need to do another try because failure is not an opposite of success. Failure is a necessary condition for success to happen. Remember guys, if you get it right once, you're called lucky. If you get it right 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, you're called normal. That's who we all are. We're all normal people who cannot afford to get it right once. We need to keep on exerting to finally get it right. So your one-time failure does not define who you are. It defines you later on if you easily give up and say, I'm not good enough for this. People who have growth mindset believe that for every amount of failure, they're learning something new. It is not called failure, it's called a near win. Or you call it as charge to experience, or charge to your lessons. And so I'm going to end with this, some more examples. To look at employees who are grit and growth mindset, here are some ways and some tactics. A good friend of mine who's Gian, this guy's a millionaire at the age of 24, 25. He's declared by the Forbes magazine as 30 under 30, one of the most successful in his age, his bracket. And his software company, every time he interviews an applicant, he doesn't just look at the resume, he tests grit, he tests growth mindset. And one of his way of doing that is, try to guess, he makes you play Mobile Legends for 30 minutes. I'm not sure if you guys are playing Mobile Legends, it's a very good game, but this game tests your ability to choose which character, which terrain, and all of these things determine how you are as a person because it reflects your choices during the game itself. Another example, if you are applying as a cabin crew, so I come from the airline industry, and this is a gold standard practice. Every time we look at cabin crew members who apply, we ask them to do a 15-minute exercise. Build a tent with 4 other applicants for only 14 to 15 minutes. We do that because we want to test how these applicants collaborate and work with other people under time pressure, and we also find out how they communicate because building a tent is a very hard activity if it's your first time to do it. So we are moving today towards testing personalities, not just what's written on your resume. That's how you discover grit. One last example, in our company, when we hire candidates, we ask the question, tell me about one time when you had a conflict with your boss or colleague, and what did you do to resolve it? And I love this question because this question forces you to make yourself vulnerable, and it forces you to tell, what did you do about it? The same way that the tactic in the #1 common job interview question, what's your weakness? Familiar with that? Yes? The good way, the best way to answer that question is not to spend time explaining your weakness. What the HR is looking for is what did you do to manage that weakness? So if you have a 10-minute response for that, make sure that the next 8 minutes is about your resolution, not what the problem is. Another question we give, and here's my favorite question always, even if the applicant in JY Consultancy and Ventures, our company, is applying for a social media job, applying for a graphics designer, or simply applying for an admin work that has nothing to do with math, we still ask the math question. Tell me in 30 seconds, what is 25 times 28? Can you give me the answer? Anyone? And it's an interesting question. We're asking the question not because we're testing your mathematical acumen. We're testing how you react in times of ambiguity, and do you panic when you don't know what to do next? And we love this question. I'm here from this stage, so I can see some of your reactions. When I asked this question, some people got surprised. Some people also squinted or raised their eyebrows. And we love looking at these situations. Why? In all our situations, when we ask this question, you'll be surprised. Sometimes when we have applicants, meron kami mga applicants who react to this question violently. And some of them will say, why are you asking me this question? I'm applying for a social media job. Nothing to do with math. This is unfair. And then there are also applicants who instead will ask us calmly, John, could you please tell me why are you asking this question? I will compute it for you, but you have to tell me why. And between those two applicants, we prefer the latter. Because the first one are those kinds of employees who give us an idea that in times of ambiguity, they will easily lose it. And the latter ones will understand, even if I don't like the situation, even if I don't like the change, I know I can get through it through calmness and by asking for help. These are the kinds of questions we encourage you to ask every time you hire new candidates. And remember, it's not only HR who hires. Hiring managers get to ask these questions from your applicant. It's always better to filter them from the start than be surprised that they convert into a different animal once they are already hired. And with that, thank you so much for having us. Maraming salamat po. I think we're open for a Q&A. Can I just quickly plug? Can I just go back to the slides? Yeah. If you guys are interested, our best-selling books are available on my right side. We're asking you to buy not because it will make me buy my drinks tonight. I'm asking you guys to buy because a part of the proceeds go to our scholars. You've seen our scholars a while ago. We have scholars not just in the Philippines, but also in Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. We're currently number 4 in the non-fiction category of National Bookstore's bestsellers list. The number 1 book is Vice Ganda's book. If you can help us topple that, we're going to be the happiest people in town. May I also just plug, while you guys are waiting for your questions, if you guys are interested, if you happen to be in Manila, we are conducting a half-day workshop called Boost Your Confidence. That's happening on March 21, Saturday in 4 at BGC. It's about public speaking and business writing. And if you're also interested, if you happen to be in Manila, on March 27, we are conducting a one-day workshop in partnership with the SMX Convention Center. And it's called How to Manage the Millennials. It's a leadership workshop on how to understand the behaviors and the peculiarities of millennials and how can you be great leaders in retaining them in your organization. I'm going to give a quick prize. The first person who sends me an email to jonathanyabut@gmail.com will be giving you 1 free ticket and you can tag along a +1 with you for these sessions. Thank you at maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much. We now proceed to the questions directed to Mr. Jonathan Yabut.
Sorry guys, I will skip the panel because I have an 8 p.m. meeting in QC and I have to leave soon. So if you have any questions or any planted questions, by the way.
Anybody from the floor?
I'm sharing the planted question because 2017 Stanford University study, if you plant 2 questions for any event, there's a higher chance that you will get authentic questions later on. It warms up the event and it makes the people psychologically safe. If someone asks the question, I can ask a question also. So meron bang planted question? Anyone?
Anybody who would like to ask question?
Dapat may planted questions too. Anyone? Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Hi. Yes, yeah, that's a very interesting topic, by the way, especially about greed. So, how would you know if someone is, faking that greed? So, because we're going to start identifying that with our employees, but how do we know if that person is really greedy or is just...
When you say that someone's faking it, what's your definition of faking greed?
Let's say
like he's acting it out?
Yeah, something like that. So how would you distinguish that?
Firstly, I'm going to question the assumption behind that. And the assumption there is, whether it being authentic or faking or not, we can't find out if someone is because they will not declare it to you at all. And number 2, there are many moments wherein if someone's faking it, the science of authenticity is, many times you think that you're faking it, but it's basically just you transforming from point A to point B. So who you are 10 years ago, if you decided to become a different person 10 years later on, a part of that transition will involve faking it until you finally become the authentic version of you. So if you tell me that someone is faking it, it could also be that that person is fighting and resisting something in him to finally overcome it, even if he doesn't like it. And number two, even if you're faking it, if the outcome is good out of it, sometimes I will not question the faking it as long as the person did not hurt anyone and didn't do something to himself. I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you.
We do have another question.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Well, of course, we know grit, and based on my understanding, it's something that's actually more innate. And it's very good if you have that grit, or if you're greedy enough. But I think for employers or for business owners, what would you suggest for them to encourage their employees to be more gritty in terms of their job and of course in terms of their personal life, especially for the SSME? Because of course this is very easy to, not actually easy, but we can train and develop people, especially in the corporate world. But in the SSME division, it would be a little bit more challenging.
Okay. SSME meaning, and we have to put in baseline here, most SME companies will have employees under a certain salary bracket. Agree? Yes. And we know this well from a Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I'm converting that to an employee hierarchy of needs. The bottom of the pyramid is always going to be the most basic. What is that? In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, food, shelter, Wi-Fi, whatever it is. Employee hierarchy of needs would involve salary, compensation, proper ventilation in your office. In Western countries, according to studies, it's sunlight, for example. And I would always say, if you don't meet this, your own grit is not even going to be solved in the first place. So when I always say that personal motivations matter, I always align, okay, employee X, what makes you motivated for work? And the response always of the employee is, it's for my family. It's for my future. And that's always going to be attached to the most basic part of the pyramid, their compensation. Until they feel that they are properly compensated, that SSME employee cannot graduate to another higher version of grit. Higher version of grit meaning, how can I help my fellow employees? How can I go beyond 5 p.m. because I love what I'm doing? That's grit, by the way. But you can't have that kind of grit if they're not even properly paid yet. Or they do not understand that what they're getting is already above what the industry is supposed to give. And may I remind you about that? Most employees in SMEs don't have a point of comparison. Most of them, it was their first job and has always been their job. So when they don't have a point of comparison, they think that they're getting less. And then later when they get to compare, if only you knew that other companies are only giving this much. And I hope you fall under that bracket. These employees get to appreciate, wow, I feel indebted now and I feel more grateful. I want to give more. And a lot of them don't fall under that. So here's where I get the question. Is the bottom of that pyramid even being covered in the first place? Because most of the time, and we know this as part of research, even Dole has an issue about this, it's always that bottom of the pyramid that's not met yet. Down to the SSS, down to insurance. If they don't feel that these are being covered, you cannot demand a higher type of grit for your employees. They are going to leave at 5 p.m. because the bonding clock is fine if they punch at 5 p.m. Go ahead.
Can I follow up on that? Because the reality of SMEs is that, you know, the economics are also very different. Very, very difficult. And even if we do want to give them more, there's just the limit of, economic viability of the business as well. So is what you're saying that you cannot develop a higher level of grit unless you meet that bottom? Are you saying therefore that there's no any other approach to take it and still have a highly motivated, gritty workforce?
Okay.
Or is there another approach to take it?
Well, number one, we're not asking people to give beyond what you can give. We're asking you to give what is fair. That's one. And number two, educate them that they should know that they're getting something that's fair. Because also based on studies, most employees don't know that the salary that they're getting is fair enough. A lot of them have a tendency to underestimate that based on what I'm doing, I'm not being paid properly for it. The converse can also be different. You may be paying enough, but the person's doing beyond what he's supposed to give. So the person, even if he's being paid a proper salary, feels that he's underpaid. because I'm overloaded with work as well. So if you can't do something about the finance part, do something about the workload. That's one. But if your answer is if there's no other way, yes, I don't think there is, because the science of psychology is simple. We move because we want something in return. It is hard to demand a person to sacrifice himself and say, I'm going to work for the company because I love you. I can't. I have a family to feed. And this is typically, in Western countries, this might not be the mindset because their government has so much social benefits to give. It doesn't happen in the Philippines. So if you can't cover for that, you can't demand much as well. You can only ask for a good amount of love and sacrifice from an employee. Beyond that, for my universe and for someone who consults for many companies, we haven't seen an outlier company wherein an employee who's been abused with so much workload with a fair or unfair amount of money is going to get more.
All right, we're down to the last question.
Hello, Sir Jonathan. Good afternoon. I'm Felix of ADM. I have a very simple question. Can you share your...
Pag hindi simple yan,
yeah. Your ikigai or your... what are your biggest why or purpose aside from your family on doing these things?
Sorry, the ikigai for?
What are your biggest why or purpose on doing these things? Can you share some reason?
Meaning why I do this?
Yeah.
As a speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, because number one, I love speaking. Since I was in high school, I was in debating. That's one. Number two, when I won the show, it gave me the purpose that, hey, I shouldn't be keeping this to myself. When I started posting, the reason why I have my books is because they were originally posts on Facebook. And a publisher said, let's collect your posts and put it into a book. And that's what happened later on. But also when I was younger, and my ultimate goal, I know, and here's where another proof, your grit is not gonna last long. It will always be 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years. When it is already exhausted, you have to find another source of grit. Which is why when someone tells you, I am not inspired anymore, not true. It just so happens that your source of inspiration today is not functioning anymore. You have to look for a different source of inspiration. The same reason why you cannot anchor your inspiration on only one basket or only one person. Your inspiration has to be multitude. Family, travel, personal life, Netflix, sports, etc. When one of them isn't functioning well, you have other baskets to go to. And in my case, my ultimate goal is always to enter politics. When I was in high school, I always wanted to enter politics because if no one can fix EDSA, and if you follow me on social media, it's one of the things I always talk about, I want to fix that part. Because for someone who travels all around the world and has his passport always raised, I hate it when a lot of my fellow Pinoys are embarrassed to raise that passport when they're lining up in the immigration. And I hate that because they feel that they're inferior to others. And I want to be able to have that country wherein you don't need to become a slave to another country's office just for you to send back home a measly 20,000 pesos. And I hate that. And when I do these kinds of talks, it's when I tell to people, when I run for office, please remember me because I want to change that part. So, yeah. And that makes me want to wake up every morning. Jonathan, you have to go for it.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for Sir Jonathan Yabo. Thank you so much. All right, at this point, we still have our panel of, our panel for discussion. Can we have our speakers on the stage, please? So we can have some more of our Q&As. Sina Sir Mon, sina Ma'am Vida, si Sir Lloyd, nandito pa. And si Sir JDL. Ayan, para tuloy-tuloy yung ating discussion. In case you have some more questions for our speakers.
And of course, we would like to invite Ma'am Arlene De Silva. To join our speakers on stage for the panel discussion.
Okay, so while we're assembling the panel, anybody here has questions already? Do you have any questions prepared for our speakers?
Hello, good afternoon po. So, are you inspired? Thank you so much. Napaka-energizing. You know, I've been out of the Philippines. My family has been based outside of the Philippines with the same company, Procter & Gamble, for 23 years. So kanina umaga, nung nagkumanta tayong Bayang Magiliw, you know, there was something that stirred in me, you know, the words Bayang Magiliw. You know, just saying that word, parang, it's like the country that I love. And you know, after the talk of Mr. Lloyd, you know, talagang parang punong-puno yung puso mo na that, you know, there's so much that we can be proud about, you know, of our country. And that it's actually genetically imprinted in us, nasa dugo natin. And sometimes we just have to be reminded of that greatness that we have na iniwan sa atin ng ating mga forefathers, and it's in us. And I see that each one of us who are here, we are leaders in our own right. Whatever you do, you may not be the decision maker in the company, but we are leaders for change. You know, and it's so inspiring yung sinabi nga ni Mr. Yabut din kanina, that if we have a continuous growth mindset, you know, and I'm trying to just, I guess, distill a few points from the different speakers to remind all of us of what we learned, at least from my point of view. So, and Mr. Yabut was saying, if we continue to have a growth mindset, we continue to learn, because if we don't, mahuhuli tayo sa trend because the world is changing. Whether we move with the train or be left by it, it's really all up to us, and we have to adapt. You know, and I really like the formula of Miss Vida on how to deal with change, because it really resonates with the same model of Mr. Lloyd about, you know, being a leader is really not about you, but it begins with you. You have to have a very clear sense of goal, a very clear sense of purpose, you know, to guide the people, to provide them, you called it, with the right resources, you know, and sharing the same values. So that's the model. It's consistent, but it's about growing ourselves first to grow others. Because one thing about change, my personal view, alam niyo po, we cannot make others change, or we cannot get others to change, even ourselves, if we don't feel good first about ourselves. No? If we don't feel good about ourselves, we can never be leaders of change. Kasi we become the barriers of our own growth. Kaya I really liked, you know, the step back idea, you know, the step back mission, that, you know, first, be proud of who we are. We are Filipinos. We have everything that we need to grow and be recognized as global leaders. We need to adapt to the changes around us, particularly, right, the digital changes, you know, and leverage the strong humanity in each one of us as Filipinos, because that's something that cannot be robotized, you know, and it's our unique value and contribution to the workforce and to the people that we work with. And Mr. Ibrahim also said that whether we like it or not, we're in the 4G state, right? And 4G simply means it's an application of the technologies that are available here. And as we develop our workforce, we ask a different set of questions. Sinabi ni Mr. Ibrahim, you know, the people we look for are those who are not only creative, they have critical thinking skills, they have problem solving, you know, they have a very clear definition of the problem. And Mr. Yabut said, we need to find that grit, that passion, you know. So, I hope it encapsulates po the things that we at least heard the whole day today. But I do want to hear from you also, if you have insights, you know, your aha that you'd like to share to the group. Can I call on anyone? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Shoko po, Principal of Don Bosco Technical Institute here in Tarlac City. I belong to the academy. I'm happy I'm here listening, and I'm really very satisfied with what I've heard. Just a little data lang po so that you will understand my question. I'm also an accreditor, so I've seen several private schools all over the Philippines. I've been sent by BAC. Then I'm also a board member of the PISPEA. The data I see here now is there are about 20% only of those who are managing the schools who are in their 45 to 60. That's their age bracket. And majority of those who are in the front line with the students, the academic level are from ages 20 to 25. And there's a big vacuum in the middle. And I've seen this school really preparing so hard who would be the next managers, particularly for this. And many of the seasoned tenured teachers are passing on this responsibility to the young millennial supervisors with the thought of they can easily communicate with them because they speak the same language. But the problem is, when it's time for them to be charted on in the succession plan, they leave. We feel there's something still lacking. I've been listening to that great, but different people have different unique characteristics, so their level of grit might be different as well. I've heard you talking about that step back leadership, but many of them are also not purely Filipino, but they are also naturalized or hybrid Filipinos. I heard about ITs, and many of our senior teachers are afraid to touch all of these gadgets because they think it's still best to talk inside the class the way they were doing it before. There's nothing wrong with that. And the big question is this: communication is so important, so powerful, so influential. Nung bata kami, nakikinig kami sa matanda, ngayon sabi nila rin matanda, kami pa rin nakikinig sa bata. And all of these things, 10 years from now, sir, you were saying, 10 years from now, mawawala na po yung mga nasa management level na nandun sa edad na yun. And here comes all of these 20 to 25. Hopefully, they still proceed to 35. Eh, paano kung hindi? Then there comes the problem at the academic level, which I think DepEd must have to look into. Especially with private schools, the difference sa salary ng public and private is really very big. Kaya yung pong topic natin ngayon, power of communication. Okay? What could still be that ingredient for us to put them to that level of ownership, these young millennial supervisors? Kasi they are preparing the students for these people who will be in their workforce one day, yung mga ito, industry, everything. But we are the ones responsible preparing them. So please help us understand from the academic level. Sana marating din ito sa academic level yung ganitong topics. Because we are preparing them. And I'm also part of that.
So, sir, palakpakan po natin si sir, no? Very good insight.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, clear po ba tayo sa question? Would you like to articulate lang how you understood the question?
That's actually a very, very good question, sir. Bida.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sir Jonathan. Yeah, so, yeah, I think that question from the gentleman, I'll get the name later. So I think, yeah, when I actually conceived and established my own business, which is CREST, the name was carefully and deliberately chosen. It stands for Center for Research, Education, Solutions, and Training. So I think one of our pain points and challenges, which is we have these very young educators, academicians, leaders in schools, and they're very young, they have the grit, they have the degrees, but then we have these tenured leaders who have the wisdom and the experience. I think by working together, we can address. So as an HR practitioner and OT practitioner, which is a very wide kind of knowledge base, I think the main subject here is succession planning. Okay, succession planning and how do we do it? I think that we can learn a lot from our older folks, get their wisdom, get them inspire us, but the young ones should be motivated and compelled and inspired to do something that is not just addressing the present, but the future. So in saying this, I'd like to offer my own theory that Maslow's hierarchy of needs is not really a step-by-step framework because it was drawn like step-by-step. I have encountered a lot of people nowadays, the young ones, who are just coming from the schools, fresh, or even if they're just in the schools but they want immersion, they want robust internship, they are not after just the compensation. They are after the learning and the experience. So the Maslow's hierarchy of needs should not be a step-by-step. Yung naghagdanan ka dapat bago ka makarating sa step 3. Actually, we can target the other steps right away. But it takes a lot of skill also for the assessor and the interviewers to assess that kind of motivation from every candidate. So I hope that's workable.
Thank you so much po. Yes, sir. Sir Jonathan.
I just wanted to give an opportunity to the Only Rose. I'm very interested actually in the question, in the concern. First, let's see the lay of the land. No? As far as IT, even BPO is concerned, the numbers are, for lack of a better term, disgusting when it comes to the high rate. No? So when you talk about the BPO sector, the high rate is about 5 to 10% on a good month. Meaning to say, out of 100 applicants coming from the academe, applying in a particular BPO, even if they already brought about 5 cases of English with them, they still don't make the cut. Primarily, to Mon's point a while ago, that's not the only skill set that we're looking at right now. It doesn't matter if you make tusok the fishbowl. That's not the only thing that we're looking for right now. We're actually looking for higher cognizant activity. No? So I remember one particular question that I was running a DEN, Domestic Directory Assistance Program for MCI, which is now Verizon. And I asked a particular candidate just to see her enunciation. And I asked her, could you please count from 1 to 10? To which she perkingly said, 3! So sabi ko, Iha, did you get my question? I told you to count from 1 to 10. Yes, sir. 3. Sabi ko, now that I know your favorite number, could you please count from 1 to 10? So again, the understanding of majority of the people coming out of the academy. And I'll run through several issues. No? One is that we have very antiquated curriculum. And changing the curriculum right now is like giving birth to 10 kids all at the same time. Okay? And I'm saying this with a little bit of there's actually a much larger authority here because Mon actually sits on the Commission on Higher Education Technical Working Panel for IT, and I'm sitting at the Technical Working Group for the Student Internship Program. So that's one. Second, it's pathetic that when we visit particular schools, you don't even have the necessary tools of the trade. So there are people who approach me and say, JDL, we only have about 1 hour of computer time every week. And to which I say, okay lang yan, we're already taking up psychology. No, sir. We're taking up computer science. And then we expect these kids to be battle ready the moment they come out of the academy. Third is, I so hate my computer science graduates taking up an OJT wherein they're doing something that is not related to what they're doing. So I visit my member companies within PSIA and I could see their OJTs, computer science and computer engineering from good schools, filing stuff, answering phone calls, and worse, making coffee. Okay? That is also very humbling, but at the same time, we're not helping improve the gap between the industry and the academe. So I will answer your question directly. It's not only the academe that is at fault, it's also industry. Right now, in order for us to address the onslaught being brought about by this particular gap, industry, academe, and government would need to work together. We call it magic. Making academe, government, industry collaborate. Lastly, ang problema minsan and I always say this and I always elicit a lot of laughter every time I address this to a room full of academicians. The problem with the academe is that they are so full of academicians. What do I mean by that? the role of the educator as we know it has changed. Right now, the role of the educator is a curator. Before, when you want to teach philosophy or something to that nature, you have to have, either written a book, you have written, white papers. Right now, you don't need to be the best software developer in order to be an efficient and effective software development teacher. But you need to know, you need to have the talent to look at where to find the information. The educator right now is a curator. And apparently, even the way we do business, I'm president of several of my organizations, but I only have one vote. I'm always, more or less, 9 out of 10 times outvoted by my team when it comes to design, when it comes to the architecture of a particular software. Why? We practice what we call agile methodology. Picture it as Knights of the Round Table. We all have one vote, one team. Therefore, even if I'm the CEO, I'm the one paying your salary, I only get one vote. And if I get outvoted by the team, then majority wins. That level of agility has to be translated to the academic level in order for it to be apples to apples with what industry requires. Sir, I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Maybe we can open it for another. And sir, by the way, we're giving you a voucher for the 2021 third conference po. Thank you. So, do we have any other questions on the floor? Yes. Salamat.
Hi, good afternoon po. I'm Genevieve Manlutak po from Together Line Incorporated. We do visa processing businesses. So, we started like 2005 sa visa processing business. Pero, the sales was
Pwede
like...
nyo bang maayos yung kay Senator Bato? Kaya pa bang hinutin yung kay Senator Bato na visa? Hindi na kaya? Okay, sorry. What's your question?
Okay. So, since we started po 2005, it's slow for the first 2 years. Now, when the USCIS closed, like last year, the business shoot up. So, we did not anticipate that. So, this is a very critical stage of the business that we don't have enough staff, we don't have enough leaders. We have 2 directors who's handling the entire visa processing, but we inform them to prepare and to train more people, but they resist. So now, we are at the stage like, hirap na hirap kaming mag-cope up because we can no longer deliver what we promised to our customers. We already asked those 2 leaders a lot of things for them to improve, to embrace the changes, to apply yung mga sinabi po ninyo kanina about the technicalities, yung mga sa Facebook bot, mga ganyan po na, so that it can help us. But until now, they still resist. So, what would be the best way for us to handle the situation dun sa dalawang leaders namin that until now, they still resist? Because earlier po, you mentioned that fire them. Na kapag they don't perform, well, you have to fire them. Ang hirap po kasi i-handle ngayon kasi sila yung may utak, sila yung may alam ng business. Now we started to delegate, pero parang para sa amin, it's already late. That's my question.
Sa akin nila itinuro talaga eh. Oo. Yeah, but that's a very good question. And I think this is one of the this is one problem-solving, scenario where we HR leaders can really show that we're not just, support function. We are part of the business. We're actually business partners, and at most times nowadays, business players. Okay, so if I were in your company, because there's no hard and fast rule. There can be many formulas, but it really depends on your organization. If you have a board, then somebody should present there. The fastest way to really get those clients, which cannot serve because of the limitations, I think you can outsource. Yeah, find out how many other companies, smaller than you are, can do that kind of work because the learning curve may take a lot of time and investments, okay? But while doing that, find out, discover the potentials of other people in the team who can also lead that kind of business and prepare them alongside because the readiness is very critical. And of course, I said earlier that if there are people or leaders who are not performing, you can challenge them and put them under a performance improvement plan. I think it's very just and fair also that employees who are not contributing and who are not meeting the targets should not have a place in the business. It's very drastic, but that's the last resort. So outsourcing is one, collaboration is another, because outsourcing may not sound so good for other people, but actually it's one of the best solutions. Partnering and collaboration is another. So it really takes, we should really augment our own resources and own capabilities so that we can still embrace that clientele that is waiting for us, that we cannot serve. Because there is so much. And you can provide a lot of jobs, opportunities, and you can make your employees more successful and happier also. Because if you achieve more as an organization, then you can share more to your employees.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me cross-examine the witness. Ma'am, could you please get back on the stand? I just need a couple of questions. First, there's two people. They don't want to change or they don't want to disrupt anything from your operations, which apparently translates to you losing business. Tama ba? Sino po may-ari ng kumpanya? Silang dalawa? Ay, akala ko silang dalawa. So, do your owners, do the business owners know about this? Number one, okay. There's a very unique approach which is not endemic to us Filipinos, no? And this is going to be aligned with kay parang John Lloyd. One is, if they really have absolute understanding of the domain, why not give them a piece of the action? Okay? What do I mean by that? Who are entrepreneurs in this room? Raise your hand, please. Entrepreneurs. So it's not very easy in the Filipino psyche to actually come and bring in partners and shareholders within a particular company. Dahil that's the way we are created. Tama? Kailangan boss ako, empleyado ko kayo lahat. There's one friend of mine, he's a Filipino-Canadian, and after so many years in Canada, he went back here, and he talked to his lawyer to set up a company here in the Philippines. One of the questions that he asked his lawyer is, how do I set up a company that will have employee stock options? Okay? I haven't lost you yet, huh? You know what the answer of the lawyer is? It's a Filipino lawyer. Why are you going to do that? Okay? At this day and age, if you are leaning heavily towards somebody within your organization for particular domain expertise, do not be afraid to share a piece of the action. If they will have even a very, very small percentage of ownership of that company, hindi ba, gusto nila lumaki yan? Because their 1 or 2% of the company could basically translate to what? 100,000, 1 million, 1 billion if the company grows. So that's one. On the other side of the fence, if all of these discussions, which are supposed to be on a healthy level in terms of company growth, is still going to be disregarded, follow Vida's advice, fire them out. Okay? So, si Vida nagsabi nun, hindi po ako, ha? So, naka-Facebook live yata ito. But, at any rate, you have to be very creative in terms of addressing employee concerns now, which are so far away from how we used to think in terms of employer-employee relationship. Some of the geniuses that surround me right now, I'm only one, and I'm a salesperson. I'm not a technical guy. In order for me to come up with technological products and services, I need to partner with people who actually know what they're doing. And in order for me to grab hold of these people, I need to make them partners rather than employees. So that's one consideration.
Bili ka ng manok. Kasi on the serious side, sa serious side, and I always believe that most challenges in any organization is not situational, it's always cultural. I think what we fail to do here is to start an organization na hindi malinaw kung anong kultura ang gusto nating ilagay, which people can operate. Now remember the premise that behavior of the people within the organization is mainly influenced by the culture. So nagkaroon kayo ng isang organization na siguro more on basta benta lang, basta gano'n lang, pero hindi niya na-instill kung ano yung kultura na meron dapat kayo. Because precisely yun yung nagpapatatag sa isang organization, yung malinaw na kultura. Now, hindi ito yung mabilis na solution because definitely hindi mo magagawa yung culture overnight. Especially sa araw siya ginagawa, so overnight hindi talaga pwede. But nonetheless, habang sinusolve niya yan using yung kanilang suggestion, ang suggestion ko is you step back and then you see the bigger picture. Kasi hindi talaga yun yung problema ninyo. Hindi yung dalawang tao na yan, kundi yung kultura ng organization that allowed the two directors to be like that. Maniwala kayo sa akin sa hindi, ang mga tao mag-a-adjust kung ano yung existing culture ng organization. Especially kung bago sila darating. So if you're not going to influence the culture and make it the way you want it to be, and then you are just there in the company doing what you want, kung saan ka komportable, and everybody will do the same. So yun yung aking suggestion. Look into the culture, step back, and then, so as I always said, bili ka ng manok. And then hindi ka bibili ng manok, but what you see is more important than what you look at. So beyond what is obvious, maybe there's something there that will help you solve the problem for the longer term. And I thank you.
Just one insight that I would like to tell you. No? I don't know if you're aware of this, but many countries, including the US government, is now starting to automate their visa process application. Meaning to say that they're actually going to be using robots, okay? And this is one thing that you need to really, start thinking about anong impact nito sa business nyo. Kasi pag ginamitan na nila ng artificial intelligence yan, baka rin hindi naman ma-solve yung situation nyo, baka mawala yung negosyo nyo. But you have to really always prepare for that, okay? And now, with your current situation, ang problem nyo actually doon is, actually magandang problema yun, no? Problema yun, hindi kayo maka-scale up because of these two guys, okay? And if I were in your place, what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to create a new division, hindi sila involved, and I'll pass on some of the jobs, some of the additional workload to these new divisions. The third option, i-reiterate ko lang sinabi ni Vida kanina, outsourcing really. In the meantime, habang hindi pa inuumpisahan yung paggamit ng artificial intelligence ng US Consular Office, okay, pwede mo muna pagawa yan sa mga freelancers.
Of course, it's very important that you get a consultant to help you define your roadmap.
May tanong si John Lloyd eh. Pag naging robot daw yung dalawang direktor nyo, magiging masaya na kayo?
Alright, do we have any more questions? Yes, ma'am.
Magandang hapon po. Una sa lahat, congratulations, Ms. Rhea Cruz, for putting up such kind of event. The Limitless Power Coach team. My name is Dang Ladman, and I am from Magic Destiny Events Management and Consultancy. I could say that this conference is really a divine appointment kasi first time namin mag-ina. My firstborn is a millennial. I am a centennial. It's our first time to sit down together and listen to these powerful speakers. Palakpakan po natin sila. It's really informative and very inspirational po. Maraming salamat. And these are the lines that caught my heart. I found my reason to live, to inspire the people I meet by the life story I create. Secondly, hindi hadlang ang anumang panahon sa taong minamahal ang kanyang misyon. Misyon, konsumisyon, komisyon. And that's your lines, Sir Lloyd. Simple lang po ang aking katanungan. Sir Lloyd, ang manok ba 45 days o native? Kidding aside. Sir, how to be a member of Philippine Association of Professional Speakers? Pops, we are interested po.
Thank you, madam. It's www.paps.ph.
Okay, how to be a member, sir?
Yun po, pupunta po kayo sa website, tapos i-fill upan niyo po yun. And then may secretariat kami, tatawagan ka for interview.
Okay, maraming salamat, sir. That's all. Thank you.
Meron ding offshoot yung ano niya, so Philippine Association of Professional Speakers, Middle East Region, pap smear po yung tawag doon. Okay?
Hindi po kasama yung mga JVC dyan, saka JBL na speaker, ano? Okay, ibang classic speaker na yan. Alright, any more questions? Yes, ma'am? Ay, hindi, humihingi lang pala ng water si ma'am. Kayo po pala.
Yeah, I'm Terry David Carlos, Presidency and CEO of Bank of Florida. It's a rural bank based in Central Luzon. With regard to communicating as far as performance appraisal, we usually do that from top to bottom. In the past, and we wish to revive that, wherein departments are also evaluated by the people internally to whom they provide services. What do you think of the 360 degrees evaluation where the people that are being managed are given the chance to communicate through the tool of performance appraisal of their immediate superiors? Is it something that is usually adopted by many companies, or is it something like it's a difficult process, or what do you advise?
Okay, so again, this is part of the end-to-end HR process. Performance management is really a big chunk of the whole function, the whole practice. And I think it's just one part about the giving feedback and the rating. I see that a lot of companies, even big ones, that are encountering challenges about doing this right, okay? So I think it comes from, well, I can say two perspectives there. 360 degrees feedback. I think the Filipino culture is not ready for a 360 degrees feedback kind of a performance evaluation or feedback management. Why do I say that? Okay, so of course, we're paternalistic, so the boss is used to appraising the subordinate. And if we ask inputs from the subordinate, by virtue of our Filipino culture, the subordinate may not be that articulate or aggressive or courageous to really say something negative or bad about the superior. That's one limitation. Okay, and then if you get from the others, the peers, because it's 360, ma'am, di ba? The peers will also tend to support their peers so that they get something good from the appraisal. Okay, so I think the Filipino culture alone or in itself is not ready. However, there have been a lot of Filipino employees and leaders who have been exposed to 360 degrees feedback, not because they want it, but because it's a mandate. If you are part of a global organization that has an entity in the Philippines, it becomes more of a mandate. You cannot just say no, because it is the practice of the global organization. But I would say that in my own experience, and being a consultant of many Filipino companies, or semi-global companies for that matter, we go locally and globally at the same time, a good balance of it. So I will not go the 360 degrees, but I would say even attempt to just keep it between superior and subordinate, because it really matters what the subordinate also has to say. And at most times also, we've considered the inputs and insights of clients and stakeholders. So it's not really just about the people who work directly with one another, but other departments they support, and even people from the outside who are being supported by our own employees. So one example, very good example of that is we get a rating for candidate experience from recruiters. So we know exactly who in the recruitment team is doing his job of ensuring that every candidate has a wow experience. So whether we hire them or not, if they have something very good to say about us, then they contribute to a very good branding for the company. So that one can be measured, okay? And we also have done like a values feedback. So the values are not just posted on walls or on the websites, but we ask people, everyone, through a survey, how our people, especially HR leaders, are emulating the values. So we do it by targeted groups because it's not really easy to do it like across the entire company. Do it like piece by piece, do some pilot runs and see the result. If it can be replicated, then it can be.
I'd have to agree with Vida. Sometimes, I've seen 360 feedback mechanism applied in companies and they don't really work. Primarily because Filipinos, we're not all built properly. No? I always say it's a recruitment issue. There are those that got into the pipeline that would not have the same wavelength as the other people. So it's a question of maturity, it's a question of understanding. From a software development standpoint and from a traditional BPM or KPO, what we do is we itemize everything that needs to be delivered. So that at any given time, you know what the expectations are coming from your job. Now, I'm also a little bit of a fan when it comes to GE's methodology, which is bell curving, right? Even if you're performing very well, to a point wherein you get to maintain your job. But a progressive company would need to go beyond that in order to achieve its target. So you bell curve everyone. So even if I'm meeting expectations, if your company culture is not going to reward people who are just meeting expectations, but instead you need people who are exceeding expectations, then you're going to get hit one way or the other by the bell curve. It's very simple as far as technology companies are concerned because we could itemize everything. And we do, we do workflows that sets the expectations almost on a daily basis in terms of what they need to deliver. Now, from a banking and finance standpoint, my wife used to be with Far East Bank, apparently. I know sometimes it could get routinary. So it's a very difficult scenario that would basically not be apples to apples with the same aggressiveness, let's say, as a technology company. But needless to say, if there's very clear expectations from day one, then it's fairly easy for you to actually come up with a more efficient and effective performance appraisal on a periodic basis because then you have measurables. I think one trait that I'm very proud of as Philippine organizations is that we actually listen to our employees. Unlike in more, Western organizations wherein, you can get fired overnight. Here, you have to pass through a very, very long, tedious process. Come up with performance improvement plans and so on and so forth. And that is basically mandated by the law. There's no circumventing that. So, bottom line is, I don't think the Philippines, from a cultural standpoint, is really ready for a 360 feedback mechanism. And more so probably when it comes to banking and financial sector, which is known to be very conservative to begin with. Yes, ma'am.
Are given the opportunity to evaluate the teachers, and it's working. I mean, it's a very fruitful tool that we do in our school. So we are able to assess also teachers from the point of view of the voice of the students.
I think the school it's not the best example, it's not the best benchmark because apparently the people that you govern are also the ones paying your salary. So the school is, sabi nga ni Marco Yucheco Santos from the Pumokpo group in RCBC, well, this is the best business, bro. Right? This is the best business wherein sinisigaw mo na yung kliyente mo and nagmamakaawa pa na kung pwede sana huwag nyo i-kick out. Diba? So I was thinking of putting up a school afterwards. No? Then sabi ko, galing ha, rather than ako yung sinisigawan ng kliyente. Now, again, that's not the best benchmark. To my point, from the Bank of Florida perspective, I think the best gauge of whether a particular individual is doing well or not is your end customers. Put a lot of weight in terms of the feedback of your, depositors. And if a particular customer calls out one of your employees, then put a lot of weight to that, because for me that's more closer to home. When you look at the business side of it, you're basically trying to please, right? And give absolute pleasure to your customer. And the best manifestation is actually when you get a feedback for a particular service.
Ma'am, hindi manok. Bibigyan kita ng evaluation model na culturally fit sa Pilipinas base dun sa step back philosophy. Ang tawag ko dito ay QWERTY model. Yung QWERTY model ay yung letter sa keyboard, no? So nakalagay dun yung quality, workmanship, etiquette, basta QWERTY yun. Hindi ko memorya yun, sa RTY. So ibibigay ko po sa inyo yun, baka sakali pa din yung magamit kasi combination siya ng technical sa values. So hindi lang siya ginigage. Pang-measure ko yan kung pwede ko nang iwan yung tao, pang-measure ng leader. So sinasagutan siya ng leader niya sa kanong tao niya. I-average yun, pag hindi sila pumasa parehas, hindi mo pwedeng i-delegate kasi mag-fail siya. And therefore, hindi siya makakapag-perform base dun sa hinihingi ng standard. So, it's QWERTY evaluation model. I can give it to you, siguro via email. Kasi yung iba naman parang hindi interesado. Papadala ko sa inyo din lahat din. Nag-subscribe naman na kayo. Thank you.
Let me add, ma'am, that we talked about the process, di po ba? Pero I think we should not forget that we have to start right from the start, where we are expected to set goals. Kasi po, yun po yung ating titingnan how they meet the goals. But nowadays, because the business environment is so much different, I think that we should not just depend on a uniform set of goals. Like for example, po, a branch manager of a bank in Binondo may have a different goal with that of a branch manager of the same bank in Cubao, something like that. Or a branch manager who just opened the branch compared to a branch manager who has been holding that branch for years or some time. Kasi po magkaiba po sila ng goals, di po ba? So, let's not be fixed with the job description and the goals. It cannot be uniform for all. I think that there are certain things that cannot be actually measured but count, and there are those that do not count that are being measured. So it should be a good balance po if we're really good leaders at the top, to really have that balance of who is this person contributing to the overall desired outcomes. Ganun po.
Alright, thank you so much. Medyo bitin na tayo sa oras, kahit medyo masaya yung discussion natin. I have room for one last question. So, yes ma'am, you still have your question with you?
Good afternoon. I had to say I enjoyed from the first speaker down to the last one, and I just want to share my take home. I'm holding 2 businesses right now. I'm the outgoing HR manager for a manpower agency, and I am an incoming HR for a BPO company. It is very difficult because my boss in that manpower agency would want me to stay for 6 months to render remotely. I am very happy to hear from you. Most of what has been said are not new to us, but there's this confirmation of constant reminders even for us leaders, because there are so many leaders who had lots of good insights but are afraid to ask good questions or afraid to bring them to the table just because two factors that I have observed in in the businesses that I am serving under. I belong to the Chinese group and now the Australian group, and it's really crazy. It's not a smooth transition, but they are of the same nature. We provide we provide services to other businesses, so we're outsourcing manpower. Just some of the things that are challenging is that there are so many, since these are the foreign bosses, and these are the Filipino manpower, I mean the Filipino workers, okay, the local workers. It's very, very difficult for me to, since we are we are bridging the gap, we HRs are bridging the gaps, right? It's very difficult to reconcile culture and to maintain values when the culture has to change. And the bosses have different mindsets, and we have different mindsets. Then the lead, we are now catering to, or we are now supervising the millennials who, sorry, no offense meant to the millennials, who thinks they are, they have nothing to learn anymore, or that they have learned so much. Minsan sasabihan ka pa, alam ko na yan, ma'am, ganon. But it is very rewarding to know na I have realized my ikigai, or my purpose. This is the only reason why I'm not giving up on them. But this is to pose to you. Maybe you can give, if you can give me more take home, that I can effectively maintain the values in our Filipino, in our local workers, while they are, how do you say this? Being aligned to the culture and the need of the foreign-owned businesses. Thank you.
Well, that is a very good, I think this is an excellent request. Okay, so, and for that, maybe I can offer you a free career mentoring. Okay, it doesn't happen like in one sitting, but like your call a friend or something like that. Okay, so, yeah. Because I am like you. So I come from different industries and sectors before I went to ITBM. So when I was being assessed for my first BPO job, they asked me a lot of questions to gauge whether I can adapt. And they were saying, you are really the best. We think that you're the most impressive, the strongest, the most determined, passionate, with that grit, okay? But you don't have any BPO experience. And I told them, just give me that, okay? Give me that so that I can have the experience. And I will make, and not only meet the goals, but exceed the goals, okay? So they asked me about hiring, for example. So what did you hire before? And then I said, because I was 10 years in agribusiness before I went to ITBM. Yes, manok. So FCR meant to me in agribusiness feed conversion rate, okay? While in the BPO, it should be first call resolution. Okay, I dealt with mortality of chicken in agribusiness. Yeah, we were gauged whether we were effective in our work based on the mortality rate of chicken. So if chicken gets sick, okay, they die, we can sell them, then yeah, our performance ratings suffer. But we deal with attrition in BPO because we don't have a product. It's our people rendering that service who are our actually main business, right? So, yeah, you're correct. So I think the formula there is for the HR leader himself or us, ourselves. Yeah, the change starts with us. Believe that you are a universal resource. So wherever industry you are designated to serve and support and achieve goals, help people become successful and happy, we're dealing with people. So whether it's in semiconductor, in the banking industry, insurance, BPO, is still one sector also that's full of people. I think it has posed to me an excellent challenge to strive and really thrive in this sector, where I've gathered like 15 years, having served 4 BPO companies, thousands of people, and hundreds of clients. Okay, but the main formula is states our goals, strategies, etc. But because we are Filipinos and we have a certain culture, we are a different kind of people. And they prefer us actually, that's very obvious. They prefer to be located in the Philippines, they prefer to have Filipino employees. That means that we have an edge. We have every opportunity to prove ourselves that we deserve those opportunities. And to be the HR leader of a company like that, whether you have an Australian client, a Canadian client, US client, we have Filipinos to serve those demands and needs of the clients. So local also means that we should not be closed-minded. So it was spoken earlier about the growth mindset, okay? We should be continuously learning new things. So if we are serving a certain kind of client in the BPO, you should know the business of every client. You speak the language, know the jargon, the terminologies, the ins and outs, the KPIs, because that is exactly what we are supposed to deliver to our clients. And gone were the days when we have to meet goals. We have to exceed the goals. And gone were the days also that we have to exceed the goals. Now we have to add value. Okay? And it's true that when doing the job here in the Philippines, it becomes a cheaper alternative for our clients. But that should not be our proposition. We want them to do that work here because, not because we are cheaper resources, but because we are the ones who can provide that excellent, the best, and outstanding service that their clients require. Okay, so I think my own story proves that we can go from one industry to another and excel, but it depends on our determination also. And we are not alone in this. We have to work with our stakeholders, and my best formula in being an HR leader is that you go beyond your company. My formula all the time is work with the government, where your business operates. Okay, work with the academe, where you're getting your talent pipeline. Okay, work with every social institution. There are instances when I do my job fairs, and I also invite the parents of very young people. Because in choosing the jobs, they also consult their parents. And it's very important for the parents to not have a misunderstanding of our industry, so that they also encourage and inspire their children to try it out and build their career in our own BPO or IT industry. So the rest will be a very long discussion, but I think it's a very good question, and I hope I have given you an inspiration to proceed, yeah, and be successful.
All right, I guess that'll do it for our panel discussion. So how about a round of applause once again for our panel of speakers. Thank you so much for imparting the knowledge and experience that you have to Sir Jonathan de Luzuriaga, yan, si Sir Monchito Ibrahim, si Sir Lloyd Luna, and si Ma'am Vida Arciaga. Thank you so much. All right. I actually have an announcement here. Maybe you've been seeing yung QR code that's being flashed on the screen. Yun po yung QR code for feedback. So we would appreciate it very much if you give some feedback with regards to the workshop. And then, for the certificates that will be given to you, you have to be able to register online using the QR code. Or if you are not able to use the QR code, you can approach registration kasi this will be given online. So if you did not receive any feedback that you will have a certificate or any feedback online, that means you were not able to successfully register online. So you have to go to registration para makuha po ninyo yung certificate for this seminar, or this conference rather.
And we're now having the AVP of Papagos Incorporated, the creator and founder of Uray, playing on. We would like to inform those who gave questions a while back for the panel discussion. Kindly go to the Secretariat for your discounted voucher for the 3rd Philippine Leaders Conference. Kindly claim your vouchers. And of course, we're also inviting everyone to log in limitlesspowercoach.com for the evaluation of PLC 2020. We would like to thank everyone who has done their evaluation already. and inviting the rest of the guests to do the feedback form. And then we would like to congratulate, of course, the winners. We'll be having the awarding later on. We would like to invite Early Joy Reyes, Basti Belosilio, Denzel Desea, Maine Sadicon, and Jeff Concepcion, together with Ms. Rika Shuntenko Lagandola, to kindly stay for the awarding of your prizes later on. Winners on IG and RFB for the most number of hearts and likes. Again, we would like to thank Papakus for joining us. Here goes the role of another AVP. And of course, we now would like to turn over the floor to the program director, Ms. Riza Calajao, for the closing remarks. A big hand, please.
All right, thank you so much for attending this year's second Philippine Leaders Conference with the theme, The Power of Communication. It was indeed a great opportunity and a day full of learning experiences from different industry experts, as we have a summary of the learning expectations, which were presented by Ms. Arlene De Silva and Mr. Rodem Perez as the keynote speaker. He emphasized that we have to be limitless as the sponsor or the organizer of this event. Apart from being limitless, we have to be adaptable, responsive, which is tantamount to be inclusive and relevant. And of course, one of the crowd's favorite, Sir JDL, being human in the age of digital. The emphasis is more on we have to note that we have to have the collaboration, which was the first theme of PLC. And this year's the second one is communication, and the third one would be perhaps the third theme of the PLC would be connecting with people, especially with our families, in spite of the digital and social media. And as Ms. Vida Arshaga mentioned or emphasized on, we have to communicate your vision, communicate the change before implementing, and the purpose is to be better. So Sir Mon Ibrahim thoughts is more on preparing our businesses and workforce today to get ready and embrace the challenges or disruptions for our future. And Mr. Lloyd Luna, as he said, what we see is more than what we look at, and we have to collaborate to win. And as Filipinos, we are proven to be genuine leaders. And Mr. Jonathan Yabut, you can never be too small to dream big. And let's find out or identify our own ikigai. So the reason of our whys. And we have to drive our leaders from being to becoming, and from great to great. And again, once again, thank you so much to the Limitless Power Coach, organizers, sponsors, of course, our dear speakers. In behalf of Ms. RC, the CEO and President of Limitless Power Coach, and the head of Second Philippine Leaders Conference, thank you so much, and we hope that you all anticipate our next year and look forward for the third Philippine Leaders Conference 2021. Yours truly, thank you so much, and ingat po kayo sa pag-uwi.
Thank you so